Oh, hey. Sorry. I think it's about 6 a.m. What's going on, you guys? How's it going? Good morning. Oh, I was just scrolling through this little cool website. It's called AndrewMoMoney.com. Actually, it's the reason why this live stream is brought to you today. Our little sponsor is the merch store. Moon Platoon gear, first edition space gear going away soon. Every week, brand new products, limited edition, every single batch. We got some Moon Platoon shirts, we got Moneyball hot stuff, we got Safety Buddies face masks, and we got Lick You Very Much Meatball hoodie. Whoa, and we save on shipping for 2+ products. Man, do I want that on my body when we get to the moon. Oh wait, where are my manners? How's it going, guys? My name is Andrew, and you guys are you. And we are 1 day away, just 1 day away from Quadruple Witching Day. Also the day of our charity live stream today. Professor Meatball is not going to be in the clinic, not going to be in his office today. That is because he is getting ready for surgery. And when he is back tomorrow, we're going to be streaming all 10 hours for a full-on live stream. And I hope you guys are going to be here because it's going to be pretty darn epic. For charity. Hey, how's it going, Mr. Ryder and Isela Vargas? How's it going, Calden Trask, Ian N, Richie Rich, Sophia, Sir Duck, Simon, David Knorr, Bernstein, and Violet Hummingbird. Let's look at what we have to learn about today. Specifically, we got to learn about some important DTCC updates, which you guys heard about yesterday. We are also going to learn just enough about what you need to know about Robinhood's CFD yesterday, and what we are going to have to focus on today. Alright, so I'm gonna bring up some of the important DD, especially Rensel's DD, because he makes one every single day. He is a friend of the show, and he's been on the show a couple of times. One of the things to know is that AMC is already ripping up right as we get started. It had a $14 rip, and it stayed above 14 for much of after hours. In the pre-market, it dipped back down right below that level of resistance, and now it has come back up. As for this is Roblox. Get out of here, Roblox. We can talk about GME. And GME, we were finally green on the day, and we are already up to 215. That's a little bump of 3%. Nothing substantial, but nothing to be scoffed at either. Oh, by the way, thank you guys so much for 60,000 subscribers. Thank you. That is a big relief to be able to say, hey, we are mooning, absolutely mooning together. That is exciting as heck. All right. This is the way. Morning crew, we got this. Mr. Ryder, Omar Siddiqui, we got Pedro Reyes. I actually need to switch these because I cannot read the live streams very well. I gotta switch this one and this one so that I can have both. There we go. So that big old post about Robinhood never owning your shares. We have how they got $3 billion margin call. That is the top news on our GME. I do want to be able to also read the, I guess, counter DD that says if you've read that Robinhood huge claim, go ahead and read this and settle down. Always remember, there's going to be a counter DD, of course. We have DTCC rule passed immediately. Thank you, Jesse Walter, for the super 60K, 100K subs is not a meme. That's right, 100K subs is not a meme. Let's see, Chris Duarte, good morning, but it's already evening here. Oh man, Ape, don't sleep. Fair enough, Ape, don't sleep. One of the things that I want to be able to focus on today is education of the highest caliber, and so many apes, you can't even count them. We have Brandon's offer up there, buying $3,000 of GME and 100 shares of AMC completed as of yesterday. We got 5,500 likes now. All we need to do is focus on Ovoxier's promise to be able to buy 12 to 40K in the next dip when we reach 65,000 subs, which doesn't seem like it's that out of the question, or 10K likes. Let's get this bread, guys. We got up to like 7.5, maybe 8,000 yesterday. Let's get this bread. Good morning, everyone. Ted Paniza. Okay, so we're waiting for a couple more people. We're feeling good feeling loose and wiry. Let me focus up and get you guys the counter DD for that Robinhood DD. Always good to be able to have change of opinion. If you have read the huge Robinhood that never owned your GME shares, please just read this and calm down. Remember, the most important part about that DD is that take it with a grain of salt. And remember, fear, uncertainty, doubt, FUD, not a good look. So that's why we're trying to spread rational, cautious thoughts, but trying to get you guys the news that you need to understand ASAP. Charles Wells for Meatball. Thank you. Thank you so much for that super. Okay, so if you read the huge Robinhood never owned your GME shares, please just read this and calm down. Yo, all apes, chill out and hold. While the DD of this post appears 100% legitimate, and I too expressed concern and issued a warning after considerable research into it, they started to think based on the timing that this could actually be a coordinated effort by Robinhood market makers to shed a huge number of customers. Uh-oh, this doesn't even seem like counter DD, this just seems like counter FUD. The Takwi plays, good morning Andrew, if you still have Robinhood due to the fear of missing out, you will still be okay when AMC moons, right? If you have Robinhood, they haven't yet restricted selling unless they pretend like they have a network error or something. That's why I always recommend to be able to have multiple avenues into the market. Oh, Cat T, thank you so much. Treats and toys for Meatball, that's such a generous, that's so huge. Thank you, Cat. That's such a generous super. Oh man. Yeah, where is Meatball? He is currently getting ready for the vet, and he will be there all day for his surgery. That is to ramp up all the way up to his charity live stream. It's going to be his charity live stream, my charity live stream, your charity live stream for 10 hours tomorrow during all of Quadruple Witching Day. Hope to see you there. Real Mr. Mig says, good morning and good vibes, Space Cadets, stronger together. Thank you so much. Oh, man. Okay. So, let's see again. The data definitely appears legitimate, and so apes and shills are posting about selling their shares from Robinhood and buying them again on the other platform. This is without a doubt the dumbest thing ever. You give them your real shares that cover shorts, lose money in the process, and the most important thing, you take the rocket off the launch pad by doing this. Now that's important, right? Transferring your shares is not the same thing as selling them on a platform and bringing it to somewhere else. The data definitely appears legitimate, and the OP most likely posted it as a service, but shills have seized on this to spread the biggest FUD campaign yet, and this one seems to work. Right? You basically make it seem like the race is unwinnable, and suddenly everybody thinks that it's not worth fighting anymore. And if you guys think that GameStop is worth fighting for, let's put some scissors in the chat right now. Let's put some scissors in the chat. Do you think it is still worth fighting for? All right, the data definitely appears legitimate, and the OP most likely posted as a service. I already read this. Okay. Just hold, don't sell. Remember, can't give you financial advice. This is just what this one ape is trying to say. If you want to move your shares off Robinhood, that's fine. Fidelity seems the best to me. WeBull for me. I have shares on Fidelity. WeBull, they won't let you change the account to cash from margin. Robinhood, I am keeping my shares there. The plan is the same. Don't let the effers get our shares. Hold, keep holding, don't stop holding. That is the way for us to ride the rocket. Okay, this just seems like counter FUD. There's no actual DD here, but the economics is the same, right? If you make it seem like the war has already been lost, then everyone's gonna stop fighting. So fair enough. That is a legitimate way to say someone is writing this to somewhere. Okay, so Dennis Kelleher, yeah, that's right, from yesterday's GME hearing. What about WeBull? Do we own our shares on WeBull? So the thing about WeBull is, the thing about Robinhood is that this margin trading maybe was known by a couple, right? But definitely was not like disclosed in the sense that all of your work is not being affecting the market. So we don't want a bombshell like that come out of WeBull. We know that WeBull has margin accounts on default as well, but you can easily change out of the margin accounts into cash accounts so that they can't lend out your shares. But however, their business practices, let's just say we want to be able to investigate them before they pull a Robinhood on us as well. Lurkers unite. We may be quiet, but are many gorillas, and many gorillas are lurking, and we will hodl. Okay, so let's see. We do want to be able to look at this quick clip FTD are covered with borrowed shares, and those are covered with other shares, and so on. Finally, we are hearing some good news and some good news today. So this is from yesterday's congressional hearing. Let's just give it a quick peek. So this is what this post is saying, just some good news. Let's see how long this is going to take, just 2 minutes.
Securities at the time of delivery. So, and I'm sure, as Mr. Piwawar said earlier, the SEC is looking carefully at this, and I would expect their report to provide us with a lot more information. But as of right now, the publicly available information certainly indicates that there's a very high likelihood of some abusive short selling by somebody.
All right, so
okay, so that's pretty clear. Well, at the very least, this is going to continue onward. But the main idea is that there's a cyclical nature to these shorts, right? It's like taking your credit card and going on and saying, oh, you've maxed out your credit card and you need to pay it right now. Here's another credit card, and you swipe that. It doesn't really change much, and it just keeps the cycle going. It may appear that your rich friend with a Lambo has his finances in order. However, do not be fooled, and most importantly, do not think that he has his life together. Right now, the hedgies are just like Citadel, trying to get out of this hole. And if Citadel's any indication, people, they are in need of some serious moolah. And if you think that that's a position of weakness, you know, you guys got to get that chat rate up, got to get that like count up. What do we got here? 400 likes, and not that close, not close enough to Avoxier's goal. So let's get this bread checked out. Why does it say 209? That's because that big number right here is the price that the market closed at. And if you look down below, this price that keeps changing is the actual pre-market price. Right now it's trading at 215. It's up 2.5%. And for AMC, it is trading at a beautiful above $14 at $14.15, 4.5% up. John Mark Boyven, good morning, fellow apes. What's going on? Another Andrew M. And Sandblast, how's it going? Let's see. Richie Rich, hedgies waking up early just to dislike the stream. What? What's going on, guys? Fight the hedgies. Give this stream a like to fight those hedgehogs. Okay. So once again, let us cover just a little bit more DD that we wanted to be able to. Actually, you know what? I also want to be able to go into WallStreetBets to make sure that there isn't any DD that we missed here. And finally, I want to be able to focus up on Rensel's. Oh, this is the catalyst. Oh, this is a big old PSA right here. Time to launch the rocket. This is the catalyst. As other DD has shown, Robinhood doesn't actually buy your shares because they hold your stock on margin. So in order to force them to buy your shares, you need to perform the following changes in your app settings. Hold on, is this cap? Edit. Is this actually real? I tried this but had a request failed message. Cancel Robinhood Gold if you have it. Robinhood Gold is just a fancy way of saying that it's margin. Let's see. Please post this to WallStreetBets. Okay, well, I guess this could be real. So, really quick PSA, guys. If you read that Robinhood is never actually buying your shares and it's just holding your shares on margin, this is what you can do perhaps to start the catalyst. Now, be aware that some people have had trouble with this. So if you can try it now, it may just cause the squeezing to happen when enough people try it. So time to launch the rocket. As other DD has shown, Robinhood doesn't actually buy your shares because they hold your stock on margin. In order to force them to buy your shares, you need to perform the following changes in your app settings. Click the user icon in the bottom right, click investing, scroll all the way down to click the green words day trade settings, then click the green words turn off instant settlement at the very bottom. This will convert your account into a cash account and will force Robinhood to go into the market to buy your shares. So we've already always talked about turning your margin account into a cash account. We've already talked about that because it forces the Robinhood and the hedgies that want to be able to lend out your shares to short more to stop doing that. Like, cut it out. We don't want you to do that. However, some people have had trouble with this. Launch that sweet rocket. Make sure to leave a message so this cannot get downloaded easily. Now, alternative instructions for iPhone, right? You got settings, help, contact trading, trading, description. Would like to switch to a cash account. They will send an email confirming once this has been changed over to a cash account. And then that's for iPhone. Android is here. Might additionally require disabling options, right? Person profile, tap the menu icon, 3 horizontal bars, investing, options trading, and remove options trading, right? Transfer, don't sell away from Robinhood. It doesn't take long. Here are some thoughts about that. And then finally, disabling margin in Robinhood is not the same as turning off instant settlement, right? These are two different things. You want to be able to do both. One is specifically so that they cannot lend out your shorts anymore, and the other one is so that you can actually stop them from keeping your shares on margin. Okay, there you go. Done deal. Easy peasy. Okay. Let's see. People dropping some nice. Let's do this morning, Andrew. Says John Mark Boyven. Let Trey know this. Yeah, I can let Trey know this. Trey, can you hear me? Okay, so I like this. Donkey Kong to the moon. Oh yeah, did you guys see that Deep Effing Value chugged a whole beer on St. Patrick's Day? I think I can show this. It doesn't play any copyrighted music. Alright guys, this is the most important 20 seconds of your life. Are you ready?
Happy St. Patrick's Day to everybody in a deep fucking cheer.
Dang it! I forget that he swears in this video. Ah!
Cheers to all y'all.
Well, and some Jameson.
Peace out.
That's it. Well, it's worth the demonetization. Let's see. Okay, so we are focusing up on the amount of information that you need to learn. We've had the information about the Robinhood. Some of you may not have yet seen a DTCC video, although if my calculations are correct, 40,000 of you have already seen that video. But however, if you still haven't, let us cover that real quick.
And time trying to figure out what their competitors are holding. Thousands of Reddit users.
Oh yeah, and remember, people who are posting your positions, here's a PSA about that from Ms. Holdstein.
My time on Wall Street showed me that institutional players ferociously guard information about their positions while spending large sums of money and time trying to figure out what their competitors are holding. Thousands of Reddit users posting their positions online is another data point for Wall Street players who are already creating software to extract and mine it for information.
Okay, there you go. Those of you who are sharing your positions, we appreciate it. However, it is actually working against us. So for the time being, hold off. But remember that we appreciate you. Okay, new DTCC rule passed in immediately, explained in detail, as simple as possible. We've covered this yesterday, just so that you guys remember that this is now active. If you guys haven't yet seen that link, is right here. Let's actually look at it. It's gonna be real dry. Oh shoot, actually downloaded. That's okay, guys. I think I can say one F-bomb, even though I'm not the one that said it. You just can't say too many F-bombs. When Renzel and Pix were here, they were dropping F-bombs twice, and then we had to stop. All right, so there's a bunch of information here about the SEC clearing. It's fun. But then the most important part to remember is that too long didn't read right here. New rule in effect now. What does it do? Hedgies had to report their positions. What's up, Jason Wolf? Thank you so much for joining the special operations of the Moon Platoon. That's by pressing that join button next to that subscribe button, and you get to join up with these people in the end credits. If you join the Moon Platoon tier, Gorilla tier, or Space Legend tier, as shown right there. How is that any good? Well, now there is no rule stating that they have to report, confirm once, previously a month. The DTCC can now ask them at any time to report, confirm their positions. They're tying the rope around the snake's head to keep them under control. Now, a bunch of people in the comment section have said, well, this is just kind of like, this is essentially a bully player in the playground that says, hey, all the other bullies, I'm not going to take care of them anymore, right? So it's not like they've defanged the other bullies. It's just that one of the bullies is suddenly no longer going to protect them if they start running out of money. And just because they have the power to show up at their doorstep and say an hour before market opens, ooh, hey, cover all of the shorts because I don't like where your positions are, doesn't mean that they will. So once again, this rule now means that an hour before market opens, they can go over to whichever hedge funds they hold the purse strings for, and they say, hey, listen, it looks like you're gonna make us lose a lot of money, so if you continue on with these shenanigans, you're going to make us look real bad or cost us a lot of money, so you're gonna have to cover now before it gets too bad. There you go. Nice, Jack Jones. Look at those DFVs here. Okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you for Alan Shunson for 60K subs. Oh man, and Abraham Sanchez, he also pressed that join button next to the subscribe button. Very cool. Joey H, what's up, what's up, what's up, YouTube? I know who says that. That's funny. Okay, so once again, let's do a little bit more technical analysis to make sure that we haven't missed out on a single piece of the pie yet. So we know from this morning's live stream how to maybe make Robinhood cough up the shares that they are buying for you on margin. We also covered exactly how the Robinhood story could be now leveraged by the hedge funds, right? Even though the DD seems legitimate. Very, very annoying and scary. And then finally, we also know that Robinhood and AMC both were on a small rip earlier, and GameStop seems to still be okay, still 2.5% up, seeing a little bit of a dip here, but that's okay. Remember, yesterday we learned about Elliott waves. Let's see if we can see one right here. So we have one wave here, and then a slight wave down, and then the third wave back up, and then the fourth wave here, and then the fifth wave is the one that brings us all the way to the top. So this was a breakout at 214 to a small, basically this is the sub waves that the Elliott wave theory is talking about. Brings us from 214 to 217. It's only $3, but if this is where it ends, if it starts peaking, that is where the corrective wave starts. So impulse wave here, corrective wave here, A, B, C. So easy peasy lemon squeezy. However, the thing about the Elliott wave theory is that it really only gives us a sense of the direction of how each of these are going to work. Also, you can consider this very similar to the ideology of a bear trap, where we see this upward momentum. However, it tends to break downward, as well as the old George W. Right? We look at a W because we want to be able to understand if the stock is taking a corrective wave, it will have an impulse wave to follow. That's what we are looking for. Most importantly, guys, do not sleep on the indicators. Have them on the chart, just like me. I have volume on the bottom. I have the moving average convergence divergence right above it. It's a histogram that shows us a little bit of when is the most bullish time to buy. And then I have the relative strength index, the RSI. And that gives us a sense of momentum, essentially. It gives us a sense of bearish and bullish sentiment in the market. And when this dips below 30, it's a good chance of being oversold. And when it dips above 70, it has a good chance of being overbought. Right, and finally, these three lines right here, we have the VWAP here, gives us a sense of volume-wise, how exactly should the price match up to the expectations. Right now, the VWAP in pre-market, hard to be able to say whether or not it's actually an indicator because volume is so low. However, the price is trending below the VWAP, so let's see if it goes up to meet it. And then finally, we have the purple line, which is the exponential moving average, the 200-day. The MACD actually does have something to do with exponential moving averages. However, I wanted to show a very far macro view. 200 days is a long time out. And then 15-day moving average, just a little bit more of a micro view of the momentum of that stock. Okay, let us see. 4 more minutes until day opens. Good morning, X-Riptic. Oh, man. Nicholas says, who is expecting some dips today? Guys, you brought that chip? And we're gonna bring those dips. Yum, yum. Let's get going. Okay, so we have some GameStop DD, but we also have some WallStreetBets DD. Where is Rensel's DD? I guess there's so much stuff happening that his DD is not very popular nowadays. Relatively. Synopsis for 3/18/2021. What do you need to know before market open? So we have 3 minutes. Let's go skim briefly through what Rensel has to say, and then we're going back to the technical analyses, baby. So today it's not yet quadruple witching day. So I do want to be able to change the title to, if you guys wanted to have some ticker symbol suggestions. We don't want to give AMC and GME stage fright. Stock talk with a data scientist, AMA. Ask me anything about stonks, you guys. Put that in the live chat. Good morning. Okay, so we talked a lot about what we figured out yesterday. Oh, what's up, Jonathan Lewis? I read on GME subreddit that the negative delta is now positive since it was posted. I'm a newbie, but does this mean we lost a tool or catalyst? What's the importance? It was kind of like armor. It was resilience so that we are less, predictable. Usually the technical analyses for GME are out the roof anyway, but as of right now, that negative beta was able to give us, a sense that this is a stock that may not actually work, in opposition to the actual market, but is just resilient to the market itself. But I haven't read an update on that quite yet, so synopsis for 3/18/2021, what we need to know before market opens. Godlike DD. Some members have seen that Godlike DD we got yesterday was moved. It's new. Location is here. This is that document that we talked about yesterday. It's still version 11. Wow. Congrats on 60K subs, Andrew Knotts. Thank you, Joey H. Let's get some balloons in the chat for the Balloonatics, the balloon platoon, baby. Okay. So, good morning, says Joe. Good morning, Rich Bulldog. Anyone wants some GameStop? So remember how I was talking about GameStop could change into a whole new social hub and turn around and what something is totally different. Yeah, it's happening. Some awesome apes have taken some videos and pictures of how the new stores will look. Okay, there better not be swearing. Is there sound? I guess, but okay. See those gaming chairs? Great for esports or LAN parties like the old days. Place to chill and card games? Man, count me in. I do love me a good old card game or a good old board game. Joseph Rosello, thank you for the super. So if Robinhood never owned our GME AMC shares, then making an official account transfer will help the squeeze because it will force Robinhood to actually buy the shares in order to transfer to another brokerage. Now, Joseph, I like the sound of that. And of course, it has added benefit that you don't actually end up selling your shares. Very important that you don't do that. Taking the rocket off the launch pad and you lose money in the process. So GameStop is moving into a new type of business. It's 6:30. Where's my bell? Here it is. 6:30. Market is open and GameStop is open at 2:14. GameStop is open at 2:14 and already has seen a massive red candle, massive in the micro sense, because this red candle was from a drop of 215 down to 213, and now it has seen its daily low of $2 down from its daily high. However, let's see if it then now starts to recover. We are seeing basically tandem price action. AMC and GME are both seeing one red candle that leads directly to a reversal. This stonk is heading on up. It seems like that GameStop is about to cross over its exponential moving average, and now it has. And now they are both off to the races, guys. Let's get some crazy scissors in the chat. This feels good. Yes. Heck yeah. That green candle, it's just a little arrow to point to that subscribe button and that bell button. Guys, give yourself some love, invest in yourself, learn from the Mo Monkey gang. It's that hive mind mentality. We never miss out on a fact. Reese Beats, put on your armor and prepare for war. We fight for GME and AMC. To Valhalla, let's go. Okay, so, and guys, it's because you didn't smash that subscribe button fast enough. GameStop has seen one major rip turn into now just a slightly larger dip. Still green on the day, and they are struggling against that brand new floor, it seems like. It doesn't want to be able to push through 210, which is where the price closed at. 213 right now. Keep an eye on it, ladies and gentlemen. Keep an eye on it, because as of right now, there is shenanigans abound. They're going to pull out all the stops, especially if you see a lot of volume today. Even if you don't see a lot of volume, but a lot of price action, it's likely that they're busting out every single possible trick to be able to hurt the stonk. When is the quadruple witching day, says Blake? That's tomorrow. Also when the charity live stream is going to be, so make sure you guys tune in. Oh boy, scissors, scissors, gorillas and scissors. Heck yeah. It's okay. They got scared. It took off opening bell. Well, GameStop still positive on the day. 2 out of 4 candles are looking red. Seems like AMC is telling a slightly different story, already up 5% on the day after opening up at $14.37. That's 5% up from its closing price of $13.56. Not too shabby. Not too shabby, but it could still be anyone's day. Remember that day that AMC ripped and GameStop just stayed where it was? It's because we are taking turns in the spotlight, ladies and gentlemen. We are not fighting each other. AMC and GME love each other. Apes make proud. Apes make proud. Okie doke. So we are focusing up on how the specific rules in the DTCC and the revelation that Robinhood does not actually buy your shares. If some of you already knew that, fantastic, but it seems like just a bombshell number of people were not aware that Robinhood is taking the order for your share and then saying, thanks, we're not going to buy it. And the way that that works, if you guys have just heard the news but not fully understood it, is that they hear that you want to buy a share and they say, cool, we don't think that the share is going to get that high. And in fact, in the same time, they were shorting the shares as well, according to that DD. So the idea is that they were incentivized to keep the price low, and the lower it got, the more assured they were that you are never essentially going to make a profit on this stock. And if that's the case, then they don't have to buy it. Now, the only time that they do have to buy it is if they decided that, oh, hey, the stock is getting really high, and we don't want to be putting our wallets at risk by getting the price higher and higher and us not being covered. So then they would have to buy the stock when the price goes up. Let's see. William Merinda says, how long do you expect it to be on the moon? He read somewhere that it's going to be around 6 days. Now, here's the thing about 6 days, is because that's roughly the amount of time the Volkswagen was on the moon, from 100% to 80%. And that's where we're expecting to sell. Right? Sorry that I just said the S word, but it's true. If you guys are looking for tendies, eventually at the very tip top of the squeeze, you're gonna want to sell. Who knows exactly what price that is? Could be 800, which is what I've been saying for a while. It could be 10K. Right? The point of the matter is, if it squeezes, which the prediction currently is around maybe next week when the GME earnings report comes out. Maybe now that the DTCC rule is in effect, maybe tomorrow, but mainly maybe it's going to be because when the 801 rule, the NSCC rule goes out, that is going to be able to be a perfect storm for all these new regulations and for all of the shorts that have to be covered. EVOL has been halted for trading on Robinhood. Ooh. Let's see if we can add that to our bully corner here. Bully. Suspended on WeBull as well. Up 50%. That's going to get our bully corner slot for sure. Oh, man. We got almost 1,000 likes in here. That's what we like to see. And that's what we like to try and make the goals up there for Avoxier. He wants either 65,000 subs or 10k likes. Let's answer the man. Let's do it. Good morning, says Georgie Flores. So GameStop is moving into a new type of business. It's evident in the way that business is just changing from brick and mortar, right? This is Renzel's Daily DD. It is the new push to digital means is no longer speculation that old GameStop is dead. It is becoming fact that a new type of business, a customer-centric business, has risen from the ashes. Oh no, who's this? Oh no, who made that art? The hearing. Can someone go check on Robinhood and Citadel because they'll need help getting out from under that bus? Ooh, no. First of all, our Mr. Dennis Keller spitting some hard facts. Thank you, Dan James, for the super. Hey, please confirm, if we transfer shares to another brokerage, they must buy it. It will be very beneficial for all to find a definitive list of places that actually buy shares affecting price. When you transfer shares, the broker that you bought the shares from have to just give the shares physically, ownership of those shares to another broker, right? And that it would be crazy if every time you transfer your shares, the brokers had to just go buy it. Now that said, there is buying action necessitated if those shares were always on margin and never actually belonged to you. So that's the clarification right there, is that if the Robinhood still hasn't bought your shares, they were forced to buy it if you transfer, because the shares have to exist somewhere. Now that said, if you transfer from a margin account to another margin account, that is a little tricky, so I will just say take it with a huge grain of salt. First of all, Mr. Dennis Keller is spitting some hard facts. Remember, the God tier DD shows that FTDs are in a cyclical nature. We even covered that in it just earlier, and this guy confirms it. With the statements made yesterday, we now believe that this exact thing is happening because, okay, those of you who think that Reddit is not a reputable place for news, actual people, experts, are testifying in Congress our exact same theories, that the shorts are cyclical in nature, that FTDs are cyclical in nature. Like, guys, this can't be more clear that there are people legitimizing these short squeeze predictions, right? It's like saying your foundation for your argument does not have a rock solid footing, and then like an orator or a politician on the other side, an expert on the other side is saying, no, yeah, that's exactly how it works. Okay, so with the statements made yesterday, we now believe the exact same thing happened because all they need is a reasonable belief to think that they can deliver that stock. I really hope the SEC and the government in general focuses more on this and adopts a European-like law saying if you don't have it, you can't do it because of reasonable disbelief. Oh yeah, that's a really good law. We should definitely have that. If you don't have a stock, definitely don't pretend like you have the stock. That's where it got us all here in the first place. What are people saying? $1 million. $1 million. Sir, why did you steal that car? Okay, also as Domo Capital Management, you nailed it, Dennis Kelleher. Rehypothecation of shares must be stopped. It is a house of cards that allows short sellers to endlessly manipulate a stock down. Greater disclosure and granular knowledge of what is happening in the securities lending market is essential. Sir, why did you steal that car? Oh no, because I believed it was mine. I have reasonable belief that I can return this on time. Oh, very well, sir. Please be careful. That's exactly it. Oh my gosh. Oh man. Citadel Securities is not a systematically significant firm, and the FSOC should investigate it. Mr. Dennis Keller. Kelleher, I hardly know her. They said flat out, now I'm going to get demonetized for sure. If Citadel stopped to exist right now, it would stop about 26% of US equities, which sounds a lot. But look at GME, how many times have they bought and sold the same shares over and over again? Volume does not equate to business, nor profit, nor importance. If you guys want to see that full testimony, boom, right there. Also linked in the video where we talked about the COO of New York Stock Exchange's testimony. So we got Alexis Goldstein right here. Now this lady has a god dang wrinkly brain. Let's get some scissors right here for Dr. I guess it's Ms. Holdstein. Let's get this woman the respect that she deserves. She made some great facts about how there are some loopholes in the system that people like Citadel could be using to their advantage. We have seen the same happen with the rule of daily to monthly reports on the SEC, right? There's just, like, how can you possibly make that loophole that says, hey, as it turns out, you made me deliver the report on the daily and the monthly. Therefore, that's a contradiction, and I'm not going to listen to you at all. Like, that's crazy. It's like something you could say, oh, you say monthly, but this one says daily, so they're contradicting, so I don't have to comply. Literally what I just said. That's... How can the system work this way? That's insanity. Like, come on. Dang it. What's going on here? Oh, Alexis has been posting on Reddit. Okay, I do want to be able to pull up, so in a second we're going to pull up her Reddit posts. If you guys do have the Reddit posts, please send them to me on Instagram. Let's see. We are going to hit up the boys soon. We're gonna hit up the Four HODLmen. They are gonna be here tomorrow for the live stream. That includes Trades. We got Matt Kors and we got Max Maher. We're gonna be exciting. The only thing I didn't like about the hearing is the fact that they focused on the wrong thing. We don't have payment for order problem. We have a naked synthetic shorting problem. Seriously, if they can't see that GameStop's entire thing is a literal showcase on why short selling is a problem if left unregulated, then I don't think anyone in that Senate should be there. Oof. Oh no. Opinions. They're running rampant. Okay, actually, Matt Kors asked me yesterday for that dumb money link. You guys remember that dumb money link? So I made a 2-minute long audition yesterday.
The Dumb Money YouTube channel just hit 100,000
Dumb Money
subscribers.
YouTube channel, blah blah blah. Dumb Money major announcement, and now I'm gonna send this off to Matt. And the rest of y'all, we are focusing up. How's it going? We are talking about Four HODLmen coming together, talking about stocks soon. You guys are going to see some major simulcasts. We're going to have the charity live stream on Friday. It's going to have all 3 of them plus me, so that's all 4 of us together. It's going to be fun. Let's see. SEC is looking close in. Citadel short selling, big indication of abusive short selling. Oh no. When he tells you to get naked, Kenny G, please. Just girly things. No. We're talking about YouTube. In case you were wondering, we're talking about options. We're talking about shorts. Naked options and shorts. We're not talking about anything else. Robinhood never had your shares. Remember this? Okay. Well, this says gets as fear, uncertainty, and doubt as it gets. Just set your account to cash as stated here. Okay? Sorry for the wait. Dumb money. Okay, so let's get that to Matt. Emailed. Oh, whoa. Okay, so negative beta. In the past few days, something funny happened. Reddit found out that due to negative beta, GME is reacting inversely to the market, meaning that markets goes up and GMEs goes down. Funny how we posted about that yesterday and saw someone on here post that it suddenly corrected itself. Now I'm the first to admit that I don't have the exact technical knowledge of what is normal behavior, but a smart ape did do a write-up of why the negative beta isn't as important as we did believe. That's why I haven't really been like addressing it. It just isn't like a major thing. However, let's just read that real quick. What's going on, 3,500 of you? Let's share this with as many Moon Platoon members as possible. Make sure that you have already smashed that like button. It really does help Avoxier buy more GME and AMC. Einstein has entered the chat. Most likely the smartest apes among us have written great DD Einstein levels, but let's be honest, none of us can compete with this. 1-2 punch KO is coming with 2 M's. Hayes Pixel did a great write-up on the DTCC rules and its implications, right? Remember, they met each other on in person, virtually, on this show. That was the first time they ever got to talk. If you haven't seen that interview yet, I clipped it up, and it still exists in its full form as well. So DTCC, blah, blah, blah. Addendum, this is all the DTCC stuff. If you guys haven't yet seen it, it's there. Mr. DFV wishes everyone a happy St. Paddy's Day. We already just watched that video earlier, so I can't see it again. He does say the F-bomb in it, so can't say it twice. Ryan Cohen tweeted a photo of his dad. I think we speak for everyone when we say our sincerest condolences, Mr. Cohen. Ryan Cohen posted about his late father, and there are some clowns posting about GME there. Guys, show some decorum. It's just his dad. Show him some love, his sympathies. Let's get some scissors in the chat to respect Mr. Cohen. Thank you so much for making a beautiful man who is helping us steer the ship that is GME. What is this? Volume for ants? Exactly. What is this? If you guys aren't aware, this is Rensel's DD. After this, we're going to go back to some technical analysis and some ticker suggestions. So be patient. Patience is key. Keep in mind, we got a lot to talk about today. So Christian C Music, how should I transfer from Robinhood? Yes, you should. And if you use the link in the description that says the description link says quit Robinhood, transfer to WeBull, you are going to be able to follow step-by-step instructions from WeBull, and I think their offer to cover your transfer fees still apply. So there you go. Patience is key. Expect the 19th to be the lowest day we have seen yet. Uh-oh, why? Why are you saying that, Mr. FUD man? Easy. If we know the date, they know the date. All you need to do is sit back, relax, get some nachos for the dip, and sit back. Sit back, relax, get some nachos, and sit back. Dr. Michael Burry had to wait 2 years for it to come out and his calculations to get paid out. Expect the same because you expect the worst. It can only get better. As Mark Cuban said it, Mark Cuban, patience. Disruption is never easy or straight line. It is what you believe in still true. If it is, stay with it. If it's not, figure out what changed. Learn from it and reload for the next asset. As always, do the work, right? Do your own research. I'm not a financial advisor here, right? We are trying to get you guys info, but then you do your own research. Assets, including stocks, move for a lot of different reasons. Trading stocks isn't easy. Trading crypto, NFT, whatever isn't easy. None of this is easy. You know what is? It's time consuming and brain consuming. And when you learn, share. If you want to beat old school Wall Street, you have to share that knowledge and find the power in numbers. Could not agree more, Mr. Mark Cuban. And if you guys agree, it's time to smash that subscribe button, because all we're doing here is giving you guys the best, most up-to-date knowledge, not only about GME and AMC, but about investments in general. Passive income, financial freedom is the goal of this channel. And be nice to each other. Apes don't fight apes. I'm Ron Burgundy. You stay classy, San Diego. And then, of course, stop posting your positions. There we go. All right, so let's go back to DD in just a sec. We have that subscriber counter up on the top left corner. We have AMC right next to it, and we have GME right next to that. Right now, we're looking at relative strength index for AMC, just hovering around the 50s. That means that it is middling, right? It doesn't seem to have a ton of bearish or bullish momentum. However, let's see the setup. So right now, we are looking at a major dip here. Just a long red candle relatively to what we have seen today. Mostly it's been flat trading right between $14 and $13.90. It has dipped above and between these ranges of like 20 cents or so. If we want to take a look at whether or not this is bullish or bearish, we take a look at the moving average convergence divergence line right here. It is a purple and orange line, and it gives us a sense of exactly what we should expect. It so far gives us the expectation. Can I actually make this larger? Oh, I can't. Be gone, RSI line. I don't need you to be that big. So with this line, we see that the signal line has just passed over, the signal line has just passed under the MACD line. This is usually a sign of try to buy. this is bullish right now. So this is where this price was at 14.18. It's already starting to push at 14.28. This line, this indicator is one of the best. It's one of the most solid ones. And since last week, and I believe the week before, we have seen significant statistical correlation between the MACD line now and the MACD line back in January for the gamma squeeze, the very first time for both AMC and GME. So that is why we are focusing up on that line. As you see over here, we have our line over right here, the MACD line. Can I make it bigger? Oh, you didn't get much bigger. Okay, well, the MACD line right here, the signal line is still just smothering that MACD line. However, MACD keeps on trying and surpassing it. We have seen that this orange line here has majorly surpassed the signal line, and that is why AMC is looking so dang bullish. I am now going to open up the forum to see if you guys have any tickers that you want to be able to cover, and then we're going to go back to some more AMC and GME DD that you guys should definitely look into today. Rod M and War Doctor, thank you so much for the super. Rod M says, I have found that WeBull has better tools than Fidelity. If I move from Fidelity to WeBull, do you think I will lose my position at Fidelity? You work for Fidelity? Just a joke. Well, it depends on what you mean by move. If you transfer from Fidelity to WeBull, then yes, you just won't have any more money in Fidelity. Will you sell and then rebuy? No, a transfer is not selling and rebuying. So it depends on what you mean. If you mean keep your position in Fidelity and just also enter and fund WeBull, that is my suggestion. My suggestion is, keep your funds in Fidelity for now. It's fine. If you want the technical tools from WeBull, then go ahead and just open a WeBull account. It's free. Use my link in the description. It's right next to Quit Robinhood, and actually, you know what? I might switch out the pinned comment. Remember, guys, those of you who were here earlier, that I do want to announce that last night I was building an old website. I finished building that website, and it looks like this. It says Apes Strong Together. Stop by every week for limited edition merch and space upgrades. It's called AndrewMoMoney.com. That's straight up. Moon Platoon gear, right? Yeah, look how cute Meatball is. And we get masks, and we have a Lick You Very Much hoodie. It all goes to support the show, as well as Meatball, who is currently at the vets right now, and he will be back with us for the charity live stream tomorrow. Okay, so let us go and see if you guys have any tickers. We got ATNF and THMO from Kenman31. So let's go focus up on there real quick. Let's do one at a time, okay? So we're gonna have this bully corner. Actually, I do want to do real quick for Evol. It seems like it has stopped being suspended. One of the things about a stonk that is trading sideways for a very long time, building up bullish momentum slowly, and then finally causing a major rip is that now it doesn't have a lot of historical data to back it up in terms of momentum-based analysis. However, we can notice that it was rejected twice here. So we're focusing on right here. It was rejected twice at this price, which means it is a solid level of resistance. Boom. Now the other thing is that we want to be able to do a full risk reward analysis and focus up on where it was supported twice, and roughly right here is where it was supported. Actually, basically on the money, it was supported at $2.46. And now we have one of the best indicators of where we expect the price to go. Right now, it is trading at $4.70. That is up 45% on the day. That's very, very nice earnings. If you have gotten in on Evol, it does seem like it is quickly becoming a runaway train, although the relative strength index does stay below 70, so it isn't quite at risk of being overbought just yet. You see that the MACD line is far above the signal line. It would have been the right time to buy right here if you were waiting for the right time to buy when the MACD line started to have a majorly sharp departure from the signal line. However, that would mean that you have to trade after hours, and luckily if you do have WeBull, you can trade after hours and pre-market. If you guys are waiting for GME and AMC news, we're going to go back to in just a second. I do want to be able to focus up on people who have given ticker suggestions. Oh, someone's spamming. Mr. Calvin, does the options expiring tomorrow have to be bought tomorrow when the market is open? No. It's about when the market is closed, and that's whether or not the option gets expired in the money, right? It has to be higher than the strike price. A fat joint. What's the, darn it, I just don't think about what I read. They gave me a super, says, what are the chances AMC squeeze is bigger than GME? Do you see it actually, do you see it actually hitting $1,000 or higher, or will it stop before it gets there? AMC is in a different situation than GME as a longer term play, as in it will stay like more, they will stay stronger for longer because it just is about to have a major recovery play from the pandemic itself. Now that said, we want to focus up on short interest and the amount of shorts that have not yet been covered. That is the main important part. And as of right now, GME has a more advantageous position for the short squeeze specifically. Okay. Now that said, in terms of price, if the short squeeze triggers for either of them, name your price. It's like going into a movie theater, right? They're going to be charging you $8 for a bottle of water, right? They could charge you $15. Why not? You can't sneak in water anyway. You're thirsty, you gotta buy their water. Triv O. Oh no. Well, Mr. Ryder deleted his message, so now I cannot see what you wrote. I'm so sorry, but thank you for the super. Okay, so I'm going to do one more. We got NNOX, please. You won't regret it. Eric, I'm watching you. If I regret this later, I'm gonna find you. NNOX. So NNOX, then I'm gonna change the ice pack, then I'm going to do another technical look at where AMC and GME are going, and then I'm gonna do some DD. Oh boy, I love to sit. Oh, check AMC Twitter. Video sick. Video sick. I'm getting scared of videos now. So, NNOX, Nano X Imaging Limited, NASDAQ 1 hour. So let's focus up here. Okay, it seems like it is down on the day, 1.7%. It's just trading sideways for a while. Now what we see here is that there was a bull run right here on the 15th. Went up pretty much all the way. This is as much of an impulse wave as the Elliott wave theory could get, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, also known as a bear trap. It did get corrected, right? It trended downward here, and then it started to consolidate right here around $40-ish, $47. When we get up to the next day, we see basically another roller coaster. You guys are just taking on a roller coaster and a half. Now, one of the things that you probably are wondering is whether or not this is some sort of misfire or some sort of reporting error. That did get all the way up to $56 for like maybe a minute. This is the hourly chart, so maybe an hour, and then it dropped all the way back down. That is likely a fluke. I wouldn't consider that any piece of information that I would want to be able to base my predictions off of. Right now, it seems like the risk reward is middling, right? You are in currently the downtrend of a corrective wave. If you try to pick it up basically at the place that it was supported last time, it may well pay dividends for you. Not literal dividends, but it will pay tendies for you. But of course, I cannot give you financial advice, but NNOX seemed kind of attractive. Okay, so back to the AMC GME saga. AMC currently at 6% up in the day, 30 million in volume. That's good. We like to see that. 30 million in volume. We are just focusing up on the volumetric chart right here. We have we got million volume minutes, baby. Hashtag million volume minutes. Let's get scissors in the chat to celebrate that. We got 1 million volume minute, 2 over here, 3 over here, and then a couple of cells. But mainly this is a really good setup right here. One of the things to be worried about, however, is that this is the 1, 2, 3, 4 sub wave here for impulse, and we may be looking at a corrective one. However, it likely won't pass down too far. We are seeing that the MACD line is about to cross over to the signal line, so it signals that we are going to have some bearish momentum in the micro scale, right? Mostly on the day, it has been pretty darn sideways, it started off around this price and is now continuing on this price. GameStop, on the other hand, looking like a mighty snack, looking like a big fat discount right now. $200 flat, down 4% on the day, hit its low of 198 and only has 2.5 million in volume. Come on, 30 minutes into the day, only 2.5 million in volume. Pitiful. What is this, volume for ants? Gosh dang it. So, GME, we're expecting some pretty serious shenanigans, and it doesn't mean that it's a dead cat. Hashtag not a dead cat. Oh, Dead Hunter wants me to check out Bed Bath & Beyond. Heck yeah, that is going on deck. And then we're going to look at AMC Twitter. No swearing video is sick. Also emailed your business email. Okay, Eugene, I got you. Eugene also made some really cool art of Meatball. Thank you so much for that. And Elizabeth, welcome to the Special Operations Infantry Troop of the Meatball Army. Appreciate that a ton. Thank you so much. And now we are going to go focus up on the AMC Twitter. Jackie Chan. Jackie Chan is in Vanguard. Hold on. So this is AMC Theater, and we're going to look at what we're going to look at, perhaps. Okay. Proud member of Clorox Safer Today Alliance, AMC has collaborated with Clorox. Okay, so let's actually look at this video. Are you guys ready to watch a 30-second Clorox video? This is what you guys wanted. Okay, it's just hype music. I'm gonna stop playing it. You guys can just imagine. I'm gonna make this sound for you. Bum 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 bum. Turning the sign. Da 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 da. Uber. Da 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 da. Driving the car. Driving the plane. Da da da. United Airlines. Da 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 da. Enterprise. Da 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 da. Cleaning off the surfaces. AMC theaters. Oh man. Da 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 da. Everything is clean. Everybody's wearing masks. Da 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 da. Clorox. We're launching the Clorox Safer Today Alliance. Okay, so it seems like AMC is now part of a cleanliness cartel. Hashtag cleanliness cartel in the description, please, because they are now focusing up on making sure that people are feeling safe in the theaters. However, I'm sure everyone is looking at all of the secret meanings in this video, so if you guys saw some, let me know. Christian C. Music, if I own GME on Robinhood, will that hinder me from selling when they get to the moon? If they pretend like, uh-oh, we have a network error, yes, but legally, there isn't something that they can do to stop you from selling. Oh, TK8T from Eric Andrus. Okay, so TK8T, and then we're going to have BBBY. So that's ticker suggestions are being accepted. What's going on, y'all? And then we're going to go back to AMC and GME in just a second. So we have BBBY and then TK8T. No, not Best Buy. Mass Cult. Hashtag friendliness. What is it? Huh? Cleanliness cartel. Okay, so Bed Bath & Beyond, right now we're looking at in our guest corner right here. Of course, the top corners are always reserved for AMC and GME until this freaking squeezes or squozes. We have Bed Bath & Beyond. Let's see if we can actually read some news on Bed Bath. Bed Bath & Beyond. Penny stocks. 5 Reddit penny stock to turn stimulus checks into big money. And here's where consumers are spending their $1,400 stimulus check. Bed Bath & Beyond underperforms Wednesday compared to competitors. Uh-oh. So people are calling, well, I guess institutional investors are calling bearish on Bed Bath & Beyond. We seem like we have a hard bottom here at $25 or so. Ignore that big red candle because it's not indicative of the actual price momentum. We have here a strong resistance was rejected here, and it likely hit that resistance multiple times afterward. Honestly, I think it's because my charts are too small. There. Perfect. Okay, so $29. Hard bottom at 24 as a $5 spread. And then we have a brand new resistance up here at 33. I would imagine that currently your risk reward for Bed Bath & Beyond is that one, it could have a 10% rip So it returns back up to the resistance level that it was rejected at before. If we're looking at the 200-day EMA, it does seem to be trending upwards. So that's why we want to be able to say that right now it is pulling, it's trying to pull its weight upwards so that the momentum is long term. Right now the RSI seems to be middling. It was hugging against against 70 when it was seeing this impulse wave. This corrective wave is a lot less severe than the impulse wave was, so that is a great sign. However, one of the things that you want to be able to pay attention to is volume, right? We are looking at 330,000 in volume. Is that enough to be able to swing it past this resistance level? Not sure. However, your risk is falling all the way back down through this level of support at 30 bucks all the way down to 24, right? You could argue that there is one more level of resistance here, right there. So you could argue that there are two levels to fall through before you hit all the way down to 25. So this seems to be a fairly safe stock. Even though it seems to be underperforming, I would suggest catching it on the way down. TKAT, Takun Art, up 50%. Oh, you're gonna stay in the Ripper, the guest bully spot for a while. Ooh, you're taking off right now. Holy moly. I definitely can't show that AMC Godzilla video, I'm pretty sure. Wrong AMC video. It's the Godzilla one at 6 a.m. Oh, my bad. Okay, sorry about that. I showed the wrong AMC video. Okay, I'll show the right one now. You guys can see it's this one. Now available tickets. Now available. It's gonna be epic. If you've never seen it before, you've never seen it before. Get your tickets to see Godzilla vs. King Kong, March 31st. Is that the squeeze? Is that what we're trying to say? March 31st is the squeeze? Maybe. So this looks like King Kong blocks Godzilla's like nuclear blast beam with a something, with like an airplane or something, or a lamppost, and then he hits him. So very cool. It is pretty epic, actually. AMC to reopen almost all its theaters by March 26. Wow, that's impressive. We really don't want to have a major pullback though in the pandemic, in terms of the pandemic. So guys, if you go out to watch a AMC theater, maybe you're a Godzilla girl, maybe you're a Kong cuck, maybe you're a Kong guy, you want to go and be safe in the theaters. Have a good time, be safe though. Eric Lang, how's it going? NNOX making scans significantly cheaper and use less radiation. Look at January ATH in 90s with suspicion of FDA clearance. They'll go there again with clearance end of month. Love you. Thank you, Eric. That was not, you know what? I did not regret looking at NNOX. Okay, so AMC Godzilla video. Aw. Eric Lang says, sent you a super, really appreciate your streams each day. Also, you share a name with my little bro. Well, what's up, Andrew Lang? How's it going? You're a really cool guy. And if your brother shows you this, remember, stay in school. And watch Godzilla vs. King Kong on coming out March 31st, exclusively. Maybe not exclusively, but definitely on AMC. Oh, great. Great. Let's see. Yeah, don't catch COVID at the theater. We do not want to shut down. We do not want our AMC theaters to be shut down. Oh man, guys, stop saying the Kong word. I didn't mean to say it. 6.5%. Almost the sign of the devil right here. 6.66% up for AMC. What could this mean? Probably nothing. We are looking at AMC with 40 million. You blink and 10 million more volume just shows up. That's beautiful. 40 million flat volume here. Meanwhile, a GME is a tenth, not even a tenth of that size, and 3 million in terms of volume. Just kind of winging it for now. It seems that the MACD line is far exceeding the signal line. However, once again, GameStop is no longer working on the normal technical analyses. The price just doesn't seem to want to be able to move, even though this indicator says that the momentum should be bullish right now. However, it's not like GameStop is suffering that much. It's only down 2%, and this is generally okay. This is generally okay. Oh man, Godzilla girls, where are you at? Let's get some. What can I get? Let's get some gods in the chat. Nope, I guess that's impossible. Let's get some goats in the chat if you're a Godzilla girl. Come on. Goats in the chat if you're a Godzilla girl, and if you're a King K, you know which word I'm trying to say. Go ahead and give me some gorillas. Come on. Carl Hartford, Andrew, been following you since the beginning. Thank you for helping the smooth brain infantry veteran. Looking forward. Lots of prayers for Meatball today. Keep up the amazing work. Thank you, Carl. I do appreciate that immensely. So today what I'm going to try to do is during the hour between the time I can take like a lunch break and before power hour, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play some lo-fi. So in like 3 hours maybe, or two-ish hours, I am going to thank you so much for the super Clark. Kellen Wheeler says, after the squeeze, do you think you'll start a D&D stream? Kellen, I already have a D&D stream. It's over on Twitch. It's not good. It's not very well populated by people, so I wouldn't say go over and watch it, especially if you're looking for financial content. Don't go over and watch it, but it is twitch.tv/AndrewMoMoney. And with that, without further ado, has anyone checked out the store yet? Does it work for you? Let me know if any of you have already. Send me some packages in the chat, package emoji in the chat if you tried out the AndrewMoMoney.com store and it worked out for you, because I'm still working out the kinks. And you know what I'm saying when I look about kinks. You know what I'm saying. All right, so we have AMC GME right here. We have TKAT, which was a ticker symbol suggested by some of the fans. Let's see. I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to straight up change the thumbnail, because the DTCC is so hot right now. So hot right now. DTCC, hot. I'm going to change it to that DTCC thumbnail, and then I'll go back. DTCC moon. Beautiful. We got some goats. Let's go. Oh man, we got goats and we got gorillas. Echo Lotus, what's going on? Thank you for the super again. We are Kong against Godzilla hedgies. Thank you guys. I like how all of you are on board. All right, caution to the wind, and Joseph M, and King Yuck Package. How did you possibly? Oh, I thought that was your name, Callum. Okay, so does it work? It works, right? Well, you place an order, the everything is fine. Okay, just checking. Why we're very bullish on GME this week. We're gonna do one of these, and then we're gonna go to TKAT. Okay. If you guys have other ticker suggestions, I'm looking for them. We're gonna do just the general run-of-the-mill technical analysis today, while we're waiting for the actual squozening coming up in the quadruple witching day. We need King Cuck merch now. I mean, can I say it? Is it a demonetizable word? I'm gonna stop saying it just in case. Oh man. Okay, so I'm very bullish on GME this week. Strange price action. There has been a lot of strange movement in GME stock price over the past couple of weeks, but today it stands out for me. So today's chart and price action, right? Do some technical analysis right here. When market opened today, this was yesterday, almost all technical indicators were very bullish for GME. Kind of like how the technical indicators are bullish right now for GME. If you focus up, we see some major solidification of the RSI right here, and the orange line right of the MACD is over the signal line, far over it. In fact, it does feel good. We have ALVR, we have AC, we have CCIV. We got you guys on the backlog right after TKAT. Yeah, TKAT we are gonna take a look at in just a second. Okay. So looking at the chart today, the price action was playing out somewhat as expected. It tested an early support around $210 to $211 before entering a rising channel for most of the morning. Indicators remained bullish for the entire time, but volume wasn't showing up. After 2 down days, it was a perfect opportunity to create a massive move and gap up, potentially causing a small squeeze, but nothing happened. What's going on here? So Volume never showed up, and the move started to become exhausted. At about 1 p.m., we started seeing the price test the lower end of the channel repeatedly. At this point, we were going to go see some bullish continuance. We would like to see a spike in volume to push it back up into the channel. We repeatedly didn't see this, and it eventually failed. And then what happened? Nothing. The failure to maintain the bullish move was a perfect opportunity for those holding stock positions to pounce. They could have used a fairly minimal amount of capital to smack the price down and likely blow right past this morning's support of 210, and maybe even break below 200, right? Because this is what happened earlier for GameStop today. It was a golden opportunity, but literally nothing happened. Even now at 2 p.m., it is trading sideways, literally no volume. Okay, so the gamma squeezes, you guys probably already understand how the gamma squeeze works, right? There is a result of open interest in options and hedging by the market makers holding those options. So they have options, they don't want them to be in the money, they have to buy them, they have to buy the actual stock if they were naked in those options, yada yada yada. If they buy, that causes action, price action to go up. So therefore is the thesis. Good luck, Mr. Meatball, says Mr. Corgo. Can you elaborate on Quadruple Witching Day? Smooth brain need more info. Yeah, you could just think about it as a day that's going to have a ton of volume. It happens 4 times a year, so once every 3 months, and is where 4 different markets end up closing out their contracts at the exact same day. Which means you can imagine it's where everyone's homework is due. That's a good way to say it, right? It is where everybody's homework is due. Andrew P was the rise to 350 a gamma squeeze. It was not a short squeeze. The shorts did not cover to the level that we expected. So there you go. Let's see, my thesis. If we can get under 150 by Friday, this gives us several strike prices in $10 increments, many of which have large open interest amounts. Ooh, so they're expecting to go under 150. If we end up opening at 250 plus on Friday, most open interest that can realistically end in the money will already be in the money and thus already fully hedged against. This means there is little to no opportunity to force a gamma squeeze. So if we are down today below 150, then we are going to be able to have more of a chance for a gamma squeeze. Not only does open interest go against us, but we need to move the price up to $50 to hit the next large batch of open interest, and then the next $50, and then after $400 goes $100 increments. Additionally, it takes an exorbitant amount of money to move the price from 250 to 300. It takes much less to move it from 150 to 160, then 160 to 170, and so on. And along the way, you're picking up more and more buying pressure from market making hedging. An added bonus to keep the price lower is that it will increase the open interest on FDs or FTDs by lowering the premiums at strike prices between 150 to 150-ish, which is where we really need the most open interest. Let's see. Yeah, if you notice, nobody is selling. If you look at the volume here, right? Just look at this part of the graph right here. People aren't selling. There's just no volume to indicate that that is the price is changing because of actual buying or selling. So there you go. Okay, an added bonus to keep the price lower is that it will increase the open interest. Okay, so conclusion. Short positions desperately do not want the price to drop too much before Friday. The squeeze needs an explosive movement to trigger, just pulling back the bow and arrow and hitting off older to the moon. It will take significantly lower amount of capital and volume to trigger a large move. Long positions want to see as low of a base as possible going into Friday. If you guys are like suspicious or confused, think about it this way, right? The call options that are bought for Friday had been bought back when GameStop was feeling hot, right? While it was feeling like it could go all the way up to $800. That means that those are already set. Those contracts already exist. So the lower the price goes for GameStop today, the more momentum it'll be able to have tomorrow because of the snow that's already been put on the ground, right? If the snowball is the gamma squeeze, the amount of snow put on the ground is already a ton because of the opportunity, the optimism that people saw last week. Thomas, Intra, Bartola. How long would it take for my account to transfer from Robinhood to WeBull? I want to switch, but don't want to not have access to my stocks when GME launches. It will likely take at least a couple of days. So we're talking about days, not weeks. It will take a couple of days. So if you are worried that the squeeze will happen in the matter of days, which it might, then what I recommend is just opening up a WeBull account, fund it, and that way you'll be able to access the market to buy more so that this stuff doesn't happen, just in case, right? Use the WeBull link in the description down below. You go ahead and go get Fidelity, go get SoFi. SoFi is also a link. You can get $50 for free. I'm actually working on a partnership with them right now, so I'm probably gonna have a better SoFi link for you in the future, but as of right now, there you go. What? Oh, somebody just bought a shirt, I think. Okay, cool. All right. Someone just bought a hot stuff mug. Thank you. If you're the one doing it, you let me know, because I want to say I think you're my first official sale, because I just built the store yesterday, so I want to appreciate you. Dead Hunter 22. Thank you for the BBBY analysis. It has high short interest like GME, so hopefully it will, with the new DTCC rule, explode. Love the show. Thank you, Dead Hunter. I appreciate that. Let's see. So in that case, Photonese is having a really good analogy right there. So right here we have TKAT. It is on a major rip, 45%. Looking at some pretty major volume as well, 17 million with a high of $40. So it is already down 25% from its high, but that's okay. And that low of 26. Wow, so that is an insane amount of growth in a very short amount of time. I'm pretty sure because it has such an insane amount of growth that there's not going to be substantial technical momentum analysis that we can do, other than saying that it seems like the lowest it has gone in a week or so is this price right here at $2.35. Now, of course, we always want to be able to focus on the holistic picture. So what we have here is the RSI dipping not actually that far below 30 and then recovering here. MACD line far exceeds the signal line right here. That accounts for this major rip, which was an impulse wave quickly corrected by a corrective wave. We have we could say something is here. This doesn't seem like a strong level of support if TKAT were to fall back down. It was rejected here, so that is seeming like the place where it's going to fall back down to, if it will fall. So we can put it here. Seems like it dipped down to that level real quick earlier on in the day, and now it is trading sideways here. Let's see if we can get some news about TKAT. Oh, Scott, what's going on? Thank you for joining the Moon Platoon. I really do appreciate that. That means that you're going to be featured in one of these end credit screens over here in the Moon Platoon, Billionaire, and Space Legends. Thank you guys all so much for supporting the show. Yep, here we go. Ooh, Rocket Lab for SPACs. SPACs are interesting. They're getting hot. They're kind of like the NFTs of the financial markets right now, because they're like, ooh, SPACs. Exciting, shiny. Doesn't seem like there's a ton of news about TKAT. Is this just like an art? Oh, this is because it's an NFT company? Integrated media technology stock gains on NFT craze. Okay. Interesting. Simply Wall Street announcing Tycoon art. Okay, let's see if this is oh yeah, okay. You can read this real quick. Tycoon art. Soaring and exciting. Exciting, huh? Don't we have a way with words today, Yahoo? Tycoon art has an exciting 747% in the last year. Wow. Okay. Which means, while some are satisfied with an index fund, active investors aim to find truly magnificent investments on the stock market. When an investor finds a multi-bagger, a stock that goes up 200%, it makes a big difference to the portfolio. For example, Tycoon Art Co. Limited. We're going to talk about this real quick, and then we're going to go back to GameStop because we are looking at them briefly. Oh, it does seem like GME just hit a rip while I wasn't looking. GME hit a rip from below $200 all the way up. This is as, oh, be careful guys, if you're hopeful now, this is the definition of an impulse wave. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Honestly, there's even more that's trailing from above it. Let's see if we're setting up for an even stronger impulse wave or if we're setting up for a corrective wave. Either way, this is also well known as a bear trap. Be careful, this usually breaks downward. That's okay, right? As we've read from that DD, it may be better that we actually trend downward. Okay. So people were asking about TKAT. I'm going to finish this up real quick and then we're going to look at AC. Takun Art wasn't profitable in the last 12 months. It is unlikely we'll see strong correlation between its sharing price and its earnings per share. Arguably, revenue is our next best option. Shareholders of unprofitable companies usually expect strong revenue growth. That's because fast revenue growth can be easily extrapolated to forecast profits, often of considerable size. You learning something yet? We're picking up the best articles right here. In the last year, Takun Art saw its revenue grow 71%. That's stonking, what? Stonking growth? Even when compared to other loss-making stocks. Huh? Is this Yahoo Finance? Am I missing something? Is this a typo? When the share price has really rocketed in response to gaining 747% as previously mentioned. Did I just suddenly forget how to read? What is going on here? Man. Mods are the real MVP, says Vlad Hernandez. Correct. What the share really rocketed in response, gaining 747% as previously mentioned. Despite the strong growth, it is certainly possible the market has gotten a little overexcited, but if the share price does moderate a bit, there might be an opportunity for high growth investors. The company's revenue and earnings over time are depicted in the image below. Charts. Anyone like the charts that Jay Powell put on? They have the same energy. I was like Anthony Fauci, but no, it's Jay Powell. If you are thinking of buying or selling Takun Art stock, you should check out this free detailed report on its balance sheet. Stonking. Stonks. A different perspective. It's good to see that Takun Art has been rewarded shareholders with a total shareholder return of 747% in the last 12 months. That's better than an annualized return of 18%. Oh, stonking is UK slang as far as I know. It's sometimes says that something is stonking if it's really good. Well, this is a stonking good article then. Oh man. Let's see. Well, it is well worth considering the different impacts, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so Takun Art is showing 5 warning signs in our investment analysis, 2 of which are potentially serious. Uh-oh. Earnings have been declining by 57% per year. Has less than 1 year of cash runaway. This is a pretty ugly sign right here. Has a highly volatile share price for the last 3 months. Yeah, and does not have meaningful revenue. I would say right now that if it's riding some sort of wave, that there's a technical that we don't fully understand, maybe, but right now it certainly is acting like a runaway stock, and I do not chase runaway stocks. Oh man, stonking good article right there. Alright, AMC has just faced its corrective wave. Don't say we didn't warn you. GME looks like it's about to face the same. This is an impulse right here, then faces off and consolidates downward. So we have AMC down at 5% up. It's still above its resistance level at $14, but it seems to me that there's a brand new level of resistance up here to $14.50. Right there. So now let's see how long can AMC and GME bounce off of these 2 levels of resistance. AC. Is this the stock that you guys want me to look at? TKT is halted. Uh-oh. You guys learn about it right now. C777. Yo, what's up, Andrew? Hope you and Meatball are good. Thanks, man. I really appreciate that. Let's see. Guys, I recommended we look at TKAT because it was halted list. Not trying to distract anything, just bored and looking at things. All good, Eric. All good. Let's see. The Z-Man says, day traded TKAT so hard, make a couple hundred. Nice. Yeah, my new favorite word is stonking. That's good. People are telling Trey that it was a scam to be careful of TKAT. Yes, be careful. Oh, DFE tweeted. I am now very wary of DFE's tweet because last time he tweeted, it's always sunny in Philadelphia, and I think that kind of killed my stream. So I'm going to look for myself to see if it's okay. And then I'm going to show you guys. Okay, I think this is fine. It's a TikTok. It's a TikTok of a cat scratching a toilet. What does this mean? It's scratching that toilet. It wants to open up the toilet, but it can't. Or perhaps it's scratching the wrong way. It wants to open the toilet, but it's scratching the wrong way. What do you guys think that is? It's just a TikTok of a cat scratching a toilet. Okay, so yeah, GME focus, please, of course. Let's go back to GME real quick. GME looks like it is on, that corrective wave didn't actually take. It might be actually on another part of its impulse. Let's see if it continues onward. Let's see. Hey, good morning, Adam Smith. First time on the channel, what are your thoughts on TAAT? Let's take a look at TAAT in a sec. Richie Rich, Andrew, your streams are freaking stonking. Great. Oh, I appreciate that. Oh, flush the hedgies. Oh, okay. Okay, fine. I'll play it. It better not. Don't at me. Don't at me, YouTube. Oh.
Hey, you get down the fiddle and you get down the bow. Kick off your shoes and you throw them on the floor. Dance in the kitchen.
Perfect. Okay, there we go. Now we watch it with the volume. Okay, there you go. Edge is going down the toilet. Uh-oh. Can we read that AMCDD from Reddit? Link sent via Instagram. Okay. And after this, we are going to focus up on GameStop because it looks like it is still on part of its rip. It's a cute little rip, but from a low of 200, just sub 200, it is not bad. Nothing to scoff at. Got these George W's, says the Spiz. Okay, Holdstein post on WallStreetBets. When did you send it to me? Oh, here we go. AMC possibly has 131 million synthetic shares and more in the market. Okay. After this, we are going to go back to GME. AMC possibly has more 131 million synthetic shares and more in the market. Disclaimer, this post is based on uploaded data given to the public. Too long, didn't read. AMC possibly has 131 million shares and more due to Robinhood 3.4 billion capital raise to cover GME and AMC shorts. 27 million FTDs and uncovered expired in the money calls from the past few weeks. Edit 1. CFO and CEO shares received our RSUs, right? So I did know this when I was typing, so just make sure to know that. And FTDs, failure to delivers, edits are bolded, please read. So what is float? Oh, okay, this is going to start at the very beginning. So if you guys are still confused about float and calculating the float, let's just focus up here. Easy peasy. Okay, so we got what is float? Well, by definition, float refers to the regular shares a company has issued to the public that are available for investors to trade. Dom N says, I'm thinking DFV's tweet is related to Ryan Cohen's Dumb and Dumber gif tweet of Harry on the toilet. Uh-oh, the squeeze. You're thinking with your brain. Thinking with your brain. Smashing that like button, that subscribe button with your brain. Let's do it. That is the number of shares available for the public to trade after the distributed shares to the insiders and institutions. So this is just the number of shares you and I can trade. It's essentially all the bananas left in the tree. After some people get special bananas, but right now this is the regular types of bananas. In Ooga Booga language, the float is the number of bananas available for apes to trade that allow apes to buy or sell diamond bananas. Calculating float is pretty simple. It's the number of outstanding shares minus the number of insider shares and the number of institution shares. However, if the synthetic shares exist, this equation won't work because the float includes the number of issued shares available and synthetic shares combined. So to calculate this, here it is. Right, we got 166 million, average volume here, blah, 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 400 million float. Right, that's just how many shares, how many bananas are on the tree. And how many percent is held by insiders, how many percent is held by institutions, right? Pretty simple. This is just this number. These two numbers added together minus the total number of shares is the number of float. As I said earlier, float refers to the regular shares a company has issued to the public that are available to trade. As an example, supposedly ticker symbol DANK had 8 million outstanding shares, 22 and 38% of insiders and institutions held respectively. This meant that the remaining percentage, which is 40%, let's see. Let's move up predictive and analytics in R. Verbal DDO. I'm afraid to say that R is an inferior language to Python. Get me in the chat right now. Scissors in the chat for Python. Forget R. I'm tired of R. Let's see. This means that the remaining percentage, which is 40%, right? Let's do some math. 100% minus blah, 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 of the 8 million outstanding shares are considered as the float, right? 40% of 8 million, that's 32, so 3.2 million. Calculations of the example, DANK. Outstanding shares, 8 million, blah, 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 3.2 million. Okay, look, math whiz. And now to implement the equation to calculate the actual float of AMC. AMC 2008-01. Outstanding shares, 450 million. Insider shares. This number times what we saw, 2.3, right? So that's 10 million. And this institution shares is this bigger, way bigger number, 167 million. So the actual float is method 1, 272, or method 2, 272. So they're both 272. According to compare to Yahoo's data, the float does not equal the reported data on their website. I suspect this is due to synthetic shares created due to naked short selling. So now, if we minus the calculated float that contains the real shorted shares from the reported float, the remaining will be the synthetic shares. Now, this is some real back of the envelope shenanigans here. So take this with a huge grain of salt. Synthetic shares calculation. 403 million minus 272 million is 131 million. That's a ton. WeBull reports the same data as Yahoo. However, MarketWatch reports the float as 375 million. Still trust Yahoo and WeBull. So if you don't, this calculation is inherently wrong. You have to you basically have to trust these two sources in order for this calculation to make sense. So that's why I take it with a big old grain of salt. Okay. All right. Let's see. External note, the path AMC takes to squeeze will likely deviate from GME due to beta and fundamentals. Once again, if you guys haven't yet caught up on the beta analysis, actually let's cover beta right now. They're not going to delve deep into this since the post is about synthetic shares, but beta is another tool to measure the rate of change of something. Beta is essentially a measurement of market risk or volatility. It indicates how much of the stock fluctuates up or down compared to the other stocks. These other stocks being the overall market. It is a correlation between the movement of the stock price and the movement of the entire market, such as the S&P 500. Note. Okay, yeah, this is okay. Well, we're going to cover beta in a second. Note, many people seem to think that for AMC to squeeze, GME has to squeeze. While this is true, since both share Citadel as a common enemy, thank you, Hector, with the coffee. In the morning, so good. Have similar ETFs and were a WallStreetBets second stock to squeeze on GME. This is why when GME was shorted this Monday, AMC wasn't getting shorted. XRT was shorting GME, and lucky us, XRT does not have AMC in as a holding. Okay, there are a lot of ETFs that do have both AMC and GME, which is why one of the reasons why they trend seemingly in parallel. However, XRT is not one of them. There are several more deviations that I will post in a future DD. Right now, they would argue that the only pattern AMC will mirror GME is when a short ladder attack is done by the same ETF quadruple witching day and when the squeeze happens. Ooh, baby, that's some pretty good knowledge right there. If you guys haven't seen that fact check video, go ahead and check that out. It's the 5 facts that you need to know about the squeeze. People don't realize that GME doesn't cause a gamma squeeze or a short squeeze. Short interest, shorts availability, naked short selling, cost to borrow, days to cover, utilization rates are what causes a stock to skyrocket. So if AMC has, hold on a second. In primitive language, GME isn't the fuel that causes AMC to moon. The mentioned variables are the fuel to cause AMC to moon. Remember, guys, we are not in a civil relationship here. We are just good friends who are supporting each other in our moon journey. As of right now, AMC has all of this. What AMC lacks is publicity, volume, and organic growth, guys. This is going to be some farm-fed, free-range, keto, mom-friendly, Oprah and Beyonce approved organic growth. This is what we're looking for. The reason why organic growth is important right now is that we want people to realize that AMC is not a meme stock anymore. It's a legitimate stock to invest in and squeeze independently of GME. Important to realize this, right? Important to realize this. Currently, the trader sentiment is 92-8, meaning that 92% of people are buying the stock and only 8% who own AMC are selling. Let's get it to 101% to 0. AMC CEO and CFO currently both acquire almost $1 million worth of shares each. These are compensated RSUs, right? You might have RSUs if you worked for a tech company. It's basically an unreceived source of income in the form of shares that are given once you meet the certain guidelines. Basically, work and do your job for a certain amount of time. To simplify, RSUs are promised money that can only be given if you keep your promise. They're actually promised shares, to be specific. AMC provided another 3.75 bonus to their CEO on the 28th for his extraordinary efforts of employees. Right? We've talked about this before, whether or not this is worrisome, that even in a dark age for AMC, that he was given almost a $4 million bonus. The fact that AMC can provide their CEO with a $4 million bonus with estimated negative earnings and profit that has yet to be proven quite dumb unless AMC is swimming in cash right now. Despite being on the brink of bankruptcy and having earnings reports that weren't expected to beat estimates, AMC was still able to provide their CEO with a bonus, knowing that they haven't even covered both their CEO and CFO's RSUs. In my opinion, AMC would never have done this unless they believe a bright future is ahead post-pandemic, meaning AMC believes they can generate revenue and gains, as said in the AMC conference call, which we heard on the Four HODLmen conference call. So we discussed that together. Oh, look, they even discussed beta here. Okay, in that sense, even the AMC CEO stated that he is quite bullish despite being in the negative. However, Aaron's view remains bullish on the overall movie industry. Okay, great. In that case, AMC is looking less and less like a dead cat. So there we go. Oh boy. So just in case you guys were wondering how beta works, right? Let's say that X can be any number. I'm not sure if the range can be any number, but let's just say it. If it's positive X equals 1, the stock price correlates identically to the market, and that's already a reason for concern. But basically, however the market moves, the stock is like, oh, me too, I'm following. Positive. The stock price amplifies the market price due to the stock price having more volatility. So the markets are seeing a green day, and then this stock is seeing an extra hard green day. However, if it's positive and less than 1, the stock price doesn't affect the market's overall price due to the stock price having less volatility. The stock price moves slower than the market price. So everyone else gets a big lift and they only see a small one. This works in a negative way too for both. Even if X is positive, you're going to see a much larger negative effect if the entire market is negative. And now we can talk about the negative X. The stock price correlates to the market price inversely. When the stock price increases, the market price decreases. And then regardless of the stock price moving up or down, if it's neutral at 0, the market price stays unchanged, or at the very least is uncorrelated. So there you go. According to Zach, GME's beta of -2 as of the 28th, and AMC's beta is 1.3. If the betas are still around the same, expect AMC to move along the market and GME to move opposite of the market, or at the very least resilient of the market based on the S&P 500 or the NASDAQ. Conclusion: 131 million synthetic shares and counting. So how can we get them to get these synthetic shares out of here and start this squeezing? Well, I'm not sure if it's safe to say that there are at least 131 million, as long as you trust Yahoo Finance and Robinhood, but that doesn't mean that the FTDs are covered, and if they were, we should have seen a mini squeeze already. And if you have been following AMC, the daily volume prior to this week was enormously low relative to the average trading volume, right? So understand that once again, we are seeing some pretty dang stinky volume right here, especially for GME over here. But for AMC, it is at 52 million on the day. It has already been an hour and change since the market has opened. Fails to deliver on the given day are cumulative number of all fails outstanding until that day. Okay, this is a big conclusion, but the main point is if we want a squeeze as gorilla gantuan as GME to make gorillions, the short shares would have to be around 800 million. And then remember the 131 million synthetic shares we calculated earlier. If we divide by 131 million by 800 million, then multiply by 100, we get 16%. This means that 685 million, 84% more synthetic shares are required. This is annoying that we that they had to multiply by 100. This person isn't good at math. It's just trying to say that this is currently, we're 16% of the way to the number of synthetic shares that we need. This might seem a lot, but as I stated earlier, there are still existing synthetic shares that have yet to be covered that haven't been included in Yahoo's data. So these synthetic shares that haven't yet to be covered aren't even in AMC's market, and the $3 billion from Robinhood expired in the money calls that didn't get covered, 27 million FTD and etc. have not been included in these finance websites. Patience is the game here. With the DTCC ruling soon to be in play, it's only a matter of time. Citadel and friends are on a timer. We, the apes, are on a countdown. Ooh, that's beautiful. Basically what I'm saying is monkey see, monkey do, monkey buy, monkey hodl, monkeys 2008.1 monkey picture. All right, so if you guys learned something from that video, just understand that the float percentage is a good way to be able to tell exactly how many synthetic shares are in the market. Do this not only for AMC, but you can also try for GME as well. If you started this financial journey of education with me, I really do appreciate it. Make sure to smash that like button if you liked some of the parts of learning about either beta or about synthetic shares. And if you liked being able to learn with us, hitting that subscribe button is the way that you will stay being able to learn with us. Thanks to the people in the Moon Platoon, Space Legend tier, and Gorillionaire tier. And we will see every one of you. Doesn't matter how you've supported the show. It doesn't matter how you guys got us up to 60,000 subscribers. We will see all of you on the moon. Okie doke. 4,000 of you. What's going on, guys? Smashing that like button because Brandon up there had his goal completed. Now Avox here needs to complete his goal for 10,000 views. 10,000 views. Let's get going. Not a dead cat. Addy D, thanks for being my GME oracle through all this. Initiated partial transfer to Fidelity yesterday. Hoping to buy a taste dip before tomorrow in Fidelity. Great job, Addy. Making sure that you have multiple ways to access the market is key. We do like that. Okay, so we went through Rensel's DD. There is a whole article about why does GME's negative beta mean nothing? I think this might be a fun video. Why does GME's negative beta mean nothing? Tells us nothing one way or another about whether or not the shorts have covered. I mean, yeah, that's true. Too long didn't read GME's negative beta doesn't mean anything. For now, I'm going to take some ticker requests as well as going through a little bit of technicals. What we see here for AMC, as predicted, we saw an impulse wave up into the $14.51. This is also well known as a bit of a bear trap setup here. We saw a correction. This dropped us all the way down to this support level again at $14.10. Seems like clockwork, drips down all the way down here, and now seems like it has a lower level of resistance being rejected twice at $14.37. Now this is an interesting action right here. Basically bimodal transacting at the exact same time. However, as you note, the AMC does work as expected of the market, and the MACD is currently above its signal line, although it did kiss it, just kissed that signal line real quick. So as of right now, it seems like AMC still has a ways to go to actually surprise us about where it's taking off next. Mark Weiss. Does Robinhood eventually actually purchase shares that we buy? Here is the answer to that question. And I'm going to take whoever had the first ticker symbol suggestion, and that's Coop. I'm going to do Coop, and then I'm going to do ALVR. And then I'm going to come back and take more suggestions later. Coop. So does Robinhood have to buy your stonks eventually? Yes, if they want to. So what they do is they say, hey, we bought your share, wink. And if they expect the price to go down, they're not going to buy your share until it comes back closer to the price you actually bought it at. This is basically exactly the same as a naked option. Essentially, they're saying, yeah, we promise that you can have this share in which you thought you were actually, one, changing the market, two, like making the price action like actually make a difference, and three, you know, participating and doing your financial civic duty. And yet at the end of the day, they could easily be like, yeah, just kidding, actually, we don't have any stonks for you. That's sucky. At the end of the day, if they did want to be able to buy that stock because the price of that stock has now far exceeded the price that you bought it at, or maybe just starting to hug it, then they would just be mitigating a risk by buying the stock. Essentially, it's the same as delta hedging. It's the same as saying, oh, the strike price is getting real close. By strike price, I mean the actual price that you bought the stock at, so now we're going to have to buy it. And that's how they got margin called. They just had so many shorts, as well as these stocks that are just existing on margin that they needed to cover, they couldn't cover. Oh boy. Let's see. So we're going to talk about GME in just a second. I am going to change my ice pack. It's going to take 10 seconds, and I'll be back in just a second after a sip of coffee. All right. Coffee time. So, GME. It had a high of $218 today. That is pushing up against where it's been rejected before. In fact, it's almost like clockwork seeing how it was rejected at 218 multiple times earlier. At 210, GameStop is sitting pretty right here at just hovering right where it closed yesterday at 209 and change. GameStop is seeing two small dips, 1 and 2. This is essentially the A, B, C of a corrective wave. Can we expect that this wave is over, or are we expecting that this is going to continue? This is one of the first questions about the Elliott wave theory. So that's one of the things that we are noticing about GameStop. Had fell into a bear trap like it predicted. It started to see a correction, and now that the correction has two major waves, is the correction over? Each wave can be broken down into sub-waves. So right here, this is just testing the same resistance twice. So as of right now, AMC, it is a guessing game of whether or not it is going to start a new impulse wave, or is it going to actually continue this test and rejection at $14.14. So, Mr. Super from Joseph Rosello. Joseph says, can't post link, but please read Reddit article that titled, "This isn't a physics experiment where all the factors are known and calculatable. Here's where the squeeze won't happen easily and how to fight that." Okay, so we have this article, we have the beta article. This isn't a physics experiment. Okay, I just need to search it then. Joseph, I got you. Oh man, Reese Beats says, I bought GME and AMC via Cash App. What's your take? Cash App, it just makes it easy. Doesn't actually give you the right tools or the right, like, it's fine. Like, keep your shares on Cash App if you're afraid of missing the squeeze, but do try and open up a WeBull account so that you can have multiple options, right? You like options, and they're all free, and you can get 2 free stocks, essentially 2 free AMC on top of that. So use that link in the description to be able to get that. Propaganda says, with Robinhood, if you buy a deep in the money call and then immediately exercise, does it force them to buy the shares? If they only buy the shares on a calculated risk if they think that the price is going to continue going upward, right? It's the same thing as an option. So far as the DD has revealed. So far as the DD has revealed, they are going to buy the shares if they think that they would lose money by not buying the share. But if they don't need to buy the share, why would they? They're hoping that the price of the stock goes down. Okay, I'm searching for that article, Mr. Rosello. This isn't a physics experiment where all factors are known and calculatable. 22 minutes ago. Okay, this is an interesting little article here. This isn't a physics experiment where all the factors are known and calculatable. Here's why the squeeze won't happen easily and how to fight that. So after this, I'm going to look at Mr. Coop, and then I'm going to look at ALRV. Oh, smash that like button, says Alvano Cavillo. I think so, or Cavillo. Can I pay for your merchandise with Doge? I really wish you could. So, if you are the founder of Dogecoin and you're watching my channel right now, let me know if you can help me figure out how to get my merch set up with Doge. Oh boy. Cool. So people are buying the Moon Platoon shirt here. Let's just see what people are buying here. People are buying the Moon Platoon shirt. Let's see. People are buying another Moon Platoon shirt. Moneyball mug seems like it's a really hot one right now. I like that Moneyball mug too. And the Moneyball mug. Yeah, the Moneyball mug is selling like hotcakes. I only have a limited number of those, so guys, go grab them while you still can. So this isn't a physics experiment where all the factors are known and calculatable. Here's why the squeeze won't happen. I decided that easily. I decided to have a thought experiment regarding the upcoming GME squeeze and how Robinhood can successfully prevent that, or at the very least greatly reduce its growth. Here's what I came up with. So always try and put your brain in the place that Robinhood is currently at, because they're also thinking. They're also being like, how can I use my brain to screw over people who give me money? Oh, I know. I could just lie and cheat and keep doing things that benefit me and not others. So the thread stated that we Robinhood users paid the price for those shares, that our total share count in Robinhood account rose accordingly, but that the money we gave Robinhood was not used to actually purchase those shares, meaning that the market price per share wouldn't increase because our demand never actually affected the supply. In my thought exercise, we saw how this practice essentially muzzled our voices. Our money kept being in limbo, not affecting the market in any way. I also tried to imagine how this dirty trick can be reversed and trap the hunter instead. That's when I came up with this idea. In my hold on a second. In my thought exercise, wait, where is the idea here? The best way to dramatically, founder of Doge is no longer affiliated with the coin, got pushed out by the Rabbit community, doesn't even hold a position in Doge anymore. Oh no, Steven Smith. Made another art piece. Oh, Eugene, I gotta check it out. The best way to dramatically increase real demand on the real shares of GME and AMC is to force Robinhood to physically buy the shares that we've already paid for, instead of letting them just have placeholder phantom shares in our account. And the only way to do that is to request an account transfer to another brokerage. Now pay close attention to where my thought experiment took me, and let me know what you think. Number 1, selling your phantom Robinhood GME AMC shares will do absolutely nothing to the market since they don't exist. If you elect to sell, all Robinhood will do in this situation is to give you the money that those fake shares are worth. Nothing will affect the market. Okay, so this is a tricky question, because if the price of GameStop is way above the price that you bought it for, it's likely that Robinhood actually does have your shares, right? Because it's not worth it to them to keep riding the wave unless they're sure that GameStop is going to go to the ground, unless they're sure that GameStop is going to bankrupt soon, right? So in that sense, if they give you the delta on it, they're just going to give you the delta if it's negative because they never had the share. That's a really good point, though, is that if you sell at a loss, it's likely that Robinhood never had your share if the price of the stock never exceeded the amount. That's why these small squeezes up to a couple $100s is so important. Holding your phantom Robinhood shares will also have no effect on the market. Number 3, until perhaps the price of this stock exceeds and then Robinhood has the hedge. Buying more phantom Robinhood shares will likewise not affect the market. The money stays with Robinhood as they just add numbers to your share account in the app. That is once again only if. So it's specifically saying that buying phantom Robinhood shares is just buying a share in Robinhood and hoping that they're actually going to buy the share themselves. That said, they will buy the shares if they expect the price to go up, because it's just too risky if they can't expect the price to go down. If they do expect the price to only go down, then they're not going to go buy it. Mark Weiss, can't stand Robinhood like WeBull, but still want to buy fractional shares. What can I do? Yeah, WeBull lets you buy fractional shares. I'll show you in a second. So obviously I'm no financial advisor. I'm not saying that we need to do this. I'm just a guy that was having some thought exercises and wondering what your guys' opinion on all those thoughts. Please comment below and let me know what you think. Well, that is the play that turns the tables and actually causes demand to affect the supply. What if every Robinhood user officially requested an account transfer to another brokerage? It would force Robinhood to physically purchase a real share for every phantom share in the account and send all of those real shares to our new brokerages. In other words, the market will suddenly have a massive demand on real GME and AMC shares because Robinhood will force to actually buy the shares that we already paid for. Boom! Crisis solved. High fives all around. Not exactly. This is the problem here. Once again, this is a great thought experiment. There we go. This is a great thought experiment, but the end result is entirely tied to, well, what is Robinhood actually doing? We know now that they have the ability. I'm going to look at the camera instead of my face. We know that they actually have the ability now to take the shares that they promised that they would buy for us and just kind of put it in their own monopoly money ledger and say, actually, we owe you this many shares. We might just pay you the delta, or maybe you have to pay us the delta if you lose money on these shares. We know that they had a vested interest in shorting GameStop, allegedly, that allowed them to be margin called for $3 billion back in January. We know that they had a vested interest in keeping the price of GameStop down. And now the question is, well, if these phantom shares exist on Robinhood, how do we get out? Well, first question, are your shares actually phantom? Because think about it from Robinhood's point of view. If you hold shares that had an average price of like 40 bucks, it's very little chance that they didn't buy your shares already, because they would be down $160 per share if they didn't buy. If they did buy the shares, then they would be net neutral, because they don't make money off of your shares. They make money off of your data. So they have no reason to take that huge risk. On the other side, if your average buying price is lower, like mine, then it's possible that Robinhood did not buy your shares. In that sense, it would be a great idea to transfer out, and I really recommend being able to use WeBull, because they also allow for after hours pre-market access as well as pieces of a share, not whole shares. But that's one of the things to also consider, is that WeBull is also free. They also do payment for order flow, and one of the biggest questions that we have talked about in terms of congressional hearing is that right now payment for order flow only hurts you and doesn't get you the best price. But if the squeeze is talking about quadruple, quintuple, millions of dollars on the line here, does a marginal price at 40 bucks really matter? Now here's the biggest question that I need you guys to answer. Do you have access to enough financial markets just in case a Robinhood, a WeBull, or some other clearinghouse decides to pull the plug on these brokers like last time and remove the buying pressure? Because back then we were scrambling, but right now we are a mobilized army. So open up as many accounts as you can so that you can start accessing the market, even if all you do is fund them, so that given the day that one of these brokers shuts down, you still have the ability to do it. I recommend WeBull. Use the link in the description down below. It's the technical app that I use. Even if you don't buy any stocks on it, it's a great way for free to look at all of these technical indicators that I do. So I hope you guys learned something from this video, and liking the video will help a ton. Smashing the subscribe button will also help a ton. And thank you guys for these people specifically for supporting the channel as the Moon Platoon, Space Legend, and Gorillionaire tiers. Okay, so I missed a couple of supers, so I need to go look at them. Founder of Doge, that's right. E. Jean said, made it do another art piece. Let me go check it out. Mark Weiss says, can't stand Robinhood. Yes, you can buy fractional shares with WeBull. and I've done that before. It's very easy. And it's essentially the same, almost exactly the same as Robinhood. Jay Tran, thank you so much for that very generous super. Hypothetically, what would the ideal move to tip to our favor? I actually have proof that Robinhood did not provide shares when I exercised options back in January. Jay, you gotta send me that proof. Send it to me on my business email at AndrewMoBusiness. At JTran. Send it to AndrewMoBusiness@gmail.com. Some of you have not been sending me business emails only. If you want to send me either DD or your dog pictures, send it to me at AndrewMoMoney on Instagram instead. Trey's watching my video? What? How? How could he watch my video? I thought he was also streaming. Trey, if you want to go live, if you want to simulcast, I'm down, bro. Trey, I've been told that you're watching my stream. Let's simulcast if you're down, brother. Only if he's down, maybe for like 20 minutes or something. Okay, so. I'm not a financial advisor, remember. Okay, so JTran, I do want to be able to see that proof. Send it to AndrewMoBusiness@gmail.com. Matt Nilly says, no, Andrew, you won't get pictures of my D. Stop asking. I just want to see your dog. Just show me your dog. Eric Andre says, my 5-year-old is watching with me. She misses Meatball. Can you give Piper a hi? She knows you are a great YouTuber because you have emojis. I do love emojis. Piper, hold on. Make my face bigger. Hey Piper, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day. Just know that Eric Andrus is a fantastic, dad, I think, is a fantastic person to help you learn about finances at a ripe old age of 5 years old. Thank you so much for tuning in each day, and I'm going to be sure to add more emojis in the future. There we go. Oh, that's the Josh thing right there. Thank you, Eric, for that super. Luke Wilmer, Andrew, I'm about to transfer out of Robinhood, but I already have 30% of my shares on WeBull already. My fear is being locked out of selling my shares if the big squeeze occurs within the next week. Thoughts? Yes. You do not want to be locked out, and that's why we were saying weeks ago that the time to transfer was then, and now it is now. It is 1 day away from Quadruple Witching Day. I'm just going to have to say it. They are going to have to pull some real shenanigans if they're going to prevent you from selling, right? How can they prevent you from selling if that's what everyone's afraid of, like missing the squeeze, right? If you're afraid of missing the squeeze, it's not likely that they're going to be able to pull a shenanigan other than saying our entire network is down. If our entire network is down, then maybe they'll be like, oh yeah, no one can sell or buy. Ooh, oh no. So in that sense, that would be just another huge scandal. But so if you're really truly afraid of the squeeze, transfer part of your portfolio, maybe, right? I hope keep the other part diamond, right? Because you're expecting the squeeze to last a couple of days. At the very least, that part of your portfolio that's transferring is going to stay diamond. And that could be a win-win in that sense. Let's see. GME V10 PDF. I heard there's a V11 already. Is V10 better? Okay. Oh, he isn't watching my stream. He's watching an old video I posted. Trey. You know I'm alive. I'm not only live, but I'm also alive. Let's see. Oh, yo, Andrew, who makes the designs for my merch? Well, that's my girlfriend. She makes little drawings. Go follow her at Soapy Pop. Hold on, let me add her in the description. No, wait, sorry. It's okay, what is it again? Soapy Star. Oh, darn. Okay, I'll add it later. But yeah, she makes very nice drawings. Hey, Andrew Momoney, can you say hi to my husband's girlfriend? Says Gabrielle Laspada. Hey, Gabriel or Gabrielle, you have. Hold on a second. Gabriel's or Gab. Okay, never mind. I'm not gonna do this part. I'm not gonna do that bit. I couldn't stop laughing. Oh man. Okay, so Matt Millie says, "Hey, is that normal? Schwab won't let me set a high price for a sell limit, not even at 650. They say it's too high." So first of all, one of my mods actually sent me that theory that if enough of us set a high enough sell limit, that will do something. One, if I actually disseminate that information, that is actual market manipulation. So I definitely cannot say that. And two, I don't think it's gonna work. I just don't think that's gonna work because putting a bunch of high sell limits, like, yeah, maybe your brokers will see that you guys are like stubborn, but they could have seen that anyway. If they watch the stream, they'll see 4,000 stubborn people just checking out AMC and GME on the daily. So yeah, I don't think setting your sell limits high is gonna do a ton. Claudia is watching from Malta. Man, I wish I was out of America right now. So boring right here. AMC is up 6%, right below its daily high of $14.54, just 10 cents away. GME, of course, is up 1%. It's been bouncing, just bouncing, having a bit of a corrective dip one after another. However, this one might be the impulse. If we see this actually trend upward, we might be in good shape. What do you think about DNN as it gets added to the S&P TSX on Monday, March 22nd? Well, I guess we'll find out on the 22nd. Because as of right now, I don't know much about it. None of the visibility on it. I didn't forget her account's name. I forgot her business account name. That's why I didn't want to give her professional. I didn't want to give her personal account name out. Okay. Super from Mel Michelle. Hedgie's running up EXPR as. Whoa, hold on a second. As put your money here at JMO. Just my opinion. EXPR. So I haven't talked about Cooper yet, so maybe I have to. I'm gonna talk about Cooper real quick. Cooper, Mr. Cooper. War Doctor, question. In this theory of Robinhood not really having our GME shares, doesn't that make our pattern day trade strike while trading GME a bit BS since no trade occurred? What is this pattern day trade strike? Are you talking about strike prices, or are you talking about like a sit-in, like peaceful protest? Because I'm not sure if I'm in the loop about this strike. Matthew Dorsey says, follow up on Luke's question. What about selling GME shares on Robinhood and then buy back on Fidelity and WeBull? Bad idea. Yes, that's a bad idea for multiple reasons. One, your shares might not even exist. They're just going to charge you. It's essentially like going to a restaurant and saying, I am going to feed the orphans. And then they're just going to like look at the orphans over there. And then they're going to look back at you and then they'll say, that'll be $200. And then you'll be like, what? I thought I was feeding the orphans. And then they'll say, theoretically, yes. But no, you didn't. So technically you didn't do anything if they didn't own your shares. And if they do own your shares, you end up hurting the stock because of your sell action. So there you go. 2 reasons why you shouldn't sell. Also, you just make less money. You just end up hurting yourself. So don't do that. Transfer your stocks if you want to transfer, or just hold tight, open a WeBull account and fund it and just wait. And you get 2 free stocks with my link down below. I think that's a win-win-win. Kevin L. Have 30 contracts on AMC at $13 strike. Okay, you're in the money, buddy. Does DD say that I should not exercise? Would like to have the shares, but don't want to affect the squeeze. So if you exercise when the price is high, then you're going to be putting additional bullish momentum on top of the top of a impulse wave, and that is something that's the war plan for GME that we read earlier. Matt Millie, thank you so much for joining as a Mo Monkey tier sponsor of the show. This video is brought to you by people like Matt Millie. Thank you so much for pressing that join button next to the subscribe button, which all of you have pressed already. I know that to be true. Jay Tran just sent me some John, this has all of your personal information on it. I don't know how much of I can show of this. John, there's so much personal information Okay, John, let me know what part of this you want me to look at. Tell me which page, and just so that I don't show everybody all of your personal information here. Andrew, did you read GME V10 PDF? There's already a V11 out, isn't there? I will. Hold on, I will. I'm gonna go back to Rensel's DDE, and then I'm going to look at it. Is Vlad a lizard? Gabriel, you're one of my favorite people right now in the chat. Very funny. Huckleberry, very fun username. What are your thoughts about Cash App? Is it a risky app like Robinhood? Yes. Yeah. It just gives you convenience. It doesn't give you anything in terms of like technical analysis like WeBull does. Yeah, I don't think Cash App is a great play. Do not think so. Having a sell limit is risky, but it stops share lending for people who can't turn it off. Oh, Harry Lewington. Interesting. Matthew Miner, thank you for joining as a Mo Monkey. You are a specialized operations infantry member of the Moon Platoon now, and we appreciate you greatly. Thank you so much for sponsoring the show today. Okay, so I'm going to look at V11. I am not a financial advisor, current DD. Click the image to view the English language in browser. Oh, man. Okay, I just downloaded it, so it looks like this. I am not a financial advisor. It then downloaded a PDF, and now I'm looking at a PDF. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I am gonna try and read over this as much as I can because it is very small text. That's the problem, is that the text is just so dang small. It's like almost impossible to read. Hey, you guys already read Avoxier's pledge to buy another up to $40,000 in the meme stocks when you guys reach 65,000 subscribers, which the live counter is right there, or you get this video up to 10,000 likes, right? We're just checking. You guys know this? Okay. We got Cock Have Films in the chat. Hey, what percent of shares does retail currently hold in GME? That's a good question. I don't have that data right now, but I will look it up later. Okay, the ethical rationale behind carefully constructed due diligence. So what I want to do is actually walk through this step by step. However, look at this. It's just such tiny text. I have the screen like all the way up. And it's still, even if it fills the entire screen, it's still so small. Like, I guess I'll go through this like one piece at a time. I'm not gonna do the whole thing, otherwise we're gonna lose a bunch of viewers. So for now, just know that that's in the pipeline right now. I can't say your username, man. Avid Trader is in the chat right now. Another YouTuber with great content. You should do a conference call with him as well. Ooh, baby. Thank you for that, super man. Avid Trader. I've never heard of Avid Trader. Let me look at his YouTube channel. We are talking about stonks. We're talking about stonks right here. We're talking about stonks right here. Let me give you a subscribe. Okay, so if you guys aren't aware, we are talking about the brand new DTCC rules of how their homework is due every day, possibly every single day. The brand new rules are, hey, if you have a risky position in an asset or a short position, a long position or a short position, guess what? The DTCC can come to your door right before market opens every day, an hour before market opens, and say, you need to get us that transparent information, or we're gonna get you to cover. And if they cover that short squeeze, boom, let's see it happen. Essentially, it's like saying, it's like the bungee cord salesman is selling less cord, essentially. It's like, hey, I know you've been trying to bungee jump off like greater and greater cliffs, but from now on, we can snip your bungee cord at any point, and we're selling you less cord every day. So that is a good way to note that DTCC may just save AMC and GME squeeze potential. Let's see. Will new DTCC rules save AMC and GME squeeze? There we go. Now we have SEO. Avoxier, oh, hold on. To add to my pledge, currently sitting at around 16K and still collecting my money for the 40K. Heck yeah, Avoxier. He just doubled down and he is looking good right now. Thank you for the support for the show and for the for all of this, for the meme stonks. Oh, Trey did send me a message. I wasn't watching the stream, just Robinhood. We can have you around lunch when the market is quieter, when you're down. Heck yeah. I think AMC will make a break for 1450 and want to watch that, but we should do a call for sure. Okay, this time he is saying for sure. Last time I was left holding the bag because I thought he was gonna chat, but then he got too busy. Of course, he does work a full-time job, so I do want to say yes. Let's make it happen. I think around lunch for him would be 2 hours before me, so that's 11:10. Is that 10 a.m. for you? Zoom link or Restream link? $10 a.m. for me, not 10 a.m. for him. 10 a.m. PST. Okay, 4,000 of you. What's going on, guys? We are hopefully, cross our fingers, this time actually gonna have trades here in just a sec, but more like in an hour and a half. Tony Alvarez. Tell me if it's Alvarez or Alvarez. I've always had trouble with it. I can already taste these crayons. I'll be eating while I collect my tendies. At this point, I'll even take GameStop in-store credit. You rock, Andrew. Yes! And of course, look at those gaming chairs. You're going to be spending your money at GameStop anyway when this goes to the moon. Let's get going. Zhao He says, I heard from a friend the new DTCC rule is that they have to send info every day instead of DTCC going to check them. So can they still lie on the reports or can't they? Zhao He, that's a great question. Essentially what happens is there was originally a rule that says they have to do a daily report anyway. And now that rule was canceled because there's another rule that says they need to report on every month. So it's essentially kind of like your parole officer saying, you need to come back every day. But you also need to come back every month. And then you hear them and say, what? That's a contradiction. I'm not going to listen to you. I'm not going to do it. So now that they've gotten rid of the requirement that they need to come back every month, there's no contradiction. So now legally they have to show up every day and give them a brand new report. And they could, within 1 hour, be forced to cover at any day. So that's why we are laser focused on the markets. Now the DTCC rule is on. You guys tuning in every single day, listening to this stream, you guys are gonna know it for sure. This is epic, and DTCC is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for GME and AMC. This is not going to be able to happen again. There's just not enough bungee cord that is being pulled out. If you guys don't understand what the role of the DTCC is, they're the purse strings for the purse strings. They're the clearing firms for the clearing firms, right? They have the money, the $1 trillion in insurance, and the backing of all of these other financial institutions. They're essentially a cartel. And right now they're saying, hey, new cartel rules, bedtime is at 8 o'clock, and if you don't turn in your homework, I will literally liquidate you. I will turn you into liquid. All right. So, oh shoot, he worked 30 hours straight? I can't imagine, that's crazy. Woo, Trey, working hard. Working hard. Love that coffee. Oh man, Doodles24 throwing those gorillas in the chat. Thank you. Throw some gorillas in the chat to welcome Trey early. Let's look at Mr. Cooper, and then we're gonna go and take ticker suggestions. Once again, I'm asking for ticker suggestions. Once again, I'm here in front of you to ask for your ticker suggestions. 99% of the 1% have all the ticker suggestions. So if you have a ticker suggestion that you want to show me, I would love to hear it. It looks like Cooper is starting to have a serious bull run that hopefully doesn't trend downward soon. Seems like we hit a solid support twice down here at $28, and then when we tested this this resistance, it was tested multiple times at different places. So actually I just want to be able to draw here at this level of resistance because it was rejected multiple times there. And beyond that, this is actually a strong support as well, was supported twice here. Usually I'm looking for 3 touch points as of right now. I am satisfied with just 2. And as we can see, it is the price action is pulling up the EMA, the 200-day exponential moving average. That's a good sign for the long-term sustained growth. And if we can look at the volume here, I wish they would put the number for volume, because I would like to have like average volume per day. That would be ideal. Okay. Well, anyway. The volume is around 160,000. Not a lot of volume to push, but oh, there it is. Average volume for 3 months, 900K. Okay, so it's 160K for about 2 hours in the market. So it actually is pretty par for the course. Yeah, Cooper seems like in terms of risk reward, it is just testing out its height. It could actually go back up to as high of $40. However, that's just a reward of less than like 5. No, actually, it's a reward of like 10% with a risk of falling through 1 level, maybe 2 levels of resistance down to 32. I would say right now that Cooper is a solid hodl, but I can't give you financial advice. So there you go. Okay, so people are giving those tickers. Ticker symbols. Thaddeus, I got his thumbs up for my Bernie impression. Okay, there's a lot of tickers. Here we go. Cody says, can you address how much GME does retail hold? That's something I don't know how to look up. Look at Yahoo Finance and then look up the float percent. All right, so that's the float is then a number of shares that exist, the number of bananas that exist specifically for retail to hold. Oh man, TRGP. All right, I'm going for a Vox here because he's a MVP over here. TRGP, and then I'm going to have. I thought I already looked at AC, maybe not. Pongf. Hold on. I think I'm gonna go with Pongf and then Etsy perhaps. And SLGG. Oh, Super League Gaming. Okay, I'll look at Super League Gaming. I've looked at it before. So we have Targa Res, which is currently up almost nothing. So it is currently flat for the day. Targa Resources initiated at buy. Okay. Okay, not a ton of news about Targa. Seems like Targa is also doing, stonks are actually, even though the market crash supposedly happened and is maybe even continuing on, it's still looking mostly okay for most of the market here. Strong floor at $26 here. Let's take a look at where it was supported on top of that number. Seems like it was supported here at 28. Supported twice. Stop following me. And then scroll on over. Wow, yeah, this is seeing some real bullish momentum here. Notice that the exponential moving average is just going basically a straight line forward because it has good bones, great bones. Maybe I can turn this off, then I don't have to worry about what's going on here. There we go. And then that level of resistance becomes a new level of support. It dipped down below that support earlier and now it is trading above it. So I would say the reward here is a 5% rise to its most recent level of rejection. It's going to have to struggle against that level again in the future, kind of like an anime boss, right? You gotta, that's the level, that's the best way to explain resistance and support. That's the best way to figure out resistance and support, because they're like anime bosses that you haven't yet defeated and they have to come back later. That's why 3487 is your target here. That's a mighty okay reward, but the risk seems pretty darn stark as well. If unchecked, it could dip all the way back down to 29. Overall, I would say this is a pretty middling in terms of risk stock. So there you go. Let's see. Can you do TA on CLF? Sure. Paul B, I gotcha. Michael Davis, just having a little bit of fun, but thank you for the super. I like memes. I do like memes. Can't stop the meme machine. TGRP. I'm just a man who likes memes. I like anime too. I wouldn't say I'm a self-professed weeb. like Trey. I've been to Fanime, I do the cosplay, but I haven't like, well, actually I've binged hundreds of episodes of One Piece, and I've seen like all of Death Note, all of Full Metal Alchemist. Uh-oh. Am I a weeb? Oh no. Oh no. So, actually, in about 30 minutes, I'm about to talk to the head moderator of WallStreetBets New. And ideally, it's a business call, so I don't want to pull him on a stream with 4,000 people. So ideally, I'm going to take a quick 10-minute break then in 30 minutes. But if you don't go anywhere, I might actually have him on the stream if he's comfortable with it. And let's just see what he has to say about WallStreetBets New. Let's see. Okay, so CLF is on board and is on deck, and then SLG. Thank you, Nicholas Ocampo, for joining the Mo Monkey Army. This is the Meatball Army, the Moon Platoon. We appreciate it. AGTC has a movement. Can we use a meatball lens on that one for a quick second? Thanks. Yes, AGTC, you're on deck. SLGG is on deck. Let's look at CLF first. Cleveland Cliffs. Cleveland Cliffs. Oh wow, you know, there's a lot of stocks just looking at like major bullish momentum without any recourse, which is dangerous because that's a free fall potential right there. We're seeing some pretty major impulse waves upward and barely any corrective waves at all. See, we can see one here. This is an impulse and was minorly corrected through after hours, and then it just keeps on moving upward. You see here, and this is hard to see if there is an actual wave there, but corrected nonetheless. And now here is a straightforward wave upward, consolidation and sideways trading, and then we are moving all the way up to 1768. So I don't have the news here about CLF, but I would say that right now it seems to be pushing brand new heights. It has already reached the resistance level that it had been rejected at before. So if it doesn't get rejected here, I would imagine that it will be rejected soon. The RSI is already pushing 72. I would say right now, if you're thinking about buying, I would stay clear because this is a dangerous stock. It had also been rejected at this level twice before, back in, I think this is early February. This is early February? Yeah. So back in mid-February, be careful because this is a stock that is liable to be rejected again. So SLGG is next. And then we're taking a quick look at AGTC and something else. AGTC and TRUL perhaps. So AGTC, SLGG first. SLGG was the golden child. Honestly, this is the golden child for distractions, you might say. This has been a big distraction, and even Ryan Cohen tweeting on a frog was cause for people to want to be able to buy SLGG. Had a very similar trend like the cannabis stocks like Tilray and Sundial and Afria that had major humongous rips from $2 all the way up to $9. That was the day it was a couple of days it went up 200% nonstop, and now it seems like it is ripping back at its original high. If you held, essentially SLGG is the squeeze comeback that we never thought about, even though it's not a squeeze. It's the comeback story that we deserve for AMC and GME. Right now it seems like it is pushing at its highest highs, which means this is uncharted territory. It was rejected here last time. It's not getting rejected right now. Let's take a look at the MACD line. It just passed over the signal line earlier this morning. Yeah, I would say that this stock is running away, and I would be very scared if I was trying to buy it now. Never try to catch a runaway stock. All right, AGTC and then TRUL. AGTC, we're looking at some pretty okay momentum here. A little bit of sideways, more sideways than our other friends, but that's not a bad sign. So solid floor here. This lowest lows got a little lower than this, but this is where it was testing multiple times at 464. It was rejected at around the $5 range, and it was rejected again. These rejections take quite a while. Essentially, they trade all throughout after hours, and they end up just being like a slow bleed to be rejected at $6. So now that it is testing $6 again, will it be rejected? It did hit a high in the after hours or pre-market of $6.27. I would say the AGTC is, I believe, this is the stock that Trey likes, I believe. If my man is bullish on it, there are some technicals that I must be missing. But as of right now, I would say the AGTC is reaching its brand new height. Its RSI isn't as high as to indicate that it has been overbought. However, do proceed with caution because this is where AGTC was rejected earlier. Okay, so Truel. Let's see if we can get Truel. Thank you, M Ram 199999999999222223334111. Okay. So I'm making sure that I didn't miss out any other thoughts here. So we have NSPR from the Moshing Bacon Strip. We have CCIV from Christine Guerrero. Link, which is a crypto. So I can't look at crypto on WeBull, I'm pretty sure. At the very least, I can't look at altcoin. Joe Mama says, everyone go report CNBC's GameStop hearing vid. They edited out 10 important blah, blah, blah. Okay, interesting. And then Nicholas Ocampo says, thank you, what you do. Can you check out GTBIF if possible? Yes, I would like to do it right now. So let's do Truel first. Once again, if you guys came for the GameStop and AMC, they are right up there. They're always in the top slots on the right and the left. And if you guys are curious about what that big old subscribe button does and how to turn it from red to white, now is the time to press it and press that bell button when it pops up afterward. TRUL for Truel. It's a great way for us to be able to learn together, and I don't think you are going to miss a single day of it. Okay. So we have like 4 stocks on the back burner, and we're going to continue through them. Truel Light. Interesting. So it seemed like it had a bit of a bearish craze, a bullish craze that is basically the definition. This is actually a perfect example of a impulse wave leading to a corrective wave, right? But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 all the way up, and then A, B, C all the way back down, right? This is beautiful. It's essentially math in a nutshell. People come in, they get excited. Some people test new resistances. Some people are like, this is the greatest thing ever, and then bam, falls back down. Okay, so one of the things that I want to be able to mention is that that's the reward, possible highest level of resistance there. It also tested multiple levels here, but not really clear. Not super clear. This is a little bit of a murky stonk right here. I would say right now is one of the biggest things to note is that it's been trading sideways for a long time, and it just seems like very recently had a bit of a spike. Let me zoom out a little bit. Yeah, mostly just trading sideways with a reward of $5. $5.80. Unfortunately, it's gonna need a catalyst to be able to push past there because it seems like it's just been bouncing around 2 very, very close together ranges. Probably around 280 right here, if I can draw. Thank you. And around $1.50. That's actually a 100% increase. So it's not like this stock isn't volatile. It's just that it's been trading between these 2 levels for so long, it almost doesn't feel like the stock can break out of these 2 ranges. So if you can understand that the risk reward for this stock is actually very even, you have the same risk of gaining 80 cents or falling 70 cents roughly. Right now, it seems like the reward is greater than the risk. However, make sure you watch that MACD line. That's one of the best ways to figure out when to get in. It gives us a lot more insight than the other indicators. But do make sure to never consider indicator in a vacuum. Okay, so that's Truel. I'm going to have to skip NSPR. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to go straight to CCIV. Link, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to skip as well. I do plan on making a crypto series soon, So in that sense, if you guys haven't gotten your $250 of free BlockFi yet, go ahead and use that in the description. It's a link, helps you get $250 of free BlockFi. It's really nice. It's really nice. So we have CCIV and then we have GTBIF. Okay, so CCIV, I've drawn out past levels of resistance and support before. Love looking at CCIV. Seems like it's still trending downward. Oh, so it broke this level of resistance earlier, but then it was rejected sooner than expected. So it was rejected at $32 roughly, rather than 34. So that's going to be a brand new level to map out. And now we're just seeing it bounce around between these two levels. So if you're thinking about risk and reward, first of all, CCIV, I'm not bullish on until they sell a car. So that is one of the most important pieces of it. They're trying to reverse SPAC with Lucid Motors, but Lucid Motors has been delaying its car sales, and unfortunately, you can't be a business until you actually sell a car. So maybe still potentially undervalued a great amount. However, if the markets are an indicator right now, it seems like CCIV is going to have to wait until a brand new announcement. So you want to buy and try to buy in before the craziness happens. Right now, it seems like you have two levels of support here before you fall all the way back down to 16 bucks. So if you don't want to fall down to 16 bucks, you do have some support here that should protect you. Okay, so finally, we're almost done. GTBIF, green thumb. Remember those sounds? Perfect. Okay, so Trey is going to send me a restream link at 11:30 CST. So that is 9:30 my time. So what's going to happen is we may or may not have the head moderator of WallStreetBets new on the show. I'm going to jump on the call with him. I'm going to play some lo-fi music. If he agrees to jump on the show, we're going to have him join us and hear about what is the news of WallStreetBets new, which is not WallStreetBets old, the old one, where everything started, and now we are going to be talking to Trey's trades, and it's going to be what a wild ride. It's going to be a wild ride to be sure. So let us see. So we have a hard floor here. Actually, maybe not. I'm going to look at this level of resistance here. It was rejected twice. Actually 3 times. So this is a lower level of resistance than its height. So it's just surpassing that new level of resistance that it was rejected at multiple times. Let me zoom out a little more. Oh, True Light, not True Leave Cannabis. It trades as TCNNF on the OTC. Okay, I am going to check it out. Thank you, MRAM. I don't know my cannabis well enough, apparently. So we have, let's do this line here. So we focus up on the, come on, this level. So this is a stock that seems like it has had some bullish pickup. It seems like it was trending upwards with maybe this is actually just an impulse wave because it does get corrected afterward. Difficult to identify its moving around here. A solid floor at 29.50, and the next floor is this support here at 22.65. Now, though, that is essentially just where it was trading sideways for a while, so it could be that this is just a natural place that people believe that the stock is worth more than. We have the risk reward set up here. All of this is uncharted territory, at least for the short-term period. As of right now, it seems like the amount of volume, let's see how much volume it has, 750,000. On average, it has 750,000. So it's seeing a ton of volume today. That might just be enough for the price to be driven. If you care about volumetric analysis, that is one of the biggest indicators of some major price changes today, good or bad. We're noticing that as of right now, the MACD line is passing over the signal line. So it could be I would say a soft buy if I was giving any financial advice, which I am not, right? As of right now, it is, if it does pass over this level of resistance that it was rejected at multiple times before, it may be able to make major tendies. However, the reward is unknown because this is uncharted territory. All right, Green Giant, you have been bammed. Back to GameStop. GameStop saw a major correction here after getting all the way up to 213. Actually, none of these corrections are very major, but then we are noticing the GameStop still trade sideways on the day. Green for the day though, and that's what we can. That's why we get scissors in the chat, because that's fine. It's all good. It's all good. We are. Jeremy says, should I buy GME on Robinhood? Are you trying to trigger me? Nah, just joking. I'm gonna use this $2,000 band as a coaster. Perfect. So what exactly is trading on Robinhood? Why is it bad? Well, we learned from yesterday that Robinhood at least has shown some solid DD, some solid proof that there is a significant amount of suspicious stuff happening in Robinhood, because when they take orders from you to buy, they first sell that data. So now that everyone in the market knows your willingness to pay, or perhaps if you're selling, your willingness to sell, right? And now all of the people around you can work either in tandem with you or against you, most likely against your decision to tell everyone, the world, like, hey, this is exactly what my position is, how exactly, in like a few microseconds, I'm about to have this position. Right before that happens, the entire world was like, oh, he's about to have that position, boom, 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 and they mess it all up. Okay. So, oh, someone bought a Meatball and Andrew hoodie and the Moon Platoon t-shirt. I'm glad that Moon Platoon t-shirt is popular. Guys, if you haven't checked out the brand new merch store yet, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. I'm just gonna start shouting out people that buy merch. Thank you, Harrison, for buying some merch, and Alexander for buying some merch. Andrew, should I buy a GME on Robinhood? So the reason why you shouldn't buy GME on Robinhood is because they might just not buy the share after you tell them to buy it. They might just like put it on their monopoly ledger, monopoly money, and be like, I owe, you know, X, Y, and Z amount of shares, but they're not going to buy it until they would lose a substantial amount of money, or perhaps they expect to lose a substantial amount of money by not buying it. Remember, their business is not trying to guess the market. They're trying to have the data be sent off to high-frequency trading algorithms so that they can guess the market instead. Their job is to just make as much money as possible. So one of the best ways that they can make as much money as possible, as we've started to learn, is just not giving you a share even when you buy it if they think that they don't need to. If the price only goes down from the point that you buy it, then they'll never have to buy the share because they're never going to lose money by not having the share. So therefore, when you cash out because you're at a loss, you decide to paper hand, then they just give you the difference. So they just literally say, okay, your bill comes down to $200, but they don't put a buy action out there. They don't put a sell action out there. It's all within this funny money world of Robinhood itself. Brendan, what's going on? Are you fighting fantasy and games workshop fans? Auntie B might have a little surprise for you all. Did you change from Uncle B to Auntie B? Just Jess says I should do bandanas as well. I couldn't find any bandanas on Printful. I really wanted to, so I will look a little more, but I couldn't find bandanas on Printful. Oh boy. Let's see. Easy connections between the U.S. government and BlackRock. How the U.S. would benefit the economy considering the number of capital gains tax to collect. Ooh, that's interesting. Yeah, there's gonna be so much taxes that the U.S. collects when the GameStop squeeze happens, right? I'm assuming that most of us, almost like I would say 90+% of us, did not own GME for a fiscal year. If that's the case, you're going to be paying 30% capital gains tax, baby. So every time you think about like $1 million is not a meme, 100K is not a meme. Actually, you're thinking about 70K is not a meme because you're not going to be able to get all of the money from that stonk. Unfortunately, that's just how taxes work. And yeah, people are asking, do they ship all around the world? Yeah, the merch store does ship all around the world, so go check out if you are interested. So I'm going to take this opportunity to actually send a message and be like, hey, if you want to just jump on, I don't even have to go to commercial break. Angel business. Angel business. Hey Eric, I'm currently live streaming. I'm thinking about the email as I am reading it out. Right after this, I'm going to do another technical analysis of AMC and that big red candle that we just saw and are continuing to see. Hey Eric, I'm currently streaming, but I'll step away for our call. Quick question. Did you actually want to join the stream and broadcast our call? I'm sure many people are wondering what the head mod of WallStreetBets new thinks. If so, just apply and let me know. Okay, so there we go. So one way or another, we are going to have a change in the forecast of this plan. It's gonna be pretty fun. It's gonna be good. Almost 4,000 of you. What's going on? Hey, there's 4,000 of you and 2,000 likes, almost to the 10,000 that we need for a Voxier to buy somewhere between $12,000 and $40,000 more for the next dip. You guys want that to happen? Then smash that like button to just share this out with more apes. That's how the YouTube algorithm works. Alexander Ritter, thank you for the super. What Citadel, please short attack, short ladder attack already. I want to buy more tickets. Alexander, you are tempting a dragon with tricks that we are slowly still learning about as they come out. But the most important thing about this is that life is going to go on, right? Depending on how much money you have on GME, it's not like you're going to die once this whole situation is over. So once it's over, you're going to have so much education because you are learning with Andrew Money, you're learning with Professor Meatball, you are building this financial world around you so that next time they pull these shenanigans, you'll be the expert. Right? We're just giving out all this financial education out for free. And that's one of the coolest things about this stonk market. Try Landon. How do we know for sure that WeBull does not sell data? We do know that WeBull uses payment for order flow for sure. WeBull does as well. However, payment for order flow is not the point, right? The data that we provide them allows them to make a little bit of money, and if they do that billions of times, then they make billions of dollars. So that means that if you're thinking about them making $1 billion on PFOF like a year, that's a low estimate, but you can imagine that means that they're only making like the smallest amount of a delta on your transaction, maybe like a cent. And that is how they make money, right? A cent off of your one like $200 GME transaction is worthwhile to pay because originally you were paying upwards of dozens, if not hundreds of dollars in commission anyway. So that's the commission-free, commissionless model. And now we are, like Goldstein said, Alexis mentioned yesterday that she was advocating for a revenue share, right? Should the payment for order flow companies, the free commissionless models give you money to use Robinhood and WeBull? Yeah. Probably, right? They're already a free service, but they're still making money and they're disincentivized to help us. So make the disincentive disappear. Easy peasy. Make it so that they have to pay us to be able to use the application. Okay, so let's go. Powell on deck. Powell Owl. That was funny. Oh boy. GME 208. Yeah, GME is now at the possibly at the end of a corrective wave. Unfortunately, nothing we can do, but this might be what we want, right? We just read a DD of how pulling GME down below 150 today is like pulling the crossbow back. So if that happens, I'm gonna be yawning and ready for tomorrow. Guys, I hope you're ready to stream for 10 straight hours tomorrow, right? That's the longest I'll ever stream. And that's because we are going to expect Professor Meatball back from the vet tomorrow after his surgery, and he is going to be cheering on the charity live stream to protect, I'm going to rehearse now, to protect families of pets with medical procedures that cannot afford them, just like how I was feeling in terms of the uncertainty, fear, and doubt when it comes to my pet ownership situation back when I was a student. So this is going to be vets against FUD, maybe. Vets, or maybe something against FUD, against vet FUD, maybe. Reese Beats, another super, thank you. I logged into my Merrill Edge account and realized I have 4 shares of AMC. What's your take? Should I just leave it there? Not financial advice. You have $40, you have $60 worth of money in an account. I have to say, that's probably not, it doesn't really matter what you do. It probably doesn't matter, so just leave it there. Sell it when it squeezes, you know? Just relax. But I can't give you financial advice, of course. Room plus. The Trade Room Plus or is the WallStreetBets? Which one is Trade Room Plus? Hold on. What is this? If you guys are just joining us, we are expecting the head moderator of WallStreetBets to give me a call in just a second. I asked him if he wants to actually come on the live stream and talk to all of you. So this is a chance for you guys to ask some questions about the future of moderating that subreddit. AMC has just seen some major fat red candles all the way from 1440 down to 1413, picked up at that support level. That's what we like to see. That's exactly the kind of technical analysis that we like to see. It's kind of like a safety net in the back of our minds. That was weird. Okay, so what we got here? Almost 4,000 of you. What's going on, y'all? Takeyese James. And you're new to the channel. Love the content. I know pronouncing my name is going to be a challenge. Fair enough. I'm going to say it's Tagisi. Can you look at BE and INSG, please? Let's see. I probably only have time for one of them before the call. Yeah, I have 3 minutes, so let's look at BE. Bloom Energy. Bloom Energy. Oh boy. So we are looking at Bloom Energy. Oh, pretty darn keeping in between some very strong levels of support and resistance, just like encased in this right here. It's a little bit lower now than usual, but I think this is the level of resistance. It might have already become support. This is the level of support right here. Yeah, it's hard to tell because this is trading slightly sideways. There actually might have to be a little bit of a non-horizontal line action going on here. We're seeing that there was a high of $43 where it was just slowly bleeding out and then ultimately rejected. $44 is the reward here, and currently it's trading between these two levels of resistance. Now, what is the lowest it can go? Because as of right now, it seems like a pretty tame investment. I would say that as of right now, one of the most important things to note is that it has achieved major heights before. We need to have some news to be able to figure out exactly why. Also, look at these two levels of resistance and support I set up here. It still works all the way back in December. The lowest is gone is, yeah, this data is no longer relevant. The lowest it's ever gone is $14. I would say Bloom is a solid hold for now, and maybe even a buy because of its ability to go back up above that extra high, the even higher support level. Okay, so Okay, so it is 9 o'clock. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna jump on that call and see if the head moderator of WallStreetBets wants to come on live with all of y'all. Oh, Eric responded. Hold on, see what he says. My computer is dying. Okay, he's not looking forward to join the stream right now, but in the future for sure. So I will see you guys in just a second. Enjoy some smooth lo-fi. I'll be back in roughly 15 minutes, okay? 15 minutes, and then in 30 minutes, we're gonna see Trey's trades at 9:30, right? So don't go anywhere. We are gonna be back soon, live with Trey. Hello, YouTube? Trey? Boy, is my computer just not having a good time right now. Oh, thank you, Misa, for the super. Hey, Andrew, hope you're having a good day. What's your opinion on SOS? SOS, I know, has gone under some major scrutiny, so I'm not going to try and poke at the like policy changes and other stuff that I don't fully understand. Trey's trades will be here in at 9:30 PST. Okay, see you guys in just a sec. Oh, this might be loud. Hopefully it's not. Excuse me. Whoa, oh no. Ah, darn it. Cannot see my face. Trying to give my camera a break. But you guys will. You'll see my face in a sec. What's going on, y'all? Welcome back. Like I said, WallStreetBets new. We just started a partnership. We're gonna do some exclusive content for them. So that's exciting. Let's learn some stuff. We are here to talk about the stonk, and we're not going to stop until we can learn a thing or two about that stonk. Okay, so what are you guys thinking about? Because we are working on getting us some attendees here. But GameStop right now has trended downward. We are looking at a bit of a resurgence perhaps, but it's just making it impossible to say volume is here for the day, almost at 6.9 million though, so that's at least something to look forward to. Okay, so how are you guys feeling today? How's everybody doing? We're about to have Trades join us in just a sec. So that's why we are going to get excited about what is happening on here. Let me see if I've missed a couple of your chats. Okay, my opinions on SOS. So I will give it a look. But overall, I'm just a little bit suspicious of SOS generally. So it seems like SOS is, okay, there's that hump there. Still trading between these two levels of resistance and support that I must have tracked like a long time ago. So this is still predictable to a T. And let's see the new news. SOS, Newswire, Equity Alert. SOS responds to frequently asked questions from its shareholders. That's cool. Okay, so let's actually at least look at this real quick to look at what SOS wants us to know about the situation here. Oh boy, that commercial got its mileage. Okay, there we go. SOS responds to frequently asked questions from shareholders. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the show. What I'm going to try to do, I've done it before, is I'm going to tell you exactly when I'm going to come back, and then you guys enjoy some lo-fi while the stream continues, because the most important part about the stream is that it continues to grow. And starting over at midday makes it harder and harder for that stream to actually grow. Cock have to find out about percent of shares. Okay, actually, no, we're on Yahoo Finance. We'll find out that in just a second. Richie Rich, what's going on? Just a small question. Would I be wrong thinking that it doesn't matter what percentage of GME institutions are holding, as they could be shorting as well? Well, the amount of shares that they can hold has no bearing on the amount that they can short, because shorting is entirely dependent on how many times they can borrow, right? And they can borrow mostly from you. Once again, that might not even matter, because there are naked shorts, or these synthetic shorts that we've talked about before, counterfeit shorts. There are a whole bunch of bad ways to talk about it, but let's do a quick overview of SOS. It's up 8% today. Qingdao, China. I've been here before for the Qingdao Beer Festival. That was pretty fun. These responses were issued in an effort to facilitate communications with its shareholders and improve investor relations. The questions and answers appear below. What is the nature of your business? Answer. Oh yes, E. Jean. Okay, let me check your Twitter first. So we have that cat from Roaring Kitty, and then E. Jean. Let me look at your thoughtful art. Oh, that's so good. Flow like water, doggo doggo bills, y'all. Yo, let's put that on a shirt. Very cool. Save that photo. Thank you so much, Eugene. That's a very, very pretty doggo photo of Meatball. If you guys have fan art to send it on over to @AngelMoMoney either on Twitter or Instagram. I really do appreciate that. This is some beautiful art right here. You even have Professor Meatball all the way down here. So cute. Flow like water, doggo doggo bills, y'all. Words to live by. All right, back to SOS. So, what does SOS do? Well, they provide data mining and analysis. Data. They primarily address the large unmet demand for marketing-related data for clients such as insurance companies, financial institutions, and medical institutions. What is your address? We're in Shijiazhuang, China. I can make fun of China. That's my privilege. In addition to our headquarters, the company has a number of different locations throughout China for branch offices and subsidiaries. In particular, our cryptocurrency mining rigs are located in various confidential locations. Look at this typo. The company does not disclose the exact address of the mining rigs in order to maintain the security of the rigs. So they do data mining with actual rigs, and they do analysis. How does the company acquire cryptocurrency mining rigs in spite of the worldwide shortage of such rigs? In January 2021, SOS announced that it was expanding its existing secure and insurance business into the protection of crypto, whatever, blah, blah, blah. They have a semi-legitimate answer. An important consideration for the seller was to preserve the confidentiality of its identity. Oh, sorry. Oh man, I wasn't even showing GME and AMC for a second. Ooh, it's a cardinal sin. Oh man, sorry about that. Won't happen again. How was the call? Just got back. Yep, the call went good. We're gonna start producing some exclusive content for WallStreetBets new. So look out for that. It's gonna be fun. Okay, Scissors in the chat. What's going on here? So the point about SOS is that they are going through this controversy that they are stealing either information or something else, or their entire business model off of some other company. What are the status of these mining rigs? What specification of these mining rigs? What's the status of the company's acquisition in FXK? FXK is a blockchain service provider organized under the laws of British Columbia, Canada. Okay, they've after discussion among the company's board of directors, SOS has determined for various reasons not to pursue FXK. Okay. Where can I... this doesn't really tell us much. Well, they're a crypto data mining company that is based out of China. That's good enough. Oh boy, Keen Osman Photography. I heard mind medicine will be huge. Kevin O'Leary is investing as well. What are your thoughts? What is mind medicine? Like a company or just like a concept? Let's see. With the new DTCC rules, could this play into the hedge hands? The clearinghouse could opt to not question, delay the need to pay even more. Yes, they could. It could. Just because they have the option of making daily calls on the hedgies that owe major bucks doesn't show intent. It just shows an avenue in which we could win. If we're hoping to win solely based on that, we might be sorely sorry as well, or sorry. Quadruple squeeze? How big was the squoze? You are excused for your squeeze. Hope it was strong and long push, a quadruple or more that dropped a worthy deposit. I don't know what you're talking about, Cellador AU. Don't know what you're talking about. I had a call. Where's our whale? Amito Barua asks, hey, can you explain how or why GME volume is so low? If us retail investors was a drop of water in the bucket, then how many trades or what is going on with hedge funds determining the price? Hedge funds don't determine the price. Everybody does. Everybody on the market determines the price by buying and selling. People who buy the stock get to vote and say the stock deserves to be worth more. That's just supply and demand. Imagine that you have a little popcorn store, and people like caramel popcorn. No, let's get Chicago style popcorn, right? It's caramel popcorn and cheddar popcorn, and people like that a lot. Well, the more people buy it, the more that popcorn seller is going to have to raise the prices, right? Because it's supply and demand. More people want it, therefore the price should be higher. Well, if it goes too high, ultimately people are going to stop wanting the popcorn. So demand dries up, and then the supplier has to lower the price. So that's currently what's happening here. With the amount of support that a retail investor has, that is now being called into question based on Robinhood and other shenanigans that they are currently under. Yeah, what exactly is the shenanigan that Robinhood could try and do? Well, we've already covered it before. It's the idea that Robinhood takes these your bid that you want to buy and sell for a certain price, and then turn around and they say, "Thanks, we heard you." They don't want to actually do anything. Oh yeah, so it is 9:28. I'm gonna head on over to Trey's channel. I thought we were going to be punctual. Okay, let's join.
Yeah, I still stand by that. $12.50 to $13.
Ooh, scared me.
Thank you, Real. I appreciate that, man. That's sick. Check out SOS. I'm pushing on that as a swing, but not as a long-term investment. I think that is a good opportunity for a swing for sure. For sure. We touched on this earlier. Now it's consolidating a little bit of a downward channel. So you want to see a breakout of this descending level of resistance. So you can play that as a break the resistance play. That's the way that you can do that right now. I don't mind that at all. It's got 3 touch points, 1, 2, 3, 4 different touch points. Want to see that break over that descending level of resistance? You get it. You can ride the momentum there. Bang. Ride that for a break over the resistance right here at 876. Make about 30 cents a share. You rock pretty well. But I wouldn't buy in until you get a hard break over that level of resistance. Otherwise, it's a falling knife. You don't want to catch a falling knife. So that's what you're looking at with SOS right now. TCAT has been halted since like 11:20. Also, still need help with your computer. I think what gets my computer all messed up is when I pull up this restream, unfortunately. Oh, we got Andrew here. He's rocking. Andrew, I got you here, man. I just got to reconfigure my OBS. So give me 1 sec, man. I don't know if you can hear me right now.
Take
give me a thumbs up. All right, cool. So Andrew's rocking right now. We just got to get this restream all linked up. So just give me 1 second, guys. You'll be able to hear me, but you won't be able to see me here for just a sec. So find the plugin.
Funny that he was also talking about SOS just a second ago.
Restream.
He thinks it's a good rebound play.
Find that restream link. Pull that up. Live studio. There we go.
All right, I'm
Pull
gonna
this up.
wait until I can see him actually.
OBS.
But for now, focus up on the stonks themselves.
Just having some issues right now. Dang.
That's okay, Trey. We'll wait for you. One of the most important parts of this story is to remember that we have the power of technology on our side, or the fact that we have technical analyses on our side. We are seeing this major corrective wave here for AMC just drop our boy once, twice, and 3 times. This is the ABC right here. When the AMC had a bullish run for a second, it then dropped down to $14. Had a small candle up to $14.24, and then is just bouncing, losing potential energy.
All good to go. Just got to reconfigure this so it looks right on the screen.
While we wait for Trey, go ahead and smash that like button, ladies and gentlemen.
Then reconfigure the background, transform.
And getting us up to 65,000 will cause Avoxier to have to buy another somewhere between 12 and 40,000 worth of these delicious, delectable dips. So if you guys brought the chips, you guys want Avoxier to make good on his promise, you guys gotta hit that subscribe button and that bell button.
At this, I hate OBS. It is so frustrating. I wish there was a faster way to get this stuff done. All right. Transition.
Oh, I'm out of coffee. Should have got myself some more coffee.
There we go.
Odd. Pedro Reyes
that should be good. I just got to turn on my camera.
Let's see. Oh, wow. It's not the guy I expected on this side.
Cowabunga. All right. Andrew, you should be on. How are you doing, man?
What's going on, man? I definitely didn't expect the Harambe tank.
Yeah, Yeah, man. We got it cooking. We got it cooking with Crisco, baby.
Wow.
I like. I'm a big fan of Harambe. I can't lie. Can't lie. Got to represent. It's the Guerrilla Gang sort of mood, you know.
That's fair. That is fair. I will say right now, big kudos to your merch store. I was basically looking at it and thinking about exactly what makes sense. And I just finished coding up a merch store yesterday. So last night I opened it up and it's live. AndrewMoMoney.com.
There you go, man. AndrewMoMoney.com. Let's see what I can do here. I'll pull it up and see what I think. AndrewMoMoney.com.
I mean, no pressure. I just wanted to give some credit to you.
Guerrilla Gang. What was that?
No pressure. I just wanted to give some credit to you. I loved your store.
No, it's all good, man. I think it's. I enjoy it. I didn't put it together though. I'm not going to take the credit for it. I've got a great team of people who helped me out. You know, so all props to them. I'm not intelligent enough to do something like that. Just being real. It's got to be real. So what's been going on with you? A lot of people have been talking about your Robinhood video. So you should walk us through that, man. That's got a lot of attention. Walk us through the details of that. I think a lot of people are wondering what's going on.
So Robinhood is, I would say, I got half the viewership of the DTCC video. So that one's hot too. So we have two topics to talk about. Let's start on Robinhood. Robinhood, some people have been saying that, you know, they trade on margin all the time. However, one of the most important pieces of every single stock game, I always say on my channel, is perception is king. And if you expected to have any effect on the market when you bought and sold, it turns out that Robinhood says nay. It may not have ever affected the market after all. The end result of this revelation is that Robinhood has, let me expand you a little bit. The end result of this revelation is that Robinhood has essentially the market in a vice grip when it comes to the retail investing side. When you think that you have bought a stock, Robinhood could essentially just take down that you bought a stock or you think you bought a stock and then refuse to actually buy the stock from the market. Now that when you are trying to sell the stock, it will take into consideration whether or not you actually made any money on. The fact that if they expect it to not make any money, then they might not buy it at all. So if they don't buy it at all, then you are essentially looking at them charging you a bill for a position that you technically never even had.
So it seems to me like what they're doing is causing synthetic shares. So this is what we kind of talked about on my channel. So I watched the first couple minutes of your video, and then I read that Reddit DD and did a little bit of digging on what that's talking about. I don't have the tab pulled up anymore, but essentially what the DD was saying is what they're doing should only be available for derivatives or essentially options. So with derivatives, you don't actually have to own the actual tangible shares until you have the danger of them running in the money. I think it was called C something. Shoot, I got to pull this up and figure out what it was called.
CFD.
Yeah, CFDs. So CFDs should only be allowed with derivatives or options. And what that essentially means is like, hey, if this never ends up being in the money, there's no need to hold the actual tangible shares. Well, there are plenty of CFDs with actual physical shares in Robinhood's case, which is illegal. They shouldn't be able to do that. And why is this troublesome from what I know, and you can, add your piece to this, is you did the DD, not me, I'm just analyzing. But what I'm getting from that is that Robinhood's not holding the physical tangible shares. When you're making your buys, they're sending you IOUs and they're not going into the market. But when you sell, they do sell into the market, which causes selling pressure and drives the price action down. Your buys there then therefore aren't driving the price action up, which isn't good, obviously. And this is interesting. I found this DD on Reddit today, and we were talking about this on the channel. This seems actually legitimate, is if you were to transfer your stocks away from Robinhood into another brokerage account, here's where they run into an issue, right? If they're not giving you actual real tangible shares, these are IOUs or synthetics, and you have to transfer it over to WeBull or Fidelity or 212 or whatever other platform you're talking about, right? They'd have to have real tangible shares, which means if every single AMC holder, obviously that's not going to happen, but if a majority of the AMC holders were to say, hey, I'm getting out of Robinhood, I want to go over here, they would have to buy the actual AMC shares and get them out. And that would cause an immense amount of buying pressure, which could be a catalyst to, boom, strike some more gamma squeeze action on AMC. What do you think of that?
I think, well, first of all, someone just said that if Andrew gets 4K likes, I'm going to put my stimmy money to GME today. I like to put those out there.
There you go, man.
Support the stream, guys. Head on over to Trey's as well and give him a like over there. The first thought that I have about that is, it does make sense only if Robinhood actually hasn't bought your shares yet. How do you know whether or not they've bought your shares? Well, if your shares are illegally naked, then the fact of the matter is Robinhood is betting that you would never sell to make them lose money. They're not in the business of making you lose money or trying to bet against you. They're in the business of selling your data so that someone else can bet against you. And that was the whole GME hearing about payment for order flow. Now, the final end result is, can you trust Robinhood to actually make a profit on your position? Well, they would if they thought that the price of the stock is never going to rise back up to the price that you bought it at and even higher. That's the same idea as delta hedging when it comes to a call option, like you just mentioned, right? When you have a call option that is way out of the money, they might just never ever buy the stock. In this case, you think that you've bought the stock, your supply is now filled, and suddenly it's the same exact effect as shorting. When you bought the stock because now you think you're doing your part, you're being a good space ape, being a good Guerrilla Gang member, and then it turns out that you actually didn't have the stock, that's a huge blow to the market where we actually needed that buying action to push the price upward. If Robinhood didn't buy your stock, that's because they were betting on the fact that it never would get back up to your buying price. And when they were shorting, they got $3 billion of a margin call back in January. When they were shorting the stock, they were essentially betting against everybody buying the stock, hoping that the price would never go back up, because then they would actually have to go out and buy, and that would actually cause the stock to go up. It's a vicious cycle for them.
So you're saying that Robinhood actually went short on AMC themselves? I thought it was Citadel and Melvin. I didn't know that Robinhood went short on AMC.
That's the DD right now. So take it with a huge grain of salt. Nobody's come out with counter DD that says that part is wrong yet. So that's what the holistic part of the DD says. 2 parts right now. Robinhood seems to have been margin called for 3 billion, 3 big ones back in January. They wouldn't be margin called unless, one, they were holding all of your all of your shares in margin, basically having you think you own a share, but you actually didn't. Or the more likely option is that they were short on GME and they suddenly had to pay up because they had not enough money when GME had first gamma squeeze in January.
Dang, man. I mean, that's a good hypothesis. I think that's a good hypothesis. The only thing that I would say, so this is like, I always like to think to myself, how could that be wrong, right? Where is the bear case here from the bull case? The only thing that I would think about and take with a grain of salt is I didn't see a source as to why Robinhood got that $3 billion margin call. That could be huge. I mean, if you have a source for it, besides the DD, like I read the DD as well, man. But I want to see where they got that from and how we know that Robinhood is not tangibly holding that. So like worst case scenario, let's just assume worst case scenario that that's not the case. They didn't get that margin call, right? Then we're still in the same boat. Best case scenario, that's true. I think it could be, right? I think it could be. I think that would play into the failure to delivers. That would play into the synthetics. The only thing that trips me up is that I think it was called the CFDs. Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Is that what it's called? CFDs? Yeah. That's freaking sketchy, man. Because that's like big I'm illegal. And if they're doing that, that is only they can only do that with derivatives. They can only do that with options because you can hedge on options, right? You don't have to hold the tangible shares for that, but for legitimate shares, you can't do that. That's insane. That's blatant illegal action. I mean, like a lot of stuff that's happening now, like you can have conspiracies over because it takes such a widespread amount of illegality to happen. Like you'd have to have collusion between hedge funds, clearinghouses, market makers, DTCC, SEC looking the other way with all this sort of stuff. So like people are like, I mean, but this is like blatant. This is blatant illegality. Like you just can't do that. You can't do that. So that's nuts. I'm interested to see, man. That's a good DD. That's a good video to put out.
So if you guys aren't aware of what CFD is, real quick, it's contract for difference. And the idea is essentially you play the stock market exactly like the stock market is. You lose money if your stock goes down and you win money if the stock goes up. However, you don't actually have any effect on the market. So it's essentially those virtual simulations that you might have been able to play with as a kid. I remember there was like a club in high school that had this like price simulation, like virtual reality game. And the kids would actually like, win and lose like virtual points that they could then transfer into some actual like toys or whatever. The point of the matter is this time instead of toys is actually your money, but your buying and selling and hodling doesn't change anything. So the main reason why that this is a huge breach of trust is that now all the fear, uncertainty, and doubt, the FUD coming from this analysis is suddenly, if nothing we do matters, what's stopping everyone from pulling out right now? Because it seems like we're fighting an unwinnable war. That's the most important part to note, is that this is only true if the price of your stock was never at risk of getting higher than your entry point. For example, my entry point is at like 250. I've averaged down over time because of hitting subscriber milestone. 65,000 actually is the next milestone.
You're gonna end up with $100,000 of AMC and GameStop eventually.
Yeah, just getting $1,000 more every milestone. And the point of the matter is, since GameStop was able to rise above my entry price, if I was on Robinhood, which I'm not, Robinhood would likely have had to delta hedge, would have had to buy the stock that they owe me. And by owe me, I mean the stock that I think I own. So that's the biggest question.
Right, yeah.
The end of the day, people might have at some point not had a stock owned by Robinhood on the other side, even though you promised and trusted Robinhood to keep that stock on that side. However, if the price of your stock, your entry point, is lower than GameStop is, and some of you considerably so, if you guys have an average price of like $40 or so, that means that you are essentially good. Same thing for AMC, right? You're essentially good. There's very little chance that Robinhood has not yet bought your stock, because they're not in the game of risking their lifeblood for this kind of shenanigan. They're in the game of trading your data and getting money off of that. So that's why...
Yeah, you're the product.
Exactly. That's why it would be a lot more suspicious, just from a business standpoint, if Robinhood was not buying your stock way past your entry point.
I think what a lot of people are worried about with Robinhood is, if theoretically speaking, people are they're not buying actual physical shares, what is the risk? Like, do I end up losing out on my stock? Do I have to pay that? Like, am I just going to be screwed? Do I pay for absolutely nothing? The answer to that, in my opinion, is no. Like, if it's a contractual obligation, right? So you buy a stock, if they don't give you the stock, well, it's not your fault, because you held up on your end of the deal. You paid for the stock. So at the end of the day, they have to come up with it. They have to replace your IOUs or your synthetics or the CFDs with actual tangible shares. So there's no scenario here for a Robinhood user where you don't come out on top. The downside is that for a Robinhood user, your shares didn't affect the market price, hypothetically speaking. So that's the downside, but you're still going to be fine. Like, that's something that I think is worth clarifying, because I've seen a lot of FUD, fear, uncertainty, doubt with, hey, if I'm not holding actual shares, like, do I get paid when this thing moves? The answer is yes. Like you just said, unfortunately affect the stock market price, if that's a legitimate argument, which is crazy.
Yes, and that's the main point, right? Is that you're the little kid with the virtual reality machine right now. You're the kid that says, I'm also like daddy and I'm learning alongside and trading stocks. You're not actually. And that's the biggest question, is that if Robinhood has basically destroyed the trust of a bunch of people in the stock market, that's not just illegal, that changes the game of what the American people and the whole world essentially has with the relationship to the stock market, right? You've just told like the entire world that sometimes when you play the game, you're not actually changing anything.
You're playing. Yeah, psych. It's like when you played PlayStation or Xbox with your brother or sister as a kid, and it wasn't actually plugged into the Xbox. Like, you're doing good, buddy.
Exactly. That's a good point.
I love that. That brought me back. I used to do it with my sister all the time. Used to do that all the time. That's cool. That's good. Okay, man. So with that being said, I think, is there anything else you want to talk about with that Robinhood situation?
In terms of that, I would say that the most important thing that for you to understand is there's also some, I wouldn't say counter DD, because it doesn't actually throw any of that Robinhood DD into question. It just says, even if everything in Robinhood is true, right? Even if it's all true, you selling is actually going to be bad for the market. One, if you're trying to sell to transfer to another broker, you are likely going to, risk the chance that Robinhood actually does have your shares and will actually sell your shares, and therefore cause GME or AMC to dip because of that price action. And two, if you are selling because you're suddenly like disinterested or disillusioned with the market, well, suddenly you are now playing directly into their game. They wanted you to sell and hurt yourself along the way. So the most important thing right now is, if you are looking on Trey's channel, on my channel, both of us have those WeBull links in the description down below. Just have an option of being able to transfer either your funds part of the way and open up another avenue into the stock market. One way or another, you should be able to access the stock market in multiple different ways. That said, that doesn't protect you entirely. It just gives you more options if one of them decides to be a bad actor and says, oh, actually, I don't, my servers are down. Oh, you can't buy or sell. Whoopsie, whoopsie, doopsie.
Oh man, how did that happen? Jesus. Collateral got all messed up. Goofy. Jesus. 100%, man. Okay, so I think another good thing to talk about really quick that you've done some good DD on is the DTCC rule. So I've briefly covered this. We went over it for about 5 or 10 minutes on my channel, and I plan on making a Microsoft whiteboard drawdown. I'm just going to go through the meat and potatoes, every single line by line, and break that down into simple ape language. But what I've pulled from it is basically, instead of having a 1 month checkup, they're going to have a daily checkup. So it's like this. It's like, hey, you got your mom and dad that says once a month, I'm going to check and make sure that you've done your homework. And they did that, and they find out that, hey, me checking once a month to see that you've done your homework is not working because you're not doing your homework. So instead, they're going to say, hey, we're going to check once a day to see if you're doing your homework. And the kid says, oh, man, I got to actually do my homework. The only thing that I see that's bad is, from what I read, the way that it's going to work is it's like a 3-strike rule. First strike, you get a warning, a slap on the wrist. Second strike, it's a $150 fee. Third strike, it's a $300 fee. And then a continuation of a $300 fee from every day from there. That's what I've read. We'd love to see what you have to say, as you have done a video on that. You've dug into it. Let's see what you got.
So the DTCC rule is actually just a cancellation of a previous rule. And the reason for that is all kinds of lawyering shenanigans, but essentially it is the fact that there were 2 ways that that the people who DTCC holds the purse strings for, the clearing firms, because DTCC is the clearing firm for clearing firms, so they're the purse string holder for the purse string holders. They are telling these people now every month you should be able to come to us and tell us exactly what your holdings are. Be transparent. Tell us exactly if you are in danger, right? Essentially, DTCC is the insurance holder, trillions of dollars of insurance. In case you guys are wondering who's going to pay for GME and AMC, DTCC might be the last bastion before it goes and gets handed to the American government. But the DTCC is now cutting those bungee cords short, right? If they're the bungee cord holder, they're like, okay, in the future, we don't want to hold so many bungee cords. This is the cartel of bungeers. And if you're taking really risky bungee dives, we want to know. Now on a monthly basis, and also originally they already had this protocol that there should be a daily cadence as well. However, due to the fact that there's both a monthly cadence and a daily cadence, everybody, especially the Melvins of the world, the bad actors, are saying, "Oh, what was that? I heard 2 completely different numbers. That's a conflict, and now I can't follow the rules. Sorry." If I get 2 rules, I can't follow either. And they have been doing on a monthly basis, but now that has been struck down. So the new DTCC rule, if you read the PDF, it's a very like girthy read, but I would say it's not that long. When you strike down the monthly requirement, now there is no conflict, and it must be on a daily requirement. The fact that the DTCC gets to now on a daily basis go up to you and say, within an hour, you need to tell me exactly what cliff you're going to bungee jump off and which cliffs have you bungee jumped off in the past. Yeah. Right? Same thing with the homework analogy, exactly the same, which is like I used to give you a month-long extension so that you can, make it seem like the cliff is safe or the bungee rope is long, or you can fudge the numbers and make your homework, cheat off your friend, all the other things. Now there is no time. You have 1 hour. I can tell you any day before market opens, and if the answer you give is one that I don't like, as your mother, I'm going to ground you. And by ground, I mean you're going to liquidate every one of your assets, and you're going to have to cover your shorts.
Yeah, man. Yeah. That's gold. That's gold, dude. Yeah, spot on, man. Spot on. I'm definitely going to dig into it pretty deep. Unfortunately, I streamed all day yesterday as you did as well. And I had to pull an all-nighter the night before. I was up from 11 p.m. until the next day at like 10 p.m. So I just slept in. I just like, I'm done. I'm crashing. So I slept in until like 6 this morning and finally got some good Z's, and here we are. But I'm going to dig into it tonight for sure. That's good. That was good DD, man.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And that's one of the things about the HODLmen. They're coming together. They're learning from each other.
The HODLmen, man. There we go.
HODLing all day, every day. And now that we are still here, we're still happy and pushing that message of, buy and HODL was the big message back in the GME congressional hearing. Actually, if you wanted to briefly talk about that, there was also that and the Jay Powell conference that happened yesterday. Buy and hodl was a line that was said multiple times. They didn't say hodl, they said hold. Who knows what that means, but buy and hold was a message said by not only people who were like policymakers, but also people who were analysts and professors. This was a pretty interesting like message given out. Maybe even on purpose. Let's see. And the other message that Jay Powell was seeming to give was he kept saying the word liftoff. So the chat was going crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude,
liftoff.
did you listen to that Fed talk?
I did the whole thing.
What'd you? Oh, the whole thing.
Yeah.
So I know you listened to the congressional hearing. You listened to Powell talk as well.
Yeah. So the congressional hearing was supposed to end right before the Powell talk. They had like 7 extra minutes because, of course, they ran over. But before they finished, I just switched over when Powell started talking.
Yeah. What'd you think of that? I think people are really pumped about the fact that Powell finally addressed in simple ape language the current situation about inflation in America. Because what I was grasping is that for a couple weeks, he was just being quiet. They just had nothing to say. It was just like, don't worry about it. It's going to be fine. And that's when the FUD kicks in. It's like, well, you saying it's going to be fine and not telling me why. It's like, I'm just going to sell all of my positions in the market. And him addressing that, I think, was a good thing. So I thought it was a good response. What did you think? You watched it.
Yeah, I agree that most of his conversation was like, I originally didn't even want to think about telling you guys what I think. And that was the catchphrase. But now that he's thought about thinking about it, he's been able to kind of tell us a couple of ideas about which sectors need the most growth and which sectors have been actually improving beyond expectations. And so I think that's the main idea, is that he's looking for, in his words, liftoff of the economy. And that is going to cause, important pieces to be put in place without the printer going burr. And that's what he wants to be able to fully tell everyone.
Going burr.
Yeah. If you guys aren't aware, Jay Powell is kind of like someone said in the live chat yesterday, the boss of the stock market in a way, right? He controls how much money goes into circulation. And that means that for the US's sake, at least, there is going to be a ton of hamifications if there is more money printed, inflation goes up, and the interest rates go up or down. 2% was the number that he has said would be like perfect, not too high, not too low, just like Mama Bear looking ass. Sorry, and that is done.
You're canceled. Get out of here.
I've been demonetized, and I got to put some money in the swear jar.
Yeah, you got to put some money in my swear jar too. I tell you what, if I get demonetized, not playing.
No.
I've dropped some F-bombs on my live streams and nothing happens, but that's how it goes.
Did you see the DFV F-bomb he dropped? He posted his first video on his YouTube channel for like a month or so, and it was him chugging a whole glass of Guinness and taking a shot at Jameson.
Dude, that was such gold. Is he Irish? He's got to be Irish, man. He's got to be.
Sounds right.
He's got to be.
He doesn't have the
That was
neck,
freaking
though.
sick. I saw that tweet. That was such gold. I'll tell you what, I would be taking down some more crack. And every single live stream, it seems like I take down at least 3 pulls of that thing.
Wow.
It is the Irish way to take a slap for sure. I'm half Irish. For anybody out there that doesn't know, my father was very Irish, obviously, and
Very Irish.
And then, and then I always say that my other half is I don't know. I'm a mix of a million different things, like a percent of this, a percent of that, a percent of this, a percent of that. So I think the next biggest makeup that I have is Native American. I think I'm like 1/16th or 1/32nd Native American or something like that.
Whoa. Okay.
Yeah.
So do you know like anything more about that? Like tribes or like location?
Cheyenne, from my understanding.
Cheyenne. Okay, very cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't, not that I'm not proud of that by any means, but I think being Irish is pretty cool. That's where I give my homage to. And I always say that my other half is...
I'm pulling up your stream so that I can pay attention. So that's why
it's disconnected.
You might hear double. So, are you worried about OBS right now? Can you still hear me?
Oh, yeah, no, it's good. It said that my OBS disconnected for some reason. I was confused, but it looks like it's still going.
Uh-oh.
Should be fine.
Well,
all right.
Well, speaking of the swear jar, we're gonna get the HODLmen together
there we go,
to get some funds on the way for the charity live stream tomorrow. You know when you're gonna hop on? We're gonna simulcast for much of Quadruple Witching Day anyway, but now this is just a BOGO. Buy one Quadruple Witching Day and get another charity live stream free.
There you go, man. You have a charity live stream for Professor Meatball, yeah?
So this
How's he doing?
He's doing well. He's at the vet right now. He's undergoing some surgery for a cyst with a little bit of melanin in his back. This should be a pretty overall standard procedure. I'm a little worried, of course, as a dog father. But he will be happy, barking, and healthy tomorrow if everything goes well. And we are going to be, I'm going to be streaming for 10 hours straight. And that is going to be money going straight to a smash of different local and global charities. And if on my community live stream, on my community tab, I've already talked about the kind of charities that a vet and I are working on. Also a Mo Monkey that has watches both of our streams.
That's good. Sweet, dude. Well, I'll definitely be stopping by, and I'll show you some love because you definitely deserve it, man. That's awesome. Jay Tran dropped $200 in here. Says market makers. Robinhood is nothing but monopoly money, selling their clients' data to their pimp daddies.
Jay Tran's dropping mad bucks. He was also on my channel, and he sent me proof that his Robinhood. Let me see what he says. He's proof that Robinhood didn't actually hold his account, his shares in his account. However, when I opened it,
he said the same thing just now.
Oh, what was that?
He said the same thing just now to me. He said Robinhood is nothing but monopoly money, selling their clients' data to their pimp daddies.
Right.
I think pimp daddies is just hilarious. Guys, drop pimp daddies in the chat bar. That's freaking hilarious. I love that. I love that.
The other meme today is King, I believe King, and then the C word. Imagine the boyfriend-girlfriend situation. I'm not sure if I can say it. I've been saying it this morning on my stream. But that is Godzilla Girls versus King, like cooks. Both a U.
Oh yeah. I got you.
Yeah.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's as long as you say it very, very certainly in that way that you're good.
Yes, cooks.
King I got you.
But one of the things that I do want to mention is that we have a lot of marbles, a lot of bones in the game leading up to tomorrow. Can you and I talk about what we're expecting for Quadruple Witching Day? Because we're seeing some DD about the fact that we want GME to drop. We want to drop. Some people want it to drop all the way to 150 to pull back that crossbow. And for AMC, I'm assuming it's the same exact theory. There was some DD about how AMC has 130 million synthetic shares just by basic calculation on Yahoo Finance. There's a lot of AMC and GME coverage these days. What are we expecting, and what should happen?
I haven't seen that DD about why they want it to drop. Do they want it to drop so that SSR is in place? Is that why?
They want it to drop because that way there's gonna be more contracts that can be bought so that less money pushes the price further. And this is the way I've been describing it: is that the contracts that are bought all the way up to $800 for GME and for AMC, I'm sure. Are you familiar with the AMC options chain? I've been asking around.
Yeah, it's pretty nasty right now. The 19th of March, it looks very good. So let me pull up the calls really quick. WeBull's being kind of slow. Whenever I have Restream up, my computer runs at like half speed for some reason, but eventually that'll pull up. Anyways, there's if we close over $14 on Friday, I think it's like 150,000 call options that expire in the money. I'd have to do the math, but it's a lot. Over 16, it'd be an additional, I think, 40,000. Over 20, it would be additional another 40 or 50,000. It's a crap ton. So. Massive. Honestly, I'd like to hear more about that theory of why they want to drive the price down, because I'd rather just a slow incremental grow up. I mean, GameStop has been running down for sure. It's been a red day, and AMC, just as we were saying that, just broke $14, sitting at $13.91 right now, unfortunately.
I was pulling up. I don't think I have it up anymore, but the idea is that we are looking at GME is essentially as if you look at it from this the point of view of like a surefire squeeze, then we want it to have less money pull it in more less money leverages more weight if the price is lower, and we can get more call options on the way up. So they said that if the price of GME is above 250, let's say, for example, that means that a lot of the call options are already going to be in the money before market opens on Friday. So therefore, in that sense, like if they exercise like piecemeal, then they're going to not be able to drive the price up higher. The theory itself could be a little bit suspicious in that sense, but the overall theory makes sense. Whereas that if the price gets lower and people buy and still are bullish and buy in terms of high incremental strike prices all the way up to whatever it needs to get up to, that the gamma squeeze becomes more and more probable.
So I suppose the only thing that I think about is if the price gets driven down, right? Hedges or the market makers, the clearinghouses, they don't have to hedge for the stock options, unless the price runs up. So inherently in and of themselves, right, the options are like, you can think of it as the boulder, right? They're the boulder on the top of the hill that's just sitting there with a bunch of kinetic energy that's not enacted yet. And until it rolls down the hill, boom, then it really starts driving. So if the price gets driven down to, let's say, $12, right? And you've got a crap ton of call options that get purchased for like 10 cents premium per share. So $1, right? Just super ridiculously, I suppose that'd be $10. Maybe like a penny, who knows? I mean, 10 cents is still ridiculously cheap, but if they can purchase at 10 cents a share premium, $10 a total contract, and the price starts running up, well, then that's huge, because then you have a crap ton of call options that gets hedged for, it drives the price up, but you need people to buy on top of those call options being purchased, from what I know. That's the only concern that I have is, like, in and of themselves, the options, they just sit there and have no really inherent value until they start moving. But I guess that's my opinion. What do you think?
So call options are exactly snow on the ground before the snowball, or the gasoline on the tinder. Yeah. Without an actual catalyst, it's not going anywhere, just like you said. The idea behind a call option, and actually I didn't get a chance to come on your show and talk about conversions yet, so that's a great chance to talk about how call options could be bad. But theoretically, for the most part, call options are supposed to be good because they allow us the opportunity to be able to fully embrace the idea that there is going to be a lot of track on this roller coaster, right? A ton of track of exactly where the price is going to go, because people are going to be obligated. This is coerced buying, right? People are going to be obligated to buy more. Who are going to be obligated to buy more? The people that have not yet covered your call option. When you make a call option, the person on the other side that sold you that contract can either buy the shares right now, because it's always, the strike price is always higher than the price of the stock. So here's how they can play it. You are telling them, I want to buy this stock at a higher price. That's already market information, very similar to how payment for order flow gets market information out milliseconds faster for these high frequency trading algorithms. But you're telling them that I'm interested in buying this stock at a higher price. They could either cover it right now and basically piggyback on the bet with you, or they can wait until the stock actually moves. Because until the stock moves, it's basically like Schrodinger's cat, right? It could be dead, but it could be alive.
Yeah, right. Okay.
If it gets closer to the strike price, then they have to buy. Otherwise, their risk profile is way crazier. At the very least, if they buy now, they cannot lose more money because your option is to buy it at this specific price and nothing higher, nothing lower, right? So you can only buy it at like $300 if that's your strike price. If they buy it at $300, this contract is net even. Basically, you paid a premium to buy it at this price, and they made money without risking anything else. Now, the best thing about this situation is if they don't have to buy the stock and you have to pay that premium. That's if a strike price is out of the money by the end of the contract's expiry.
Right.
The mumble jumble aside is that if this happens, then they are suddenly incentivized to actually play against you. This is what a conversion is. So how can a call option be bad? Well, if you buy a call option, a hedge fund, someone who is short GME, might come on, maybe Melvin, and Melvin on the other side is going to say, hey, as you buy that call option, I'm going to immediately buy those shares right now. I'm going to cover your shares, and then I'm going to immediately buy the equal amount of a put option. So it's just the opposite bet that this price is going to actually go down. Now, as soon as the price dips downward, they're going to exercise that immediately and sell all of those shares. They have to have the shares, and then they get the option to sell it. They sell it immediately. That pushes the price down even further. And now, with that downward pressure, essentially, you have in your brain, you think that you have satisfied your demand, right? So you have essentially been the exact same effect as shorting the stock without shorting it. You have satisfied your demand by thinking that the price of the stock is eventually going to reach your strike price and then you can exercise it. But if with enough volume, these kind of conversions can allow a hedge fund to only act on one side of that contract. They have both. They have both the call and the put, but they're only going to exercise one. They only exercise the put when the price goes down, and if it keeps going down because of these conversions, all of those call options at that price are never going to be in the money.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So, dang, okay. So I think the thing that I pulled away from that's the most interesting is the way that they can actually profit on options, right? Because they make money on the premium. Essentially, you pay a premium for whatever you think is worth it on that option contract, right? And if it doesn't end up in the money, it's out the money, then they just make the money on the premium and don't have to hedge for it. They don't have to actually purchase the shares at market value because they make the difference essentially. So if your strike is $14, but they purchase the shares at $14.50, they lose money, which is where that risk comes into play. They could gamble with it and say, all right, it's over $14 right now, but we think it's going to go back under $14 by the end of the day or by the end of the week. And they don't hedge for it, they can do that. But then they run the risk that it runs up to $18 and they have to purchase it for $3 more a share, or who knows how many different contracts.
Exactly.
But what you're saying about the conversion, where it could go against you, is there's a possibility here where they're actually betting on the fact that you're going to have shares or options contracts that don't expire in the money, and they just make money on the premium. So they encourage that sort of behavior where you have just a crap ton of option trading and they don't end up expiring in the money, and then people just lose their premiums. Is that what I'm getting from that?
It's even worse than that, because if they buy put options, they have to also pay a premium. However, there's arbitrage. So they immediately make money because let's say that the premium for a call option that you pay for is $50. Well, the premium that they pay is maybe only $45. So it's $5 per share of profit they just made on that conversion. So they made $500 off of that one contract. So based on arbitrage, they can make money immediately on the conversion and then push the price down to make even more money.
Right, man. Dang, that's filthy. That's not what you like to see, man.
Yeah.
Oh, geez. So what is your takeaway then? What do you encourage in terms of options trading so you don't fall victim to that sort of trap? Personally, what I've been recommending to people is to either buy just barely in the money call options or just barely out the money call options if you're going to play them short term. If you're going to play them long term, like 6 months down the road, like June, July, August, whatever. I watched briefly that video of you with God Pill, which was very interesting, by the way.
Did you ever have him on?
No, I did not. He made money, man. That's freaking cool. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not about spreading hate. I'm all about love and positivity. And the dude, he had a good rip. He made a lot of money on some options, which is freaking insane. Power to him, you know. But if you're gonna play something like that, like a $40 call option for June, like I'm a little more okay with that. Because you're not as in danger of the theta or the time decay, which you lose value inherently of your options contracts. Because the short-term ones, if you buy an options contract this Friday for $20 or $25, the theta on that is stupid. Like you lose so much value just by like a passing date. Whereas if you do that same thing out for June, yes, you pay a higher premium for that. However, the chance of you losing that value and actually coming into the money is much higher. So that's what I've been telling people is if you're going to play them, immediately, like this week, next week, just play them just barely out the money or just barely in the money so you can make that money, make that value. And then you're not running the risk of just losing your premium, expiring worthless. What do you think?
So first of all, options is gambling. You were the one that came on my show and talked about that. So options is real life gambling, not just like stock market investing, right? The main reason why
it's risky,
and the premium is what makes it so expensive, right? Because you have to buy 100 shares of that stock per contract. So let's say that how often do you go out and buy 100 shares? Depends on the price of the stock, I know. But like how often do you on a normal transaction buy 100 shares per stock? It's probably not going to be likely depending on which stock that you buy. So first of all, it's making you bundle up more and force you to buy. It's coerced buying for you. Essentially, it's kind of like when people say bundle up with the shipping and handling fee, right? It makes it so that you, one, have to spend more than the amount of money that you want to spend. So that's the first thing about options generally. The second thing is that you are now focusing up on a date where people have time to work against you. That's what these conversions are coming from. That's where actually the idea of payment for order flow comes from. Because now you're giving people information about exactly what you're doing. People can just bet against you because now they know exactly what you're putting. Let's say that you are selling a house. You put the price of the house outside and you say, I'm only going to sell my house for this price. Someone down the street can be like, okay, we know exactly what he's going to do now. I could just sell my house at $1 cheaper. Or if another analogy, right, we're selling cupcakes, I tell everyone how much my cupcakes are. The guy down the street knows exactly milliseconds before me, sells a cupcake at cheaper.
Right?
So that's the problem with options generally. The second thing is whether or not to buy like near in the money options or already in the money options, right? That is much safer, but the premiums are going to be much higher. So at the end of the day, they can also end up costing you a ton of money. It is just less of a gamble. So at the end of the day, you are considering whether or not this option is like a big brain play that you wanted to have to become more literate in the financial system, or if it's going to be a risky play because once again, no one knows exactly where the direction of a stock is going. You can do as much technical analysis as possible. You can just dig your brain, but at the end of the day, it's still anyone's guess. So if you're gambling with near the money options, it's less of a gamble for sure, but at the same time, it ends up making a difference when it comes down to options trading versus just having a long position.
I think the only argument that I'd have is with options. You say that it's gambling, and I would agree with that to some extent. However, I think you can play options as a strategic move for a day trade and in and out. I think the riskier an option is the longer you hold it, right? Yeah. So technical analysis is a legitimate thing. So if let's say that you're playing a stock, for instance, like I don't know, what would be a good example? Like, here's a channel, Tyler Wilson. Tyler Wilson will use options trading to day trade, to use that to leverage his account to make an insane amount of money off of not a lot of premium. The risk being whatever he puts up for premium, the reward being he can 5-10x his investment within minutes. And if you were to make a day trade with an option, right? Let's say with AMC, you see a pattern with AMC and you want to make a quick trade. The shorter amount of time you hold that, where you can take advantage of the movements and you're able to because options match the price of the market, right? Besides the theta. So if you're holding for one day, you're not playing with the theta. There's no risk there. You're just basically treating it as pairs inherently. So if you're just hold it for one day, you use it as an option to leverage an account to make good money. The risk there being the other gamble being that, hey, if you're wrong, you just lose that premium, right? There's no coming back from that, which is true.
Right.
Right. That's what the gamble is. But I would say that it's more strategic. Like it is a gamble in the sense where if you're wrong, you do lose that money. However, it is strategic in the way where the less time you hold it, the more that you plan, the more of a plan that you have, the more that you play that. If you're experienced with options, it is because let me put it like this: you go up to a blackjack table, right, and you have no freaking idea what you're doing. Obviously, you're gonna lose playing it long term. But experienced blackjack players or poker players, they know what to do. They sit down for one good shoe. They play all the right hands and they count cards and they do exactly what they need to do to make their money and get the hell away, right? It's the same thing with options. The longer that you play them, unless you're playing them way out the money, right? But if you're just guessing, then it's like playing a blackjack table for 10 shoes. If you play for one shoe and you know how to count cards and you know the strategy, right? Options are freaking awesome. They're a great way to leverage the account, and you can actually make money off of a risky decision. You know, I know that was long-winded, but I don't want to scare people away from playing options, which is why I wanted to make that counter to you. Not because I agree with you, right? There's risk involved, but hopefully that makes sense, man. Sorry.
I think that nuance is exactly what we needed. So I want to be able to step back and think about the risk profile of an option. The risk profile of an option is finite. You can only lose so much money. Now that said, that's usually more money than people are willing to spend, right? Let's say the $50 like per contract of GME, right? We know that Godpill made $1 million on contracts, right, and then he lost $200K a week because he kept paying for call options strike prices that never went into the money. This is actually a problem with Robinhood and the GME hearing, where the Sal Arnook, he was like this policy analyst, and he came out and said that the way that Robinhood was framing options was in like a simple way of saying it, way too childlike, right? Way too much like this is just a game,
right,
and not having people fully understand. So once again, I do agree with you. If you are an experienced day trader and you've made money before and you know how to play the blackjack table, 100%. I'm not saying that options are bad. In fact, I'm saying that the risk profile of an option is way better than the opposite of selling an options contract. Because selling an options contract, either a put or a call, either way, is way riskier, because the risk is infinite. It's like shorting a stock. But at the same time, the call option and the put option, the way that the Robinhood learning app tries to teach you is like they are like fruit. Sometimes the fruit goes bad, or sometimes the fruit goes good. If they're good within the time period, then you can harvest them. If they're bad, you lose the cost of the seeds. And if you can, I guess it's a simple way to explain it, but it makes people who are inexperienced in the market feel like they fully understand it. And that's the dangerous part. Another way that they put it was like, they're like coupons, right? You can get a coupon to buy the eggs at a specific supermarket. However, if you find eggs cheaper at a different supermarket, you're not going to use that coupon anyway. So that's another way of explaining call options. But however, that makes it seem like it's so easy to understand. So that's the main problem with call options, is that it's gambling for people with not enough experience in the market. But if you do have enough, 100% on board with Trey, make sure that you make tons of money. Actually, Matt's been creating really good resources about how options work, and he buys options all the time on stream.
Yeah, dude, Matt's made some good buys for sure. Matt makes a crap ton. I asked him how much his biggest gain was on an option buy, and I think on an options call, he made like 25K in a day, which is nuts. That's the power of leverage, man. You put up $500 and you hit a home run, bam, 25K. You know, it's about hitting those crazy ones for sure.
Yeah, that's insanity. Did he tell you what stock?
No, he didn't tell me. But he said his I don't remember the stock, man. I wish he would have. But it's a good way. I mean, you can leverage for sure. I mean, there are people that'll just play against Tesla, or I don't know if you can buy calls. I've never played the NASDAQ, but I can see if you could. But you can just basically play how the market's reacting. You can play calls or puts and basically hedge against your own portfolio on a week-to-week basis, and it's a way to limit risk as well. Like, I know that some people, that's what they use for a strategy, is just calls and puts to hedge against their bet, basically. So if you're long on a stock and you want to call a put, right, go do a put against that same stock. It's a way to hedge, to say, hey, I'm going to pay $30 insurance for if this ends up going down, in which case I make back the money that I lost. You know what I mean?
I remember learning this in high school, and I definitely didn't understand it back then. So if anybody's confused, buying a put after buying a long position is essentially thinking about it in only two ways, right? That either the stock goes up, in which case you make money from your long position, or unrealized gain, of course, until you sell. And some of us, I'm noticing in the chat, don't know what the sell button even means, or has it deactivated.
I haven't seen that thing. I've got it turned off.
Yeah.
Got it turned off.
But the other side of it is that if it loses money, well, then your long position loses money. However, you could have a put option to be able to sell the price of a stock at a specific strike price. So in that sense, it creates a clip at the bottom of the amount of money you could possibly lose, right? The stock goes down in price, you sell using your put option, and then you can do whatever you want with those sales, but you can make money right away based on that option. And that way, like Trey said, right? You pay the price of the insurance, but you never have to actually exercise the put. So that makes it so that your actual play is your long position, and your put is just a price per share, kind of like a commission, actually, in that sense, right? It's essentially going up to a broker and saying, hey, I want to buy the stock unless it does badly. In that case, I don't want to buy it at all. And then the broker says, okay, well, in that case, you're going to have to pay like $30 per share. And then you say, that's fine. I'll pay $30 a share flat so that I exercise the option of not getting hurt by the stock doing badly.
Yeah, that makes sense, man. I can see that. It's called a vertical spread. Can go bull or bear. That's what Christopher's saying over here in the super chat.
Nice.
Yeah, there we go. Joe Hauser also says, I just turned 5,000 into 25,000 in the past 2 weeks strategically. Now I'm sitting on 50 calls of AMC. This is all house money. Dude, that's crazy. I would say the only thing about God Pill's strategy is he made all that money and he's just been putting it all back in, hoping for another one of those good luck streaks. Personally, I wouldn't do that. I think that's a little insane, but it is what it is, man, for sure.
Money is money. Fungibility is the point of money, right? So even if you like playing with house money, remember, that's your money right now. As soon as it left the house, it became yours.
No more house money. No mo, as Mo Money would say.
Yeah, Andrew, no more money.
I dig it. That's good.
So what do you have? Sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, what do you have planned for the rest of the topics today? How are you analyzing the market? I had a bunch of ticker suggestions, so I was covering a couple of those, and of course the DTCC and the Robinhood situations.
So you and me have very different live stream strategies, not in a bad way. We just do different things. So I usually watch the live price action on markets, and I'll analyze the technical analysis on different stocks and just tell people in real time what's going down. So like the support levels we're looking at, all the different indicators I've got pulled up, where it's good entry points. And then we also do different live day trades. So for instance, TCAT was going nuts today. JPIN was going nuts today. OCG, I was showing people good entry points on that. how to make good cash on that. I think there have been people in here, like I saw some people in the chat bar who were like, dude, I just turned like a 30% gain in, on this stock. And that's what we do. So we do real-time scalping, day trading, AMC. I tell people about my different options contracts that I've got for AMC. That's all it is. It's much less diving in the news unless there's something really hot and pressing, and more so just watching the live market, analyzing different stocks, showing people what's going on with AMC, showing people the level 2s so we can see all the buyers, the sellers, the shorters, that sort of stuff. That's what I do. How about you, man?
That's what the technical supports and the indicators and the support levels we were talking about was how I was focusing up on the. I'm trying to move directly into that, but also cover the news as well. And then one of the things that you mentioned was TCAT, right? TKAT.
Right.
We also analyzed that stock. Let me pull it up here. What's the general consensus? That's one of the bullish tearaway stocks today that has seen some crazy momentum, right?
Say that again, man.
That's one of the stocks that has seen some crazy momentum today. Right?
Oh,
like
yeah,
up
right.
40%.
It's one of those NFT stocks.
So we looked at an article about TKAT because it's never a complete technical analysis until we also look up at the news. And there was, I think I have it right here. It's thoughts about TKAT in like a very negative way because there's 3 or 4 out of 5 indicators that makes it like not a great pick. Mainly, I remember that they don't have great revenue right now, and there's some other reasons. But what did you say in terms of entry points?
So TCAT, I was using as a day trade or a scalp opportunity. And thankfully, with day trading, it doesn't matter what the fundamental value of the company is. You're just looking at riding psychology, human psychology. And the psychology of TCAT the last 48 hours has been insanely bullish. Like it's went from $5 to a high of $40.54. So there was a lot of opportunity here to ride momentum. Personally, I wouldn't ride it as a long-term stock. I mean, if you got into $5 and you just somehow got lucky and run all the way up to $40, I would have cashed out at 40. I would have said, yep, I'm good. Honestly, I probably would have cashed out at 20. I'd have been like, that's all that she's got in her. I would have been done, and I would miss out on the second half of the run-up. But with day trades, it doesn't matter what the fundamental value is, thankfully. You're looking to ride momentum. You're looking to ride sentiment, value. That's literally it. And then when it dries up, you take your cash and you walk away. Like right now, it's had quite a few halts, and it halted on the way down, had a disgusting gap down. Now TCAT looks pretty fried. So I wouldn't touch it yet. I would wait until it has some sort of reversal. I'm not looking at this on a 1-minute chart, so I can't see quite yet, but that's what we're looking at right now, man.
I agree. I also charted that risk reward is pretty slim pickings right now. We had the last time it was rejected was back on the 15th, and it was rejected at like $8, $9, $9. So that is a possibility, especially since last time we looked at it was at $30. Now it's all the way down at 20. One of the thoughts that I had was that the MACD line was actually over the signal line this entire time, even during these 2 drops. So is it still bullish? I'm not sure. And that's the kind of question that we have to kind of take a holistic picture of the indicators at.
So to be honest with you, man, maybe my trading strategy is just is too simple. Maybe I should use the MACD, but I keep it freaking down to the meat and potatoes. I use very simple stuff. I don't even use the MACD, to be honest with you. I use the VWAP, the volume weighted average price, this gold indicator, which gives you bullish or bearish sentiment on a day-to-day basis. Tells you the average holding price for anybody who bought on this given day. I use the 200 EMA, the 15-day MA, which I don't have up right now, but I'll just bring it back up. This gives you an idea of when you're back in bearish territory as well, and the RSI, and that's about it. Most of the time, I like look at these just for confirmation, and that's it. I play candlestick patterns, and that's it. So what do we have here? We've got a gap down in price action. So if I was to look at this right now, and you're looking at this gap down in price action, what do you have? Well, it was a gap down, and it was a red gap down, which is bearish. If you have a gap down followed immediately by a gap, like a green, green action, you'll usually fill that gap. But a gap down followed by more bleeding, not a good sign. So I wouldn't touch this right now since it was a gap down followed by more bleeding. If it bounced immediately, that's a different picture. However, that's just one indicator, right? So if you're looking at different things, what else do we have? We have an engulfing candlestick pattern right here, which is a large wide range candle bar right here, this green one engulfing this previous shooting star candle with that bottoming tail. That tells you that there's weak selling pressure. That tells you that there's strong buying pressure. So you've got kind of a mixed bag. I would weigh them overall. So that gap down for me, that's one bad hit. This is 2 good hits. You've got that shooting star candle followed by an engulfing. 2 good hits, so it's probably net positive 1. And then you ride different momentum plays. So like breaking out of a descending level of resistance, which we have right here, right? Broke out of that descending level of resistance. You look for these 3 touch points. We get them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Break out of that. Have that wide range candle bar open and close above it. And now it's finding a new ascending level of support. So I literally keep it so simple, man. I mean, like when I say scalp, I mean in and out sometimes within 1 minute, sometimes within 30 seconds. I mean, because you can make hard moves on a scalp trade. Bam, it moves $1 in 30 seconds. I'm out. I'm taking my profits, and that's how you ride it. And that's why I focus mainly on. I think you're thinking about it as more of a swing trade. As a swing trade, you know, if you hold this for 1 or 2 days, that's a way different scenario. Like it could be the stock could be so bearish. Like look at this. If this stock dropped from $29 all the way down to $18 in 2 minutes, and it bounced up from $18 to 22, you could have capitalized on that run from 18 to 22 and made $4 a share, bam, just like that. And I'm about finding those opportunities. You know what I mean?
People in the chat are going crazy for Trey. I think I'm crazy for Trey too. Just when you go, you really do go. That's just the trader policy right there.
I just get on rants, man.
Yeah,
that's all it is.
No, we like that. That's what we're here for. Okay, so then let's talk a little bit about GameStop and AMC because that's the meat and potatoes that we are all looking for. I'll let you drive the conversation, and I have some thoughts as well. But in terms of technicals, what is AMC and GME going to shape up later today?
So AMC and GameStop today, I'll just pull it back up on the charts. AMC, I think there was 2 things that I was noticing, specifically on the level 2s. So I'll pull this back up here. On the level 2s, one thing that I saw that was crazy is we had crazy shorting. So the difference between the short sale rule being enacted and not being enacted is this. When people say they can short it on the down ticks or they have to short it on the up ticks, what does that mean? If you can short it on the down ticks, it means that you can slap the ask, not the ASS, the ask, right? You can slap the ask. And what that means is they can predict and get ready for a run. And you're looking at this right now on the level 2s. It's already there. Look at this. 3,600, 3,100, 30,000, 3,100, 4,000, 1,000, 44,000. Those are short positions getting ready to get filled. And they don't have to meet a buyer. They can short X amount of stock into the stock. They can sell it. Bam. They get slapped down and it just crashes the price. Theoretically speaking, you can push a stock as far down as you want, which is why that SSR rule is legitimate because it forces you to slap it on the bid instead of the ask. You have to meet somebody as a buyer, and you can't just predict where a stock is going to run and then crash at the minute that it hits that level of resistance. So we don't have the SSR in place today. A lot of crazy shorting taking place. On the flip side, though, one thing that I've noticed that I haven't seen usually is the bid is being matched by an equal amount of buyers, and I don't think those are retail investors. That is very, very unusual. I mean, look at this, 3,400, 3,400, 3,300, 3,200, 2,700. Retail investors don't do that. They don't do that. That looks like some toots, man. And I am very, very interested by that. I don't know what that is. But I tell you what, that's not natural price action on either side. I think that's some big buyers and sellers on both sides.
So we are seeing the theory play out that there are long whales, let's say. There are institutional hedgies that know the game, they like making money, and they like the stock. So that right now they are playing.
Yeah, man, you got it.
They're playing multiple games right now of one trying to drop the price. We imagined that the long whales were the ones that dropped the price earlier on Wednesday for both AMC and GME, and not yesterday, but last Wednesday. And when that happened, we were looking at like why would that want to be something that is putting both GME on the SSR for Thursday and Friday and causing like a ton more call options to be added to the option chain. That seems like they were trying to wind back the crossbow. So that's why a lot of people, even the theory that we talked about earlier of someone wanting to the price of GME to drop, could likely be that these long whales wanted this to happen, theoretically. So therefore, we also want it to happen for these drops and these opportunities. The little deltas here allow us to be able to wind back the launch pad. Now that said, suspicious activity is for sure. Is this a new way of hedgies like manipulating the price that is out of our control? Because this is something that we talked about. How do we prepare for the hedgies? What exactly are they trying to do, and how can we work around them?
I don't think this is anything new, man. I gotta be honest with you. I think this has been taking place for the last month and a half. I think a lot of people just don't understand the level 2 data. And to be honest with you, a month and a half ago, when I first got level 2, I didn't know what I was looking for immediately either, because I started using level 2 data about a month and a half ago. But trading and investing to me, especially trading, is all about learning patterns and applying that to human psychology. So think about this. As a retail investor, would you set up a buy for 37. Obviously, it's a combination of retail investors. Would you set up a buy? I mean, just think about how big of a pain in the butt this is. For 100 shares at 1407, 100 at 06, 100 at 05, 100 at 04, 100 at 03. No, that doesn't make any sense at all. You know what I mean? It's like exact science. It's like round even shares. Most retail investors will, while they're trading, purchase them at market value. They don't even set limit orders, you know? So I think about that. I'm like, so what would that mean? If that's not retail investors, who's left over? It would likely be the institutional investor, the whales, right? The big guys, the toots. That's huge. Toots are institutional investors. You get it from toot, institute. That is what it is. But anyways, the toots, man, I think that's what it is. I think you got long positions coming in. And we do know that Fidelity stepped in with like over 500,000 shares. We crunched the numbers, dude. Their dollar cost average was 13.26, which means that they likely bought in yesterday. Massive. That's huge, man. I'm digging it for sure. I like that. And then the short positions, obviously, there's not much we can do about that either. All we can do is continue to buy and hodl. That's it. I'm going to continue to buy and hodl, man. I've got my 2,598 shares at a dollar cost of 9.26, as you can see right here.
Oh, baby.
Just going to continue to add. You still holding your AMC?
Oh, heck yeah. Well, like,
there we go, man.
There's been no opportunity to get out. Not even the fact that like AMC has just been like staying up above 14, like the small dip down to 13. Like no one was really afraid of that. And as of right now, if you are feeling any fear, uncertainty, or doubt, just look at me and Trey and focus up here, because we are trying to tell you the facts of how the squeeze timeline will work out. We know we don't want to put any dates on it, but in your trader opinion, what are we looking at in terms of outlook? How long is this going to take?
How long is it going to take, man? I am viewing this as more of oh God, look at this that is a dirty inverse head and shoulders pattern, by the way. I got distracted by that. That's freaking nasty. Oh, that's filthy. I like that. But anyways, how long is this going to take? I think it's going to be a pretty similar situation to a Tesla squeeze. Not necessarily on their fundamental value, but I brought on the author of the AMC 2K case from Reddit. And it was very interesting what he had to say. He said, think about Tesla. What happened with Tesla? So you had Elon Musk, Daddy Elon. He says, I don't understand why Tesla trades for so much. And everyone thought he was just the biggest moron in the world. Well, get this. Everybody sees that. And they're like, oh, man, Elon's the biggest moron in the world. And they short the stock. They think, all right, this is going to go down. I'm going to take advantage of this. And then you've got the smart investors out there that say, hey, Tesla's a good company. Let's squeeze the crap out of these guys. And they squeezed it. And shorts kept doubling down. How long did this last? For a year. It went up thousands of percents, like 1,500, 2,000%. Who knows? It was a huge, crazy amount. And I think you're going to have something similar, as does the author of that 2K DD article on Reddit, of something similar where you have this compilation, this endless feedback loop of call options expiring in the money, which drives a gamma squeeze, which causes more shorts to maybe cover, and then more shorts doubling down their positions when it's high, thinking, yep, this will go back down, and then more gamma squeezing, endless feedback loop where it can continue to run, where you see this slow and steady run up. And here's my validation for that. Here's how I'm backing it up. Look at the last month of price action. What do we have? Does this look anything to you like a short squeeze? Heck no. This looks like some steady, freaking disgusting growth. I mean, look at this. Setting higher lows and higher highs literally day by day with healthy pullbacks. I mean, we go up some, we give some back. Consolidate, up some, give some back, up some, give some back. I mean, you can see this pattern here, man. This is nasty. All we're waiting for now is a break over this next level of resistance to get the next leg up. This is a combination to me of gamma squeezing. It's mini gamma squeezes where you've got call options expiring in the money, followed by potentially a few short positions covering, followed by short positions doubling down, followed by the drive down, followed by call options being purchased, followed by expiring in the money, and this feedback loop goes over and over and over and over. I think it's not going to be one crazy day. I've come to that conclusion probably about a week ago now. I just don't think it's going to be a crazy day. I think it's going to be this slow and steady grind of here's a 20% day here, here's a 40% day here, here's another 20% day here, and it's just going to keep creeping up until it does something disgusting. You know what I mean? That's what I'm getting. I mean, that's just really clean price action, man.
That is a holistic, long-term overview of AMC, and that's why people, even my mods down here, we love both stonks, but some people are saying that AMC is a longer-term hold. It just might be something that's going to play out as the pandemic starts to open up, and we see a little bit more of like a friendly outlook of people going back to the theaters, right? Changing up their lifestyles. That's something that GameStop is trying to capitalize on as well. Yeah, you've seen those pictures of their new gaming chairs.
The new gaming chairs, huh?
Yeah.
Sorry, I got distracted. I was reading something in the chat about a cat. That sounds really bad, man. I always get distracted. My apologies. Can you say that one more time?
All good. The AMC is on a recovery play, right? People are going to show back up to the theaters, right? They're going to be able to chew on their popcorn.
And their gaming chairs. Yeah, I got you.
So GameStop is trying to create like a community by like taking advantage of this pandemic, easing up, and therefore people are going to want to have a reason to go back into those GameStops.
Yeah, man. I know what would be really interesting is if somehow, and I don't think this will happen. I don't think it'll happen, but it'd be interesting is if AMC and GameStop came together for like some sort of one-day gaming marathon in an AMC movie theater where people just sat down and maybe a gaming tournament or something. But I actually am more bullish probably on the growth potential for GameStop long-term as an e-commerce store. Downside being, I think they've got a lot of competition. I think they've got a crap ton of competition. Like Steam nails it already. I mean, you're competing with Steam. Steam's been nailing the game for who knows how long. So what is GameStop going to offer that's going to be different than the rest of the online gaming world? You know, that's a booming sector right now. That GameStop's just maybe getting started in, right? They haven't got into it yet. There's a crap ton of esports, e-gaming, this and that, right? That they have to compete with. So how are they going to do it? You know, that's my question. AMC, maybe not as much long-term growth potential. Like, how are they going to expand? They've got streaming services, which would be nice. They've got potentially virtual reality, augmented reality. Those are two ways that they can play it. I'd just be interested to see which way they go. You know, there's risk and reward with both of them. I think the e-commerce will probably be easier to get into, more competition. Streaming services, a lot of competition, right? But if they get a deal with Netflix, not so much. You know, if they get a deal with Amazon, not so much. They're already in it. Augmented virtual reality, not a lot of competition. So if they got into that, they were able to turn 3D movies into augmented reality, virtual reality. I think that'd be very interesting. You know what I mean? What do you think?
How much would you pay for a augmented reality or virtual reality movie?
$50, easy.
$50 per movie.
Oh yeah, definitely. You can't make that. I mean, can you imagine being able to what if you were in just like this 3D, like a 360 chair, where you can sit down in a 360 chair and look around at whatever you wanted. You know what I mean? That'd be nuts.
But the problem with Google Cardboard and Gear, Samsung Gear and whatever it's called, those are almost free. Like the gear itself costs like $50. So you're talking about the price of one AMC future ticket that takes over the experience that you can have when in your little swivel chair at home, right? In a safer place, and you can have your mask off and stuff. Like. That is fair. It does sound very cool for it to be mainstream, because even though this VR technology has been out for a long time, like Oculus, Facebook, like that's a big piece of like mainstream culture that still hasn't become mainstream yet. So I'm wondering how AMC could hype it up, because I can imagine that could be the main vehicle. And speaking of hype, I do want to hear your opinion about the Godzilla versus King Kong trailer on Twitter.
Dude. I tweeted that. I retweeted it, man. I retweeted it. That was freaking sick. That was too good. Oh, by the way, guys, we got 11,400 people here right now. Well, Andrew's going to get something real quick. We get to 13K likes. I put it on another crack of the Kraken. So let's make it happen. We're 2K away. So freaking close.
Okay,
yeah,
if Trey gets that, I'm pulling a pull of some Glenlivet. I'm gonna pull some nice top shelf stuff. It's a Thursday. It's basically a Friday, 5 o'clock somewhere. And over on my channel, we have Avox here promising to put up to $40,000 in the next dip. Right? He didn't specify AMC or GME. I'm assuming he's splitting his pot, but $40,000 in the GME when we hit 65,000 subs over on my channel, and we are 4,500 away.
Dude, you've been blowing up. That's freaking sick to see. I haven't seen that kind of growth anywhere. So here's something good. Matthew said this in the chat bar. Matthew Rappaport. I'm sorry if I'm saying your name wrong, brother. But he says, how about some people will be aching to go to the movies again after being stuck at home? This is an interesting thing to talk about, because I think some people are thinking, why would I go to the movies when I could just sit at my home and not wear a mask and be able to chill, not pay $30 for a cup of popcorn, whatever it might be. But I think a lot of people are just excited to go do something again. You know what I mean? Like I'll tell you what, I am so excited to go watch Kong versus Godzilla. That is going to be sick. I am so excited. I think what's going to happen, Kong is going to fight Godzilla. Godzilla is going to beat the piss out of Kong. And then what's going to happen is Mecha Godzilla going to come into the game. Ooh. And then Kong is going to hit the finishing blow to kill Mecha Godzilla. That's how she'll go.
So you think Kong is going to win?
Mecha Godzilla. I think they're going to fight together. Godzilla is going to fight with with Kong to beat Mechagodzilla. I think
gotcha.
the original fight is going to be, somebody made the analysis or the comparison, the analogy in the chat bar. They said in the Godzilla movie, AMC and GameStop are going to be Kong and Godzilla fighting each other at first. But in the end, they're going to go together to beat Mechagodzilla, which is the hedge funds.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, actually, not in that sense. I actually 100% agree with that analogy. The idea behind the first part of the story, because Godzilla and King Kong have like a very different like metaphorical background too. When you think about it, like Godzilla is this metaphor on like the savage part of a nuclear war and the differences between like Western and Eastern culture, right? And then Godzilla is also about like Western Eastern like forces, cultural forces playing against each other, but at the same time, it's more about like vilifying the tribal and the unknown. So in that sense, these two metaphors head on together. God, okay, that's one of the movies I'm going to be super psyched about. So in essence, remember the Godzilla girls versus the Kong cucks? Are you a KK all the way?
Oh, I'm a Kong guy every day of the week, man.
Nice.
I love K. Dude, Kong I watched the first movie, Kong, and me and my friend Brandon from Fargo, after watching that, we would walk around the house. I lived with him for a while. We just go up to each other and go, Kong! Just yell at each other. It's too good.
Yeah.
I love King Kong. It's absolutely awesome. But there's something that just popped up in the super chat that I want to address. I'm sorry.
Sure.
This is from John Doe. He says, hey, Trey, just want to let you know how thankful I am for you helping me out of a dark place. I lost my mom to suicide, and there's been a war in my head since. Thank you for bringing some sunshine to my hurricane. And, dude, John Doe, every time this sort of stuff pops up in my live streams, I have to address it. I have to, because I know how that is. I had a friend of mine back when I was in college, and I'm not going to address his name for the privacy of his family, but I lost him to suicide, and that really sucks. And there's no good way to go about that. When I lost my dad, it took me 1 year to get out of that hole that I was in. So I know how tough that sort of stuff is. And it's the market, and this YouTube community is so much bigger than just investing in money. I want to show people out there that you can be good people, and we can help good people become better people, and bad people become good people. And there's room for everybody in the world to eat, right? So John Doe, I hope that you're doing good, man. I hope this is an opportunity for you to help somebody else's life. It's much bigger than we realize. So I'm grateful for the community, and I'm glad that you're doing better, man. You're in my thoughts without a doubt.
John Doe, thank you for sharing that, and Trey, thank you for addressing that. I mean, I also have, I'm not going to belabor the point, but I also have close friends that also have lost their lives to suicide. In my opinion, I feel like that's one of the most important pieces of being able to tell somebody. Just tell somebody, even if it's a YouTube community full of tens of thousands of people, during a live stream about this kind of situation, whatever you're going through. Thank you.
You're spot on, man. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Seriously. God, it makes me sad when I see that stuff. Seriously. I'm just grateful that we have this opportunity, that we've got people here like this that can really do good things together. So appreciate that, Andrew.
Yeah. And it's
Ralph Castaneda is watching this right now. He said this for a shot of the Kraken, $15, $14.99. So screw it. We'll make it happen. We'll make it happen.
Now?
I took my first one at I think it would have been about 8. So cheers to the community, man. This is what it is. We do this every single time. I just like to give a quick cheers and toast to everybody out there. We already talked about John Doe, but I tell you what, we're going to bring him up one more time. This is a cheers and a toast for John Doe. John Doe and everybody out there who might be in a dark place. Anybody in a dark place right now, I'll tell you what, just take one step and put it in front of the other. You keep walking, because you never know when you're going to take that turn, that corner, and there's going to be light at the end of the tunnel. You never know who you're going to meet. You never know what experiences you're going to have. You never know what's going to change your life, because all you got to do is keep taking that next step forward. I never would have thought I'd be here where I am right now. I was living out of my car 2 years ago, $30,000 in debt. So things can change just like that. And that's cheers for you guys. So bottoms up, man.
Bottoms up. Thank you, Trey.
All right.
Oh, smooth. Woof.
Beautiful. Gets right in the nostrils. Hits you where you need it.
All right. I think some people in my chat, not a lot of people, are wondering if I've sold my AMC. Why would I? That wouldn't make any sense. I have not sold any of my positions on GME or AMC. And just to make that clear, in case some people are wondering. Oof.
Oh, man. No, I think people are wondering what your position is, because they said that we haven't heard what your position is, but I know that you've been trying to stay private about that. Yeah. I'm respecting of it. I'm not going to ask, but
I think I'm roughly at somewhere between 10K and slightly higher on GME and in
Dollars?
Dollars, yeah. No, not shares. Oh, man.
Yeah, I was going to say, Jesus.
And with AMC, I was... So the prices have switched around, but I was in an entry point of like $9.50 or maybe even $8.50 with $1,000 in AMC. And,
there you go, man. So you heard it here first. He's got a full position.
Yeah.
Big time.
And I want
Johan, go ahead, man.
Oh no, sorry. I was gonna say I wanted to get AMC on the dip, but I just haven't had a chance yet. Maybe
we got a little bit of a dip today. It came down under $14. I've been telling people I think $13.50 is a good opportunity, but it's at $14.19 right now. Slowly making a climb back up. Slowly doing it. It's about to test the VWAP actually.
Ooh. Yeah, I'm looking at that too. So the main point of the like war plan, I mentioned that on the channel, but the war plan for both AMC and GME right now that some Redditors think makes sense is that you need to buy on the tops of these curves, right? People buy the dips, for sure, that's great, but being able to buy the rips as well is the momentum that we need to continue catalyzing the squeeze.
Yeah, that's a good point, man. I haven't really thought about that. I always just say buy dips, sell rips, but except for AMC, it's buy dips and hold rips. But either way, I think that the majority of the rip buying is coming from the toots. I think it's either that or day traders, people that are scalping the stock, in which case they're still helping the cause. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because everybody's holding. Everybody continues to hold, so that's good. I wanted to say something really quick. Johan says, thanks for the tip on GFIN. Made 10K gain. What's the link to join the members only? We need more skin action from Trey and Andrew. I get that. Everybody's got this joke about this OnlyFans thing right now.
Yes.
I am not going to have a members only for myself. I do have a Patreon. If you want to join the Patreon, there is a link to that down below. It's $5 a month. I don't talk about it a lot because I don't know. It's just not my thing. But it is $5 a month if you want to join over the Patreon. Super cheap, whatever. Otherwise, we're just going to keep rocking. It's free for you guys. I'm not going to do the members only because I do have that Discord. So just wanted to address that really quick. We're a family. Amen to that. All right. But anyways, yeah, AMC's sitting pretty good right now. Sitting at 14.18. Looking at the technical analysis, it's got a beautiful ascending level of support right now. I mean, God, it just needs that's that VWAP. If we can get over that VWAP, it should come with a pretty dirty move. I'm feeling good about it for sure. We'll see. Nice doji candle right there. A little bit of indecision, which is good. Coming up off this run, I would anticipate it's going to test it. I mean, where are we sitting at right now? I have to look at the level 2s to get a good idea. But I think it'll break. I think it'll break pretty soon here. Level 2s, we've got the largest sell-out, 1425, which is, funnily enough, right where that VWAP is sitting, 1426. So we'll see what ends up happening.
I think there was a thought. Someone sent something that said, I can't find it now, but who said it, that if once we get to 70,000 subs on my channel, they want to see like a little initiative from the two of us where we try to take like $5,000 maybe a week or a month and see how much money the two of us can make. That would be a fun little competition.
To see who makes the most money on the $5,000.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'd be down, man. Sure.
Okay.
Let's do it.
There you go. You heard it here. 70,000 subs. 65 to get a Voxier to buy $40,000 more of meme stock, AMC and GME. And then up to 70,000. The two of us are going to put some $5,000 on the line. And you guys can kind of see, like, Team Mo Money and Team Gorilla Gang, which one of these is going to be able to make a little bit more delta.
Sure, man. I mean, I'm all in on AMC here, but I'll play a call. Here's what I'll do. I'll say it right now. That $5,000, I'm just gonna play AMC call options. Just see who comes out on top. No, I'm serious. Solid. I'll do it.
No,
I'll tell you how it goes.
Well, then we're gonna have to get up to 70K before the squeeze happens. Otherwise, the AMC saga is gonna be over.
There we go.
It seems
VR
like
Cinema already exists. There is an app called Big Screen on Steam. Check it out. Quality is amazing with good VR glasses. Hopefully AMC can get into it. So that's cool. VR Cinema already exists. That seems like something to get into for sure. Yeah. I remember them talking about it before too, that they might potentially get into VR, but that was a while back, like years ago.
Sorry, you might have cut out.
Oh, no, you're all good. I was just saying that AMC a couple of years back was talking about potentially getting into VR or AR, and one of the super chats here is talking about Big Screen on Steam, that VR actually exists already, and that AMC could potentially get into that. He said that it's good quality with good VR glasses. Check it out. He's enjoyed it. I think that'd be a good thing for sure.
Yeah, I agree. I think that right now it just needs to be cool. like the Google Glass was a great idea. You'll probably be like Andrew, that was a terrible idea, but Google Glass was a fantastic idea. People have been talking about it forever. In fact, the two things I want in the next 10 years is hoverboards and Google Glass. Like, why can't we have the nice things that movies have been saying we should be able to get for a long time now? Like, hoverboards doesn't even seem that crazy of an idea. So in that sense, when it comes down to these kinds of technologies, like, it could just be like one catalyst to get a super hyped up reaction to it. And if that ends up being on AMC's side or even on GME, if they can partner together, can you imagine the attendees on that partnership if they can partner together with VR? Dang, that'd be cool. Make it like a gaming, because AMC already has. I remember spending a lot of time on the AMC like gaming section. They would always have like a little like place where you can have like almost like a Chuck E. Cheese's, but like Chuck E. Cheese light situation.
Like the cranes and all the arcade and stuff. I didn't realize that AMC had one of those. Okay.
And I would go in and I'd be like, hey, this is freaking cool. Thank you, Trick.
Yeah, man, definitely. Dude, I didn't ever heard the Chuck E. Cheese as a kid. This is maybe TMI, but when I was a kid, this is like the worst nightmare I ever had in my entire life. This is maybe, I don't know, man. Maybe I shouldn't say this, but I had this nightmare when I was a kid where I would have this over and over 5-10 times probably throughout my entire childhood. I would be walking down the street and there'd be this alley, and in the alley there'd be like that picture perfect movie scene where you're walking, and then the alley you hear this like noise, and you look into it, and the alley's all dark, and there's this freaking trash can sitting in the middle of the alley. And I walked down there for whatever reason. God, just thinking about this is making me like tear up right now.
Oh no!
Oh, I hate this. And in the trash can was the rat from Chuck E. Cheese.
No.
And I walk into it. I walk not into the trash can, but I walk up there, and the lid pops up, and it's this super slow movement where it's like the old rat where he was like this freaking creepy looking, like a nasty looking one, and his head pops up, and I look at him, and he looks at me, and his hands like pop out, and I turn around, and I'm like trying to run away, and he grabs me and drags me into the trash can, and I'm not gonna. You can fill in the blank here.
Wait, I don't want to fill in the blank. Wait, what happened?
No, dude.
Oh no. Okay, well, first of all, I'm so sorry.
Oh god, I just scarred forever. But I like space aliens. We had this thing called Space Aliens in Minnesota, and I would go there and we'd watch and we'd play games and do that kind of stuff. But dude, just thinking about that messes me up. I don't know why I was having those dreams when I was like 8, but Jesus.
And I'm in the Midwest too, and
it scares the crap out of me.
In the Midwest, in Chicago, we had like Magic or like Mystical Castle or Magic Castle or something. That was the other Chuck E. Cheese knockoff. Gosh dang. Okay, so first of all, sorry that happened to you. Second of all, now we have to play.
It's all good.
Well, now we have to play.
I don't know why I thought of that. That's a good story. Good story.
Like one of these days, we have to do a Let's Play of Five Nights at Freddy's because of your situation. Have you played that before?
I have not, man. No.
Well, now you have to. Now we really... Okay, well, guys, we got to get something going. Some number of likes or some number of subscribers for Trey, and we're going to play some Five Nights at Freddy's and see if that PTSD comes back. Did you know my favorite fact in the world is that Chuck E. Cheese's real name is, and I'm not kidding, Charles Entertainment Cheese. And that's his real name, in case you ever wanted a fact that never leaves your brain. That's the fact that I share at dinner parties because I'm very boring.
I didn't know that, man. Interesting. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's a good story for a dinner party for sure.
No, it's not. Definitely don't take my word for that.
I was just playing.
Yeah.
AMC is getting so close to testing the VWAP right now, man. Look at this. Look at this. 1425. The VWAP, in case you don't know, is a volume weighted average price. It's this gold indicator that I've got pulled up right here. If you want to pull this up on your own WeBull, you simply would come over to indicators, and it's sitting right here, the VWAP in blue. You can turn it on and off just like this, and that tells you the average price of whoever is holding the stock weighted by volume. So very nice. If we get that back over 1426, which is that VWAP, it'll bring us back into microscopic bullish territory. We've got a little bit of a nice ascending channel right here. So a break over that would be huge. 1450 being the high of the day. 1454. If we can get over that, man, it is off to the races. I think $15 would be the next move after that. I'm very bullish on this price action, dude. Looking good.
The VWAP is a video that actually got like me starting a brand new series called Datagasm. It's just the indicators that really matter when it comes down to just doing some bare bones technical analyses. So that's guys, you need to understand the VWAP, the volumetric weighted average price. Huge amount of juicy info, especially if for AMC and GME. Now GME is a little bit of a tricky pickle because of its beta, and actually we should bring that up in case anyone has not heard about GME's negative beta. AMC's beta is right on the money, like 1.5 or so, just like a little bit more volatile than the market, but following the market pretty well. First, I do want to say, those of you who have sent supers, I'm not trying to be rude to Trey, so I do want to say thank you to those of you. But TrickShift says he loves both of our channels. Keep up the great work. So there you go. That's one. I'll mention all of your supers in just a second. But what do you think? Have you heard about that negative beta on GME?
I have, and we looked into it earlier here today, and I've seen different numbers for the beta on AMC. I've seen a positive and I've seen a negative. Some people send me screenshots of the beta from different sources saying it was -5.
Oh.
And I've seen it on Yahoo saying that it's +2. So I don't know what to believe. I've seen so many different numbers circulating that I just feel like, because I know what beta is referring to essentially, but the problem is that we just don't know what the actual number is for AMC. And I don't know what it actually is for GameStop either, because it's just so many different freaking numbers that are circulating around. What do you think?
So I have an article right here about, and I've been meaning to read into it, that says that the GME's negative beta doesn't tell us anything about whether or not the shorts have covered. I already agree with the title of the article, but I think, so anyone who doesn't understand beta, really briefly, it just tells us whether or not the stock in question trends with the other stocks in the market, mainly the S&P 500 or any other like large ETF, just generally about how the stock behaves when the market is either bearish or bullish. And the main idea behind that is that it gives us a sense of exactly how the stock is going to be tested when put its mettle to the test. If this market is bad, will it also be bad? And any number above 1 means that it's going to be an amplified reflection of the market. Essentially, that means that it's going to be even more volatile depending on if the market is bearish or bullish. That said, any number right at 1, it follows the market exactly, 1-to-1 ratio. If the market goes up 10%, it's going to go up 10% too. That said, 0 is the idea that it's not going to move basically independently, not correlated at all with the market. And then finally, with a negative beta, it is right now the suspicion that GME and AMC have negative beta. The idea remains that maybe the stock does not actually follow the market
trends at all.
Exactly.
Right.
It follows the opposite.
I would say that's a good hypothesis, man. I think that's a good hypothesis because when you think about it, big picture, if the market's going down and you have collateral issues with hedge funds like Melvin Capital and Citadel, we've seen a bunch of stuff circulating about Citadel potentially selling bonds so they can raise capital for whatever reason, right? Because maybe they're sitting in a bad situation with cash. That would make sense, because if the market's crashing because they're pulling out of positions with millions or billions of dollars and they're putting it into AMC as a short fund position, right? Well, then of course not. It's not gonna reflect on the market at that point. I mean, I think about the Nasdaq. The Nasdaq today, I think, was down 1.8%, yet AMC was up 5 or 6% at its height. And I'm looking at what the Nasdaq is doing right now. I know that it was red 2% earlier today. Now it is down 1.61%. So bouncing back a little bit, but still, I mean, the fact that AMC and GameStop aren't really reflecting that at all tells you the whole story.
Right. So that's a piece of the picture right here. We're looking at the spread of the historical data on GME back in February 2021. It has -2. So this is the number that people have been trying to say, right? -2 or -8, like however much is like contrarian to the market itself. But back in December it was 1.4. September was 1. July of last year was 1, and then March it was 0.5. So the beta has only been negative since the beginning of February 2021, according to this source. Right? This doesn't matter, according to the source, because of 3 points. 1, beta is easy to calculate. You can do it with yourself with using these steps. I'm going to send them to you, and then you can add them to the description if you want to. Number 2, the beta reported by Yahoo Finance et al. Is calculated using only 36 monthly data points. That's not very many, which means the calculation can be skewed by outliers fairly easily. And as a data scientist, always think about outliers to begin with. This is one of the first parts of data munging in EDA, the exploratory data analysis steps. And then finally, there's a huge, number 3, there's a huge outlier in January that wrecks the whole calculation. That's why the beta suddenly went negative in February. Essentially, when the market was feeling bad, the GME and AMC, of course, was going up 100% from December to January, while the benchmark for the beta for the market was negative 1%. So therefore, of course, February is going to be skewed if it's working off of that data.
Okay, so how do you think beta is going to reflect on the price action down the road? From what you know about beta, walk us through what you're expecting in the next 1 week to 4 weeks. The next one week to the next month. What is the beta telling you in terms of price action for AMC and GameStop if it's not reflecting the market? Because let's say, hypothetically speaking, this tech correction continues, right? People are still worried about inflation rates, even though we had Powell talk about inflation rates not being that bad. Maybe they're nervous about, a tech bubble. Maybe they think that the real estate market is going to transition back to a buyer's market. Whatever it may be, right? If we have another correction, another tech correction, or whatever happens, how is that going to reflect on AMC and GameStop's price action?
So first of all, we just talked about how beta is skewed right now with this big outlier. So in that sense, beta is not a good recommendation for anything. Not good for telling us how many shorts have yet to be covered. Not good for telling us what to predict for the future. Because even though it may seem like the people out there are saying, well, if beta is opposite, that means if the market goes bad, GME goes up. That's just logic, right? I don't think so. I think that right now what we're looking at is AMC following pretty much exactly what we expect. So let's take the MACD. I know you don't use that very closely, but let's just take a look. The VWAP was trending exactly at the same price as the stock itself, right? We expect it to start consolidating or level out. No, the MACD was just passing above the signal line. I know your viewers can't see this, but just imagine, okay? Earlier this morning, the MACD passed the signal line. AMC had a breakout from 1410 all the way up to its new high of 1450. Right there and then. AMC basically follows the technical analyses, the recommendations of that indicator to a T. I've seen this multiple times, not only today, but throughout the last week of analyzing AMC. AMC is predictable, at the very least, for a certain number of indicators taken cumulatively. Now, for GME, I've noticed that it essentially doesn't care at all about the MACD, right? The MACD goes above the signal line, it doesn't react at all. It still continues to trend downward, and even though indicators would say that this is bullish, back since Monday, since that brand new drop of GME on Monday, it's just been a wild horse, unable to be predicted by these simple indicators. So what does that mean? Does it mean that beta actually is true, that GME currently doesn't obey the normal laws of fundamental analysis and technical analysis? Maybe, but at the very least we can tell that these two are now pretty much different beasts, that AMC is still acting like a fundamental investment, that it's still acting like we said, right? The bigger picture is that we have these ascending supports, right? We have these descending resistances. We have pretty darn good technical chops for AMC, and for GME, it might be anyone's guess to exactly how it's going to react when the market sees another correction.
That's spot on, man. I've noticed the same thing about AMC and GameStop, is that AMC tends to have more of a pattern than GameStop does. Like sometimes what's really strange is AMC will mirror GameStop to a T, but then sometimes they completely diverge from each other. They're different, and then they come back and do the same thing again for like another day, but then they diverge again. So like at this point, it's like I just can't predict what's going to go on with both those stocks at the same time. If I was to use beta for anything, it would be for patterns, and that would be about it. Personally, I think beta is a good indicator, right? But like you're saying, there's a lot of asterisks. Like there's a lot of things that can kind of mess up that data. I've been reading some stuff in the chat bar, people saying that it's just a little bit skewed. And I wouldn't say skewed per se, but there are asterisks. Like you have to take what you're reading and kind of interpret it and figure out what the means of what that data is collected by is actually saying. I wouldn't pay too much mind to beta. I don't think it's going to affect positively or negatively too much one way or the other AMC or GameStop's price action. AMC specifically, because that's what we like to do here at the channel. But that's very interesting stuff, man. I wonder why that suddenly started circulating. Because I didn't see it recently on Reddit until I would say today or yesterday. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So beta definitely wasn't on my radar either for this specific scenario, and that's because the reports come out every so often, right? The last time we've been able to see beta historically was in like the 3-month period. So therefore, when the 28th came out, now suddenly we have that data.
Okay, there we go, man. I was looking for something. AMC isn't steroids, plain and simple. I love it. That's good. Yeah, but I think beta, I wouldn't sweat it too much. I think on Reddit, what you have floating around a lot is people trying to find reasons to rally the troops. Whatever DD that might be, I feel like there's something new every single day. Like, hey, here's another reason why you should believe in the cause. And I'm not trying to discredit beta in the least bit. I think it's an important thing to talk about. It's definitely a factual thing with asterisks, obviously, but it's good to do that. It's good to find the next reason to rally the troops, to set that goalpost a little bit closer, because it's hard to know. Like, oh man, having an indefinite date in which this is going to squeeze, I'm sure is really hard for people. Like, it'd be way easier if you were like, yep, we know that on June, blah, 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 of this day of this year, we're going to hit $2,000. Like, yeah, I'll hold easy as piss. Like, I can do that. Sure, I'll mark it on my calendar day by day. What's going on? I'll wait it out. But not knowing, that's hard. That's hard because nobody knows the uncertainty, the FUD, the fear, uncertainty, doubt. That makes it way tougher. So to have those goalposts, to have things that we can look forward to every day, to dive into, to learn a little bit more about, I feel like, honestly, this entire AMC GameStop journey has been such a huge learning opportunity. Like, if you didn't know anything about the market, bam, like, you jump in right now, you're just getting pounded with knowledge. Like, there's so much opportunity to learn stuff. Even if you come out, on bottom, the things that you learn from this AMC and GameStop situation, you're going to come out on top in the end. Because all these different things, these nuggets that you've walked away with, things that I would have never known personally, if this didn't happen, if there weren't all these crazy manipulation tactics and things going on with AMC GameStop, we wouldn't have come out on top. It's nuts. I mean, you were really winning walking away from this because you learned so much more. It's just insane. What do you think about that?
Now, that's why we're birds of a feather. That's exactly what I said earlier in my live stream, that if you walk away with $0, like, you lose everything you put in. Doesn't matter, like, if you bought one share. Doesn't matter if you bought, like, your life savings worth of shares. Well, it does matter at that point. But hopefully you didn't. Hopefully you only bet money that you were willing to lose. But if you walk away with this as a loser, guess what? You just earned a 10-year, like, doctorate degree from the University of AMC and GME. Right?
Yeah.
You're not going to be able to learn this in a classroom because at this rate, you have skin in the game and now you have like a concerted effort to be able to learn as much as you can. And you're never going to forget. You're never going to forget how these naked options, naked shares play into the total flow percentage, right? You're never going to forget the fact that that conversions can make call options a dangerous play when you are trying to support the cause of a price action going upward. And you're never going to forget the fact that Robinhood could at any time just not buy a stock on the other side and make it seem like you have. Right? You're never going to forget these pieces of financial advice and information that you've gleaned from this journey. That's invaluable.
Knowledge is power, man.
Knowledge is power.
Money. There's opportunity every single day in the market to make money. I mean, one thing that I've done the last 2 days, I've done market to market, open to close streams, and the last 2 days we've had opportunities we've had 100% runners literally every single day that I've streamed, and every day in the market there's almost always 100% runners somewhere. Right? You don't always capitalize on the whole 100% runner, but the point being, there's opportunities everywhere to make money. So if you can take the same knowledge that you learned from this situation with AMC after we're done with it and apply that knowledge somewhere else, right? Whether it be how to day trade, how to beat a scalp, how to play options, how shorts work, how long positions work, how puts work, how failure to delivers work, right? How short squeezes work, gamma squeezes work. You can apply that knowledge to some other stock with a very similar situation, right? And bam, wreck it, make a crap ton of cash, do it again, rinse and repeat. Like, it doesn't just need to be AMC, right? When AMC's done, I'm gonna keep making money. I'm gonna be like, heck yeah, we won this one. Time to go wreck another freaking sucker and make some more cash, and keep doing that. There's opportunities everywhere. So that's my 2 cents, man. Eyes, by the way, looks like it is doing something. Have you followed Eyes, EYES?
I have been following
Eyes.
Eyes.
Nuts in my chat.
Let's take a look.
Oh, she's up to 1675. Oh, I'm so pumped. I put out a notification for this in my Discord. It's the buy zone at 1450, and it's up to almost $17 now.
Oh, shit.
Dirty. Yeah. Oh, you love to see it.
Second
you love to
sight,
see
man.
it. You really do.
So you don't think that Eyes is like a people have been wondering about whether or not Eyes is like a dangerous play. It's up 15%. Yeah, that is good growth on the day. Did it see a pullback at any point, or has it just been ripping nonstop?
Oh yeah, it's had a huge pullback. I mean, look at this on. I'll share my screen.
Sure.
So the reason that I put this out as a swing trade is because of the strength of the chart. So initially people were like, pump and dump. Oh, if you didn't make money on the way up, you're screwed. Get out, get out. And most of the time, that's true. That's true, 100%. Excuse me. There's still strength in this chart setup. It's huge. I'm pumped. I think it's gonna have a retest of at least $20.
Oh shoot, are you vested?
No, I'm all in on AMC, man.
Oh, that's right.
But I've got no reason to lie to anybody. I'll tell you that. I'll say if I think there's gonna be an opportunity to make money, I'll show it to you. You know, and there it is.
Boom. I've been afraid to push like stocks that are runaways. One, because it's risky, but also two, because of last time I tried to push Rocket, it did not go well, and it did turn out to be quite a distraction from the AMC and GME crowd.
Yeah, man, you know what it is. You know what it is. Rocket, unfortunately, did not end up panning out. That made me look pretty silly, but I still stand by the fact that it has long-term potential and squeeze potential. It just needs a reason. But yeah, Rocket didn't pan out. You got to look at the price action. It's all indicative of the price action. Coming back, 2020 vision, Rocket, the better thing to do would have been to wait to see if it had a pullback, and then from there, look at the strength of the pullback, and then you could talk about it from there. But Eyes, I waited that time around. I learned my lesson. I said, okay, we're going to see what Eyes does. And then it pulled back, consolidated for a couple days, and now it's moving. And I was like, all right, this is an actual opportunity because it shows some strength. There's actual people that have been investing in the stock. And I know people always say, man, if you get into this stock, it's a distraction. But you're viewing it all wrong, man. If you get out of AMC and you go into some other stock, well, then yeah, it's a distraction, right? But if you were making money with extra dry powder in a stock, you make profit on it. You take that cash and you invest it somewhere else, whether it's AMC, GameStop, another long-term stock, whatever it is. That's just an opportunity to make money,
Exactly.
It doesn't need to be a distraction. It's how you play it. It's how you play the stock. This is a distraction. That's a distraction. This is a distraction. You can say the same thing about GameStop versus AMC, but why do it? Because it's just not the case. They're different stocks doing different things. It's only a distraction if you make them one.
Exactly. My stock is just as good as your stock as long as it's making tendies and supporting the cause. That's the thing about it.
Exactly, man.
Yeah.
You're 100% on the money. 100%.
That's fungibility. I think people are interested in if you've dug into more NFTs, especially with the TCAT situation. But I also want to note that Ed Rodriguez says the hedgies are using all this info against us. What do you think about that?
Hedgies are using this info against us. I think there are people that are paid by hedge funds to pay attention to stuff and to be bots. I think Reddit, Discord, YouTube, there are people that are paid. And if you don't think it's true, just look up screenshots, man. It has happened without a doubt. I think there are people that are paid by hedge funds to be bots, to be shills. I don't think they don't know them. I already addressed this on my channel. I don't think he is. But I do think there are people that are paid to do that, and it's legitimate. As far as data mining, everything on YouTube and social media is available to the public. I don't think that hedge funds need to pay anybody to do that. In fact, I bet that they have a team of people that literally pay attention to everything that we're talking about. The only thing that I would keep private personally is your position, right? As my single person, my position, I've always taken pride in being transparent, showing my position, right? I'm one guy. If multiple people do that, that's a different situation, right? If every single person on the planet is saying, this is how much I'm holding, that's data that maybe people could have access to, but it's entirely up to everybody else. I think that most of the information that a hedge fund could want is at their disposal, right? They've got way more access to data and statistics than the average person like you and me. If they wanted access to it, they would have it. They would have it, man. That's what it is.
And that's the thing, right? Is that maybe from a natural language point of view, like a data scientist trying to tell you how they collect information and data. If they had to parse through every single one of these live streams and every single one of these comment sections, and then have to parse through the fact that some of this might be cap, right? Some of this might be lies. Some of this might just be exaggerations. Some of this might just be like unusable data. At the end of the day, this data is worthless. There is way too much cost in setting up a natural language pipeline to be able to actually scrape this data and actually makes any sense of it. So at the end of the day, perhaps our conspiracy theory smooth brains want this to seem like something that we should keep to ourselves. But honestly, at the end, the net benefit of it is that it actually gets the troops excited. It also makes it so that everyone has a clarity about the people talking about where we are right now. However, with the hard caveat that Alexis Goldstein, I believe she had a lot of important thoughts during the GME hearing yesterday. I want to say that she was the Cornell professor, but I'm not sure. But she had the thought right away, the PSA, that you should not reveal your positions, especially on Reddit. So whatever she knows, perhaps she knows more about the process of hedge funds actually validating the data that we put out there. In my opinion, if someone told me, hey, scrape this data and make some sense of it, it would be almost impossible.
Yeah, 100%, man. The only difference being that people have, that institutions have access to a team of people that literally get paid to do crazy stuff like that. So, yeah, I don't know. Personally, I would just err on the side of caution. Even if it's wrong, if you err on the side of caution, what do you lose? You don't really lose much. It's just power. It's knowledge is power sort of thing.
Exactly. Data is king. That's how it is.
Yeah, big time. One other thing that I wanted to address really quick. I see so much, like my chat box, man. It's never ending with this stuff about Uncle Bruce. And you don't need to even comment. I'm just gonna say this myself. I have absolutely no hate whatsoever. There's no bad feelings in the least bit to Uncle Bruce. I don't think he's a shill. I don't think he's a hedge fund. I just don't agree with his opinion, right? We don't have to agree on opinions to be good people to each other, right? I personally unsubscribe to him because I don't want to see his content. I don't agree with the things that he's saying, and that's as simple as it is. That doesn't mean I hate him. Doesn't mean he's a bad guy, right? We don't need to have the sort of ape versus ape hate going on right now. That is the exact opposite of what I stand for as a person. So if we can just do our best to be good people, to be respectful, whether we agree with each other's opinions or not, that's all that it is, right? We gotta stay neutral towards other opinions that we don't agree with. Politics divide people, right? There's so much more that brings us together as people than divides us. Let's keep it that way, That's all that I've got to say about that. I feel like I have to address this every single stream because every single stream we've got this negative talk about Bruce. We just don't need that, right? You just don't have to watch his stuff. I don't watch his stuff. That's all it is. That's all I have to say about that, man. Sorry that I had to do that, but every video I feel like I have to at least say something.
Of course, and I don't see that hate over on my streams very often. Maybe right during the beginning of that whole debacle, not for Bruce and not for my side either. One of the most important things is that I didn't realize you already unsubscribed from Uncle Bruce. I still am subscribed because I think his knowledge is valuable, and at the end of the day, if you guys wanted to be able to fully open up your education to both Trey, both me, and the other HODLmen and Bruce, that's perfectly fine, right? At the end of the day, I don't think the theories that people have said that Uncle Bruce was just using this as an opportunity to talk about himself. I don't think that's true. He definitely couldn't have predicted that we would have listened to the crowd. And that's the reason why we watched that video. The live chat was nonstop saying that AMC needs to that this AMC video needs to be watched. We watched it and we gave our honest opinion about it. Did we watch the entire thing? No. So if we missed something at the very middle or the very end, that is entirely on us. But we gave our opinions during the live stream based on the information that we heard from the first few minutes. So there you go. Opinions versus opinions, not ape versus ape.
Exactly, man. I'm glad you said it. That's all it is. It's all it is. And that's all we got to say about that. I'm going to leave it at that. We don't have to make it a hate thing because I'm the least hateful guy on the planet. I don't want to start beef with anybody because there's no beef there.
That's true.
Let's just keep it at that, man. Let's keep it at that. People are asking about JFIN. Is there a bull trap on JFIN? So I'm going to pull this up and just do some quick tech analysis and see what we got. But Jesus Christ, eyes is really freaking going to pound town right now. Up to $17.46, just not stopping. Look at this thing. That is a disgusting candle. Oh, I'm so pumped. I'm so pumped because I put out a notification about this literally today in my Discord. Could not time that better. Heck yeah, man. Heck yeah. That gets me excited. But anyways, JFIN, coming up to this, JFIN Group. So this is another one of those, if I remember correctly, NFT stocks. And if I was to look at this and see if it was a bull trap, what do we have here? I'm going to look at this on a 5-minute. I think that'll give us a better idea. I wouldn't call it one yet. No. Let me look. So a bull trap, for anybody that's wondering, is when you have a false break over a level of resistance with a candle wick. We got a hard close and open over that. I wouldn't quite call this a bull trap yet, but it's close. It's very close. It's a head and shoulders pattern. I'll tell you that right now. Head, shoulder, neckline. I would say to get out. That's just me, but it's entirely up to you guys. I could be wrong. If you get an engulfing candlestick pattern here, right, that's a different scenario, but that's my 2 cents on that.
Are you familiar with Elliott wave theory? That's something that we covered yesterday. So that's like I'm slowly building up some knowledge. Hopefully I'm gonna create like this kind of base of like what you should learn about just simple patterns. But the Elliott wave theory, it's like 100-year-old theory about just what it takes for the most minimal part of a impulse wave, of something that causes the stock to rise. 5 different subsections, one small rise, one small drop, one small rise that's larger, one small drop, and one small rise. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a pattern of 5, and that could be a sub wave of another impulse wave. But for now, that is the minimal amount of wave to be able to say that this is one of the waves that can set up a corrective wave. And a corrective wave usually has 3 parts: an A section of the very top, and then B, and then C down to the very bottom. So that is also, so that's something to consider. It's very similar to the idea of a bear trap, where we have this upward momentum that could be rejected and trend downward, and then very similar to your head and shoulders pattern as well, where we see a good amount of growth upward. However, there is there's like a trimodal kind of analysis there, where we are seeing more bearishness towards the bottom of that track.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense, man. Shoot, you break things down. You really get into the deep data analytics sort of side of things. I've kind of understood that sort of process. It's just all about trends, right? So you're predicting trends down the road. If you see it go up an X amount, down a little bit, up a little bit, it's about trend lines. So matching those candlestick patterns essentially and breaking that down into a name, right? Right. Yeah. So I've never heard of that, but I just inherently thinking and looking at it on a candlestick pattern, right? I can see it on charts, and that makes total sense. You've given a name basically to what I use as a strategy to scalping during the day.
Yes.
Oh, is he back? There we go.
Woo! Phew. I thought I got gotten by the hedgies.
You're taken down by the hedge funds, man.
That was scary.
Taken down.
I was like, oh man, this is the end. I've never had to stop a live stream before, just by like now without even a goodbye. Well, first of all, if that happens again, goodbye, so that at least I can say goodbye. But yeah,
We're good, man.
John,
I got your super chat, by the way. You can go on. John was asking a question about something in my email. I got it, but keep on going, man.
All sweet. So we have a question about SLGG's action today. Looks healthy, but lower volume than the spikes earlier this month. We were looking at SLGG before we jumped on with you. Have you looked at it yet today?
I have. SLGG had a pretty good day today. I think it was up at the height about 20% or something like that. Let me take another look. Now it's pulling back from 998. I think, honestly, SLGG, if you want to play this the right way, it's to play it as a swing trade. I wouldn't mind this day-to-day stuff too much. If you wanted to scalp it, on a day-to-day basis, you could. This honestly looks a little bit like a bull trap, though. This is like a not cool.
What's happening? What is happening? What's going on, y'all?
They're getting you, man. They're getting you. It's over.
Oh my lord. Okay, I think I'm back.
I have no idea. Okay, but anyways, I think there's good opportunity here. I just personally wouldn't buy it on the top like this. It looks like a falling knife. I would say it's probably going to pull back a little bit. This is a 2 highs, low close candlestick pattern. It is typically bearish in nature. I would say it's probably going to drop. And when you're looking at it in terms of a pullback, if you made profits on it, I would take them at this point. That's just me. And you can always buy back in at the low, which would be about $7.60. Of course, not financial advice. You guys do your own DD, make your own decisions. I like these guys long term. I think they've got great long term potential. But you can kind of scalp it for gains on the way up and down. That's just my opinion. But it's entirely up to you guys.
Leaving it up to the players. Power to the players. There we go.
There you go. I have to use the bathroom so freaking bad, man. So I'm going to be right back. But if you have anything you want to entertain with, you feel free to do so.
Sure, I'll vamp. So those of you who enjoy watching Chair, go ahead and have the musical stylings of Trey's chair right there and his microphone. Oh, it even says take a shot of Harambe. That's fun. Well, speaking of which, yeah, this is an opportunity for you guys to be able to make sure that we are getting up to Trey's goal, right? He is going to take a shot at some number of likes, probably like tens of thousands of likes. Over here on the channel, we also have a 10,000 like goal from Avoxier, but he is going to buy either 12 to $40,000 on the next dip for GME and AMC when we hit 65,000 subs. We got 500 or so from this stream. Thank you guys so much for supporting both Trey's stream and this one. If you haven't yet gone over to Trey's channel, or if you're currently at Trey's channel and you haven't yet subscribed, this is the best chance to do it. Also, he's never going to talk about it, but he has one of the best merch stores down there. I was inspired by him. I built my own from the ground up. It's a little website that I call andrewmomoney.com. Good chance to go check it out, or come over to the over to this channel. I think my link is in the title of the description right there. I have had no chance to address all of the very generous supers, so once more, thank you guys for those of you who have been patient with me. And the Musical Stylings of Trey's chair is over, and Musical Stylings of Trey himself will begin now. What's going on? One day we'll be able to hear him.
Oh, I turned my mic off. My bad.
Oh, there you go.
I just got back. I had to take a Tiki Winky. Got myself a Coke Zero. Now we're good to go.
Tiki Winky.
I washed my hands, by the way. They're good to go. Every single live stream, people say, "Did you wash your hands?"
Seriously.
I always love it.
That was my first experience with like going to the bathroom. I came back out, didn't have a towel in my hand, so they were just like, "Yeah, your hands not washed." Didn't realize that was so important. Man. Me living in my own home.
There it is, man. I see this in the comment section. Everyone's like, he washed his hands. He washed his hands. There we go.
Good.
Life is good. There we go. Let's see what we got right here. AMC to open 98% tomorrow. Did you see that? I saw that popping up. This is coming from Dylan's Life. Dylan's Life says AMC to open 98% of their stores tomorrow, their theaters.
So I know that LA's is opening up tomorrow. That was why it was such a huge day on the 19th.
Yeah, right. That should be a pretty good news catalyst, man. We're sitting at $14.09 right now. Having a little bit of a struggle getting over that level of resistance at $14.50. Pulling back again, it looks like. What do we see in there? Yeah, $14.09. So we had a little bit of a sell-off once we tested $14.25. I've still seen that same sort of short wall on the ask.
So with that, we already reached our daily high. Usually this is kind of the pattern where we have our daily high in the very first few hours of the market. Do you think we're going to go back and test that 1450 again?
I think so, yeah. If I had to take a guess at when, I would say probably close to market close, because the last couple of days we've made some pretty good runs at market close. It's been pretty similar price action for sure. What do you think?
I think so too. I think one of the thoughts that...
End of the day. Oh, here he is. Here he is.
This is tragedy. Okay, I am gonna...
I can't hear you.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Can you see me?
I'm gonna call you quick. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Give me 1 sec. Let me shoot you a call.
I'm imagining I'm gonna have to come back on. Just reload. Big F's in the chat. What's going on here? Oh. Uh-oh. God, I miss every single call. Okay. Boy, oh boy.
Okay, here we go.
Okay.
I think I can hear you now.
So I'm gonna say this is my exit strategy.
Yeah, I was just about to say. I think honestly, we might just having some connection issues or something with you.
Yeah.
Your screen looks less blurry now, though. That's good.
Oh, perfect. Okay, at least that's handled.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to say one more is I'm going to be coming back during market close. I'll jump on the same restream if you wanted to talk about the price action in about 30 minutes. And one more thing is that I appreciate the time that you put into each and every day, especially these bell to bells that you've been putting in the last few days. I think people know that this information is gosh darn good, and you are always one of the most positive people on the internet, on the planet, I would imagine. So I wanted to thank you for having me on. Thank you for being on my stream. Simulcasting is the future. And yeah, if you are going bell to bell, I'll probably join you in a sec once I figure out what's going on with my connection.
No, it's all good, man. Honestly, if it's okay with you, I like to wrap up the last hour of the live stream by myself, just solo. Not to be rude with you in the least bit, just because I like to cover the most volatile stocks and the price action. I've got this kind of like auditor, or not auditor. What is the name for those guys? Auctioneer. I like to do the auctioning. Yes. I like to get really into it and watch the price action. So I'm going to do that by myself, to be real with you. Out of respect, out of love. That's why I want to bring on during lunch, because that's usually the most quiet part of the day. But that's my thing. I'm gonna keep doing my thing. So hope it's all right.
No, I appreciate that. Well, eat fresh if you haven't had the Subway yet. I see it in the background.
Yeah, that's from yesterday. I got myself a Diet Coke, and I passed the F out after I ate my sandwich. So I just drank that 12-hour-old Diet Coke, but life goes on.
Well, I'll look forward to seeing you on the live stream for tomorrow's charity live stream. I'll be streaming. Hopefully, fingers crossed, I'll check everything in advance for 10 hours straight, starting at 5 a.m. So I'll see you there.
Yeah, you too, brother. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it, man. Talk to you soon.
Peace.
Peace. And with that, this is the peace goodbye for me as well. If you guys still are looking for some price action, go ahead and check out Trey's stream. He's going to keep on going until buzzer. And for the time being, I'm going to be off for the next 30 minutes. I'll come back during Power Hour. So I hope to see all of you back here bright and early. I'm going to put this back in its box. This was for Trey, but mostly for you. This is the opportunity for you to support this stream by trying to get it as many people as possible. Hit that like if you like this video. Hit the subscribe button if you want to invest in yourself and start learning from a clear-minded set of very cool people. The HODLmen will be here on next day for the entire day of trading, and for now, but not for forever. Hope you have an excellent day. If you're one of these people, can't thank you enough. If you are one of these tiers and you still have not seen your name up here yet,